Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Beginner's Apartment. Welcome to the Doomsday Apartment. This is a beginner's apartment. On day 1 of in-game time, 80 beginner players will be placed here, along with 80 randomly distributed survival stones. On day 8 of in-game time, 20 veteran players will be placed here, along with 20 randomly distributed survival stones. This apartment will self-destruct on day 11 of in-game time. At that time, any player without a survival stone will be destroyed along with the apartment. Players with survival stones will begin their official Doomsday Apartment journey. In the Doomsday Apartment, players can exchange survival stones for survival points, which can be used to purchase supplies, abilities, tools, anything a player desires. Rules for this beginner's apartment are as follows. 1. All players will be randomly assigned an initial apartment. Rent will be charged based on the apartment's level of luxury. 2. Rent is due at 00:00 in game time. Any player who fails to pay on time may be eliminated by the apartment administrator. 3. Players may apply to the apartment administrator for lease cancellations, subleases, and other housing adjustments. 4. The apartment administrator may establish additional rules. Residents must comply. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for a large amount of game currency, but this currency is only valid in this beginner's apartment. 6. Other methods of earning game currency must be discovered by players themselves. Now, the beginner's assessment begins. Welcome, beginner players. Assigning beginner players to apartments. Each beginner player will receive a free ability awakening. Awakening ability. Ding. Ability awakened. Wishing all beginners a fun game experience. Game. Fun? This is a game? Hiss. Zhang Yi pinched his arm hard and winced at the pain. So this is a real game? Then. Does destruction and elimination mean actual death? But. Why? Just a moment ago, he was in the middle of an exam, furiously scribbling answers. How did he suddenly end up here? And wasn't there just a notification in his head saying his ability awakening was successful? Then why? Zhang Yi summoned his player panel, only to see a simple display. Zhang Yi, level 0, stamina 0.6, energy 0.8, combat power 0.5, survival points 0, ability awakening failed. Excuse me? What kind of trash game fails ability awakenings? And if it failed, shouldn't he get another chance? Why should he suffer because of a bug in their damn game? Isn't this just bullying honest people? While feeling utterly dumbfounded, Zhang Yi quickly noticed apartment chat group. The right side of the chat displayed a members list, 80 out of 80. On the left, messages were flying by at breakneck speed. What shocked him the most was, all 80 members were his schoolmates. In fact, half of them had been in the same exam room as him just moments ago. The other half were students from class 2, who had taken the exam in the next room. At this moment, his classmates were just as stunned. Holy shit? Chen Yukun, Zhao Likun, Jiao Chang, Lu Shen. This entire member list is just classmates. What the hell? Did someone just kidnap our whole class? Kidnapping? No way. This status panel and chat group are inside our heads. What kind of kidnapper can pull this off? So? Our entire exam room got transported together? No. Both exam rooms. Class 2 is here too. Holy shit, this is insane. I was scared at first, but seeing all these familiar faces, I feel way less nervous. Holy shit, this is insane. I just conjured a fireball with my bare hands. Holy shit, this is insane. I just threw out a wind blade like it was nothing. Holy shit, this is insane. I just took a piss 3 meters high against the wind. Fuck. Lu Shen, you are wild. But wait. If there was wind, does that mean you already left your apartment to explore? Can you guys please be more civilized? There are girls in this chat too. Oh, my bad, goddess. Next time Lu Shen pulls some nonsense, you can take a leak on him to wake him up. Get lost. Yep. Same old classmates, same old chaotic energy. But from their messages, Zhang Yi could tell everyone else had successfully awakened an ability. Some could throw fireballs, Some could hurl wind blades. These were clearly ability powers. But no one mentioned failing their awakening. So out of all 80 students, he was the only unlucky bastard who failed? Did they just force him into hell mode right off the bat? According to the earlier announcement, this beginner's apartment had 100 players total and 100 survival stones scattered around. But the rules also made it clear. Survival stones weren't just about staying alive. More importantly, they were the currency of the Doomsday apartment. Which meant, having just one wouldn't be enough. The more, the better. Even if all 80 of his classmates decided to be selfless and fair, taking only one stone each to ensure everyone survived. On day 8, 20 veteran players would arrive. And who knew what kind of powerful, bloodthirsty maniacs those veterans would be? Would they really peacefully split the remaining stones with the newbies? Not likely. In fact, those veterans would probably start hunting the beginners for their survival stones. And worse, they might just slaughter them for fun. So, in the first 8 days before the veteran players arrived, this was clearly a crucial period for beginner players to grow stronger. Yet, in this critical situation, he had no ability. What the hell? Was he just going to die right here in this beginner's apartment? Zhang Yi felt a growing sense of anxiety and had no mood to keep messing around in the chat. He switched back to his player panel, furiously tapping on the ability section while cursing in his head. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If it failed, then just let me reawaken already. What kind of garbage bug is this? You think I won't leave a 1-star review and report this game? He was just venting his frustration. But to his shock, a new notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding, player's ability awakening failure detected. A reawakening has been arranged, congratulations. You have awakened a compensation ability, infinite replication, X. Wait, what? It actually let him reawaken his ability? So does this mean threatening to leave a bad review actually worked? Doge, but what's with this X ranking? Aren't ability ranks usually A, B, C, D, or SSS? Zhang Yi quickly summoned his player panel again to check his ability details. Infinite replication, X, Effect 1, generates 1 replica per day, Effect 2, can generate an additional replica by paying a certain price, Effect 3, at 00:00 in game time, a designated replica can be fused into the original body. Huh? What? What exactly is the certain price for generating an extra replica? And how strong are these replicas? It's not very clear. Feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Zhang Yi immediately generated his first replica of the day. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully created a replica. As the notification sounded, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a strange sensation in his mind. It was as if, in an instant, he had 2 perspectives. And in both perspectives, he could see himself. Which meant, there were now 2 of him in this apartment. He quickly adjusted to this bizarre state and shifted most of his focus to the replica. Then, controlling the replica, he summoned its player panel. And the moment he saw it, he froze in shock. Chapter 2, the first replica, Zhang Yi's replica, level 0, stamina 1.2, energy 2.4, combat power 5.5, survival points 0, ability, gold element affinity, C, effect 1, has a chance to comprehend gold element skills, effect 2, gold element skill costs are halved, and their power is doubled, skill, golden light technique, D, unleashes a beam of golden light, dealing 1 stamina plus 1.5 energy, gold element damage to a target. Wait, what? Zhang Yi was completely stunned. His replica actually had its own ability. As for the golden light technique, it was automatically comprehended through the gold element affinity ability. The classmates who had conjured fireballs or wind blades had all awakened elemental affinity abilities, allowing them to comprehend corresponding elemental skills. Of course, a few unlucky ones had abilities but hadn't grasped any skills yet, and were now frantically asking others for advice. At this moment, a terrifying thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. What if every single one of his replicas came with its own ability? If that were true, then his X-tier ability was truly overpowered beyond belief. Even an SSS tier ability might not compare. Because, in theory, if he created enough replicas, eventually, one of them was bound to awaken an SSS tier ability. Hiss. No, wait. In an extreme scenario, if he had enough replicas, he could have every single SSS tier ability at once. Holy shit. This was insane. But Zhang Yi quickly calmed himself down. Because he realized, infinite replication was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful ability. But right now, with only 1 replica, he was still weak. In fact, this might be the weakest moment of his entire life. His main body? A complete weakling with a combat power of 0.5. And even though his replica had a C-tier ability, it had only comprehended a D-tier skill, which wasn't exactly powerful. At this level of strength, one unlucky encounter could mean instant death on the first day. So, he had two options. Either he played it extremely safe and stayed hidden, or he found a way to grow stronger as quickly as possible. But the apartment's rent system made it clear. Hiding wasn't an option. He had to find a way to pay rent. Because according to the rules, if he failed to pay by midnight, he'd be eliminated by the apartment administrator. Zhang Yi glanced around his room. A luxury apartment suite straight out of a five-star hotel. And suddenly felt lightheaded and ice cold. Because if he remembered correctly, different apartment sizes had different rent costs. He immediately checked the chat, where his classmates were sharing how to check their rent. Rushing to the door, he pressed his palm against it. A system notification popped up. Apartment size, 250.88 M2, daily rent, 125,440 game coin. Zhang Yi stared at the number, his brain short-circuiting. 125,440 game coin per day? He had seen other classmates' rent in the chat. Most were just a few dozen or a few hundred per day. Even the highest ones were only a few thousand. Yet his rent was over 125,000 game coins? What the hell? They're basically robbing me. I need to cancel this lease. Now. But would canceling really be that easy? Zhang Yi checked the chat again. By now, his classmates had mostly calmed down from the initial shock of arriving in a strange place. After all, they were high school seniors, not little kids. Some were even joking around. Fuck. If I knew we were gonna get transported to this crazy place, I wouldn't have wasted my weekend doing 7 damn practice exams like an idiot. I should have gone out and had fun instead. Fuck. I woke up at 4 a.m. to copy homework. What a waste. It's all your fault, Wan Ji. If you had just refused to lend me your notes, I wouldn't have bothered, Zuyun? How is this my fault? Kamahaha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Wan Ji. Honestly, I think getting transported here is a good thing. No more staying up late, cramming for exams, stressing about grades. I never want to go back to high school, yeah. No matter how tough this place is, it can't be worse than senior year. Wait, seriously? None of you are worried about your parents? We all vanished without a trace. They must be losing their minds. What's there to worry about? For all we know, our parents might have been sent to another beginner's apartment. Maybe when we clear this stage and reach the so-called Doomsday apartment, we'll reunite with them. Exactly. Didn't Teacher Yang always say, don't stress about the distant future? The key to life is facing the present with courage? Right. The situation is what it is. We just have to deal with it. Okay, enough talk about teachers. There are no teachers here. Our mission isn't to study anymore. It's to survive and clear this beginner's apartment, that's right. Our long-term goal is to survive until day 11 and have a survival stone in hand, but for now, the most urgent priority is earning rent for today. Earning rent and finding survival stone should go hand in hand. Has anyone left their apartment yet? Is it dangerous outside? I opened my door and peeked out. It's a dimly lit hotel-style hallway. Looked super creepy, so I immediately shut the door. No way I'm stepping out yet, that won't work. Sooner or later, we have to leave and start exploring. If we can't pay rent, we'll be eliminated by tonight. It sucks that we're all scattered in different apartments. If we were together, exploring wouldn't be as scary. Just as everyone was discussing their next move, a classmate suddenly spoke up to take charge. Jiao Chang, everyone, I've been hesitating, but I've finally decided. It's time to share some good news. I, Jiao Chang, awakened an S-tier ability, Lightning Element Affinity. Not only that, but I must have decent talent, because I instantly comprehended 2 skills. The C-tier Lightning Bolt and the B-tier Lightning Flash. My stamina and energy are both above 5, and my combat power is a whopping 48. Zhang Yi. Bruh. He just got his first replica, and this guy's already flexing his B-tier skills and insane stats? Chapter 3, Upgrade Announcement. The moment Jiao Chang's message dropped, the entire chat exploded. After a brief silence, messages flooded in like an avalanche. Holy shit. An S-tier ability? 2 skills right from the start? Is this even real? Jiao Chang. No, Chang Yi. Are you sure you're not bullshitting us? 48 combat power? That's literally 10 times mine. This is ridiculous. With an S-tier ability and 48 combat power, Jiao Chang has to be the strongest among all 80 of us, right? Chang Yi, you're a beast. You held on to this huge news for so long. Chang, please take me under your wing. I only have an E-tier ability, and I haven't even comprehended a skill yet. There's no way I can survive on my own, Chang Yi. Don't you remember our late-night gaming sessions? We said we'd stick together if we ever struck it rich. Everyone was scrambling to cling to his thigh, trying to build connections and secure protection. Even Zhang Yi felt tempted. Should he try to get on Jiao Chang's good side too? But after some thought, he decided against it. Most of the people flocking to Jiao Chang were either already popular or had a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had barely any presence in the class. He wasn't particularly social, didn't play video games, had average grades, no real hobbies, and didn't like troubling others. He had always been a lone wolf, going to and from school by himself. If he suddenly tried to suck up to Jiao Chang now, there was a good chance he'd just get ignored. Then again, maybe not. Things were different now. Classmates weren't valued for their grades, background, or popularity anymore. Now, it was all about combat power. His replica had a C-tier ability, a D-tier skill, and a combat power of 5.5. That might actually put him above some of the social butterflies in terms of strength. But still. Not by much. There were definitely people far stronger than him. Just as Zhang Yi was pondering, Jiao Chang finally spoke up again. Jiao Chang, everyone, don't panic. The reason I'm revealing my ability and combat power now is because I want to organize everyone together. To help us all get through this beginner's apartment. To be honest, I've already left my apartment and found the apartment administrator on the first floor, and I can confirm. There was no danger along the way. If you trust me, I suggest we meet up at the administrator's office on the first floor. What do you guys think? His words shocked the chat once again. Soon, replies came flooding in. Hell yeah. My rent is 600. I was planning to go to the administrator to cancel my lease anyway. I agree. We should stick together. It's way safer that way, but I'm still a little scared to leave my apartment. What if something happens? Jiao Chang quickly reassured them. The hallways are just dimly lit. It's really not dangerous, just head towards the red light in the hallway, and you'll find an elevator. Take the elevator down to the first floor, and you'll reach the apartment administrator's office in no time. Plus, there are special facilities on the first floor that everyone should check out. This instantly got everyone's interest. Wait, really? What kind of facilities? Can they help us increase stamina and energy or comprehend skills? Can we earn rent there? I need to make money as soon as possible, or I'm gonna have a heart attack from stress. But instead of answering, Jiao Chang stayed silent. After a long pause, a new message suddenly popped up. It's true. Chang wasn't lying. I made it to the first floor safely and met up with him, and he even showed me his player panel. His S-tier ability and 48 combat power are 100% real. The moment this was confirmed, more messages poured in. I made it too. It really was just a simple elevator ride. Zero danger, same here. Just got to the first floor, and I'm with Jiao Chang now. Me too. We're all here. With more and more people successfully meeting up, the remaining students couldn't hold back anymore. Damn. That fast? No way I'm missing out. I'm heading down too. Okay. I'm leaving my apartment now. Change, wait for me. Same here. Be there in a second. I just stepped out too. Looks like the hallways really aren't dangerous. Heads up. There's no chat signal in the elevator, but don't worry, it's a quick ride. Absolutely safe. Just like that, almost everyone started moving, following Jiao Chang's instructions to take the elevator to the first floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's replica stood at the door of his luxury apartment, while his main body lay comfortably on the couch. He hesitated. Should he go meet up with Jiao Chang? Whether he joined the group or not, he had to leave his apartment anyway. Especially since canceling his lease was his top priority. So, he had to visit the apartment administrator no matter what. And judging by the chat, if only 1 or 2 people had met up, there was still a chance it was a trap. But since so many classmates had successfully arrived without issue, there was a very high chance that it was safe. And besides, everyone else was going in person. He, on the other hand, was just sending a replica. Even if something went wrong, he had an extra life. With this in mind, Zhang Yi became more and more convinced that going to the first floor was the right choice. After all, these were his classmates. Sure, in a new environment, human nature would gradually reveal its darker side. But surely no one would immediately go crazy and start killing each other. With this thought, Zhang Yi had his replica head into the kitchen, grab a kitchen knife, and carefully opened the apartment door. The hallway outside was just as dim and eerie as everyone had described. It stretched out long and narrow, giving off a quiet, unsettling atmosphere. He poked his head out, scanning both directions. About every 3 meters, there was a door, likely leading to other apartments. Each door had a room number displayed on it. Zhang Yi glanced at his own. 2025, This probably wasn't a year, but rather room 25 on the 20th floor. So this apartment complex must be massive. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, Zhang Yi cautiously stepped out. Glancing left and right, he quickly spotted a faint red glow in the distance. That must be the elevator. Following Jiao Chang's instructions, the red glow indicated the direction of the elevator. Zhang Yi's replica gripped the kitchen knife tightly, cautiously making his way toward the red light. Meanwhile, his main body lay comfortably on the apartment's luxurious sofa, monitoring the chat messages while lost in thought. This apartment complex seemed to have at least 20 floors. And based on what he had observed, each floor had a lot of rooms. Yet, there were only 80 beginner players in total. So what about the extra apartments? Were they empty? Or was something else living in them? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his replica arrived at the elevator, its red glow flickering in the dim hallway. But as he waited for the elevator, a system notification suddenly echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingaling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward, a black iron treasure chest. Zhang Yi? Someone already leveled up. Chapter 4, so-called Unity level up to 1. WTF? How did she do it? Zhang Yi, who was lounging on the apartment's sofa, suddenly flipped up in shock and quickly checked the chat group. Sure enough, the whole chat exploded in an instant. Holy shit. Wang Lingaling from class 2? She leveled up to 1, I heard it. Damn, I just got out of the elevator, and the announcement nearly scared me to death. Wait, what? How did Wang Lingaling level up? Killing monsters? Doesn't that mean the apartment is dangerous? Am I the only one curious about what's inside Wang Lingaling's black iron treasure chest? At Wang Lingaling, come on, share with us. How did you level up? At Wang Lingaling. We're all classmates. Important information should be shared, I bet she won't say a word. If there's an announcement and a reward for the first to reach level 1, then there must be something for the first to reach level 2 too. As long as she keeps this secret, she could stay ahead and keep raking in the rewards. At Wang Lingaling, don't be naive. We have so many classmates here, we'll figure out a secret sooner or later. When that happens, S-tier ability user Change will definitely outlevel you. If you keep hiding it now, don't blame him for not taking you along later. Yeah, Change, say something. I think you should be the one to make Wang Lingaling share the secret. Let's see if she still dares to keep it to herself then. For a moment, Wang Lingaling, the first to level up but remaining silent in the group, had suddenly become the public enemy of all. From the messages, it was clear that almost all the students were desperate to level up. They wanted to use Jiao Chang's influence to pressure Wang Lingaling into revealing the secret. And Jiao Chang himself was surely just as eager to level up. So, following the crowd's wishes, he quickly tagged Wang Lingaling. At Wang Lingaling, where are you? Why don't you come to the first floor? I think it's fate that so many of us got transported here together. We should stick together. Our chances of survival will be much higher. Soon, other classmates chimed in. Yeah. Don't forget, the announcement mentioned veteran players entering the apartment. If we newbie players don't stick together, how are we supposed to compete with them later? Exactly. Wang Lingaling, don't be selfish. Key information should be shared with everyone, that's right. If I had discovered some crucial information, I'd definitely share it with everyone. This moral coercion was coming in strong, one after another. Zhang Yi watched the drama unfold, secretly hoping Wang Lingaling would share the leveling secret. After all, leveling up had to come with some benefits. In this kind of survival scenario, even the slightest increase in strength could mean a greater chance of staying alive. That's why these classmates were throwing away all sense of camaraderie and resorting to guilt-tripping. They were simply too eager to become stronger. And so, under the relentless pressure of her classmates, Wang Lingaling finally spoke up. But her first message was: Wang Lingaling, level 1, stamina, 6.8, energy, 8.4, combat power, 68, survival points, 0, ability, dark element affinity, S, skills, shadow replica, A, summon undead, B, black whirlwind, B. Was this Wang Lingaling's player panel? All the classmates, including Zhang Yi, were completely dumbfounded by the message. Her panel was way too damn up. She had an S-tier ability, yet she had also unlocked 1 A-tier skill and 2 B-tier skills. And both Shadow Replica and Summon Undead looked like seriously powerful skills. Even crazier. Her combat power was 68. That was 20 points higher than Jiao Chang, who also had an S-tier ability. The chat group fell into complete silence, as if the entire world had gone still. A moment later, Wang Lingaling sent another message. The skills one unlocks seem to depend on both ability rank and individual comprehension. The higher your comprehension, the more skills you unlock. and the stronger their rank, but skills acquired through comprehension shouldn't exceed the rank of one's ability. Now, let me ask. Does anyone here have an ability ranked higher than S tier? Higher than S tier? Zhang Yi's X tier ability should be exactly that. But his ability was a growth type 1. Right now, at its weakest stage, there was no way he was dumb enough to expose it in the chat. So, no one responded. Wang Lingling continued, okay, from what we can see, out of the 80 people here, I should currently be the strongest. Now, if you all want me to share the leveling secret, I have a condition. You keep saying we're a team, that we need to be united and help each other, but I know very well that some people have their own selfish interests and don't actually want to be united, and if I have valuable information, there's no reason for me to share it with those who refuse to cooperate. So, here's my proposal. Just like Jiao Chang suggested, everyone willing to work together should gather on the first floor. Once we're all there, I'll publicly reveal the secret to leveling up. In other words, those who refuse to gather, those who choose to act alone, will have no right to access my information. As soon as she said this, classmates quickly agreed, I'm in. There's nothing wrong with teamwork. I'm already on the first floor. Wang Lingling, when will you be here? Oh, so that's what you meant. Sorry for misunderstanding you earlier, Sister Ling. Yeah, I apologize too. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Sister Ling. With Sister Ling and Shang leading us, our class will definitely survive this newbie apartment, yes. When the veteran players arrive, we can't let them beat us. Clearly, after seeing Wang Lingling's player panel, their attitude toward her had shifted dramatically. Some even seemed more respectful toward her than toward Jiao Cheng. But as Zhang Yi processed Wang Lingling's words, a thought formed in his mind. Sure enough, while waiting for the elevator, he saw Wang Lingling's latest message pop up. Guys, don't start sucking up just yet. I'm not finished talking. When I say unity and cooperation, I mean that everyone must gather together, share information, share resources, and act as one unit. I will take you all through the leveling process, help you earn rent, and ensure that every single member of our team survives this newbie apartment challenge, but in return, I expect complete transparency from everyone who joins the team. So, once we gather, everyone must voluntarily display their player panel to the team. From then on, any actions taken must be reported to me and Jiao Chang, and any gains from those actions will be shared among everyone. Now this was basically dropping all pretenses. Before, when the classmates talked about unity, they just meant sticking together for safety in numbers. But Wang Lingling's version of unity and cooperation was clearly about establishing strict, military-style control over everyone. She was obviously worried that some people might have awakened powerful abilities and were hiding them. So she wanted complete control over all the students. And sure enough, after her announcement, the group's reaction wasn't as eager as before. Still, a few people quickly spoke up. That's fine with me. As long as Sister Ling and Chang lead us to victory, I'll do whatever you say. Showing my player panel is no big deal, I don't mind either, but after we form a team, you're not going to assign weaker members to dangerous tasks on purpose, right? Jiao Chang, of course not. Our group is called the Unity and Cooperation Team. Our entire purpose is to unite and help each other. Don't overthink it. Sister Ling has already joined us on the first floor. And everyone who's gathered here has agreed to her plan. If you want to join the team, come to the first floor gathering spot now, but if you choose to act alone, then don't come crying to us for help later, trying to guilt-trip us with classmate loyalty when you get into trouble. With that message, the few students who wanted to be independent immediately felt pressured. And those who were still undecided started leaning toward joining the group. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's replica finally got to the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors slid open. Chapter 5, Unexpected Encounter with Classmates. The inside of the open elevator was a rectangular, column-like space. It didn't look much different from an ordinary elevator, except the lighting was dim, with a faint red glow. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, but in the end, his replica still stepped inside. Of course, he had no intention of joining that so-called unity and cooperation team and letting others control him. After all, once an organization like that formed, the real beneficiaries would always be the leaders. The regular members? Just expendable labor. And when necessary, the weak ones could easily be thrown out as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi had never been the social type. Naturally, he preferred to move in the shadows as a lone wolf. But now that Wang Lingling and Jiao Chang had openly declared the formation of their unity and cooperation team, those who refused to join would likely face exclusion and targeting. Clearly, only the strong could afford to be lone wolves. For the weak? Trying to go solo could be even worse than joining the team. And right now, Zhang Yi was weak. However, considering the nature of his ability, joining the team wasn't necessarily a bad strategy for survival in the early stages. After all, He was different from everyone else. He could gain an additional replica every day. And the one joining the team? Just a single replica. His real body and other replicas would remain completely free. For others, joining the team meant having their growth restricted. But for him? As long as he stayed alive, he would grow stronger every day. Besides, like the old saying, the greatest concealment is hiding in plain sight. If he refused to join, he'd probably end up on Wang Lingaling and Jiao Chang's radar. But if he joined using a C-tier replica, he'd just be another average, unremarkable member in the team. Neither Wang Lingaling nor Jiao Chang would pay much attention to him. This way, he'd have a high chance of safely surviving the first 2 days. So, by the time the elevator reached the first floor, Zhang Yi had already made his decision. However, something felt off. At this point, many classmates should be taking the elevator to gather on the first floor. And from what he had seen, there was only one red glowing elevator in the apartment hallway. But strangely, during the entire descent, he hadn't encountered anyone else. The elevator didn't stop even once from the 20th floor down to the first. This apartment's elevator. There was definitely something strange about it. Still, nothing actually went wrong during the ride. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped out of the elevator. Holy shit. A startled voice came from the front. Zhang Yi. You scared the hell out of me. It was Lu Shen, the math class representative from Class 1. Nicknamed Lu God, he was a classic science genius. Passing math, physics, and chemistry while constantly failing Chinese and English. Lu Shen was clearly spooked, clutching his chest while exhaling sharply. Damn. I just came out of the elevator, and then you step out right after? I thought I saw a freaking ghost. He glanced back at the elevator, frowning. This elevator is definitely weird, there's only one of them, yet we exited one after the other without ever running into each other inside. As he spoke, the elevator doors opened again. This time, stepping out was Bei Ruoan from Class 2. She had fair skin, a round face, and big, bright eyes, the type of girl who gave off both a gentle and adorable vibe. Even though they weren't in the same class, she clearly recognized Lu Shen, a well-known figure. Her eyes lit up in surprise the moment she saw him. Lu God. What are you doing here by the elevator? Waiting for someone? Lu Shen, ever the easygoing type, casually replied, Nah, I just got out of the elevator too. Same as you. I think there's something off about this elevator. Hearing that, Bei Ruoan instantly shrank back, moving behind him like a scared little kitten. That's when she noticed Zhang Yi. She hesitated, thinking for a moment before asking, You're from Class 1, right? That. Clearly, she didn't remember his name. Zhang Yi answered himself, Zhang Yi. Oh, right. Zhang Yi. Bei Ruoan pretended to have just remembered, trying to cover up the awkwardness of not knowing him at all. Zhang Yi didn't care. In fact, he preferred staying low-key. The less attention, the better. Meanwhile, Lu Shen, after failing to find any clues about the elevator, gave up and sighed. Whatever. If there's something weird about it, so be it. As long as it's not dangerous. Anyway, what about you two? What's your ability and combat power? Bei Ruoan, clearly confident in her ability, answered directly, I awakened a B-tier ability. Spatial element affinity, and I've unlocked my first passive skill, pocket space. Her words startled both Lu Shen and Zhang Yi. After all, some students had already revealed their abilities in the chat earlier. Most element affinity abilities were based on common elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Even rare elements like wind, lightning, or ice were already considered uncommon. And Wang Lingaling's dark element affinity? That was exceptionally rare. Some of the top students had even speculated that there might be a light element affinity in the mix. But no one had expected something like space element affinity to exist. And Bei Ruoan actually had it. Even though it was only B-tier, it was probably rarer and stronger than most B-tier elemental abilities. Of course, Bei Ruoan was fully aware of how special her ability was. She was extremely satisfied with it. But, just like top students pretending they didn't study before passing a test, she put on a troubled expression and sighed dramatically, I don't think my ability is that great. My pocket space skill just lets me store items. It has no attack power at all. Lu Shen immediately reassured her, pocket space might not be offensive, but it's incredibly useful. Besides, that's just your starting skill. You might unlock even stronger spatial abilities later. Like in novels. Spatial teleportation, spatial blades, that kind of thing. Especially spatial blades. Those can cut through space itself. They might be able to ignore all defenses. Just talking about it got Lu Shen excited. His gaze toward Bei Ruoan was filled with envy and a hint of something else. Bei Ruoan, of course, was quietly pleased with all the praise. But she pretended to be frustrated, sighing again, ugh, Unlocking skills isn't that easy. Anyway, enough about me. What about you, Lu God? What's your ability? Lu Shen shook his head, sighing dramatically. Sigh. Now that's what you call bad luck. I only awakened a C-tier fire element affinity. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Lu Shen to have a C-tier ability, just like this replica of his. But thinking about it, among his classmates, C-tier abilities were probably the most common. Neither too strong nor too weak. Just average. At this moment, Beiruowen's expression showed an unmistakable hint of disappointment upon hearing Lu Shen's ability. However, Lu Shen quickly added, but maybe I have pretty good comprehension. Even though my ability is only C-tier, I actually managed to unlock a C-tier skill. Rain of Fire, and a D-tier skill. Explosive Fireball. That statement shocked both Beiruowen and Zhang Yi. After all, based on what had been shared in the chat group, most students unlocked skills that were 1 or 2 tiers lower than their ability. Some students didn't even unlock any skills at all, despite awakening an ability. Even the 2 so-called top dogs, Jiao Chang and Wang Lingaling, had S-tier abilities but did not awaken S-tier skills. Yet here was Lu Shen. Despite having only a C-tier ability, he had awakened both a C-tier and a D-tier skill. That could only mean one thing. Lu Shen's comprehension was extremely high. If he had a way to increase his ability rank in the future, his potential might be huge. And just judging by his skills alone, Lu Shen's initial combat power was probably comparable to someone with a B-tier or even A-tier ability. Realizing this, Beiruowen no longer dared to look down on him and quickly praised, Lu God truly lives up to his name. Your comprehension is way above average. If you ever get the chance to increase your ability rank, you'll be unstoppable. Lu Shen sighed dramatically. That's exactly why I say I'm unlucky. My comprehension is solid, but my ability rank is just too low. Anyway, enough about me. What about you, Zhang Yi? What ability did you awaken? Zhang Yi, as always, kept to himself. If no one directly asked, he wouldn't go out of his way to volunteer information. Now that they asked, he simply answered calmly, without any change in expression, I awakened a C-tier ability. Gold Element Affinity, and my initial skill is a D-tier 1. Golden Light Technique. Lu Shen reconfirmed, only one skill? Just a D-tier Golden Light Technique? Zhang Yi nodded. Lu Shen sighed, so for most people with C-tier abilities, they usually awaken a D-tier or E-tier skill. He seemed to realize that his words might sound offensive, so he quickly added, Zhang Yi, I wasn't saying your ability is bad or anything, I was just making an observation based on trends. Clearly, having Zhang Yi as a normal C-tier ability reference only made Lu Shen feel even more confident in his superior comprehension. But it was such a shame. If only he had awakened an S-tier ability, he might have directly comprehended an S-tier skill. At that point, Jiao Chang and Wang Lingaling wouldn't even be relevant anymore. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Shen silently lamented his own misfortune. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yi's replica walked and talked with Lu Shen and Beiruowen, his real body wasn't just lying around. He got up from the sofa and began inspecting his massive 250 square meter apartment. In such a luxurious space, his main goal was to check for surveillance cameras. He was worried that the apartment administrator might somehow discover his ability to create replicas. But instead of finding any cameras, he found something else. Inside the glass display case of the walk-in closet, a dimly glowing bronze treasure chest sat there in silence. Chapter 6, The Bronze Treasure Chest. When Zhang Yi first glanced at it, he thought it was just a decorative bronze box. He almost ignored it completely. But then he realized that bronze texture didn't match the luxurious aesthetic of the walk-in closet at all. That's when he took a second look. After pulling it out, he discovered it was a bronze treasure chest. To think that Wang Lingaling's reward for being the first to reach level 1 was only a black iron treasure chest. Yet Zhang Yi had casually found a bronze treasure chest right inside his apartment. His first thought was that it might be a trap. But after carefully checking, he found no hidden dangers. Just to be safe, he grabbed a clothes-drying rod, hid behind the kitchen island counter, and activated the chest from a distance. With a soft ding, the treasure chest opened. Still no danger. Inside the chest lay a black mask. Without a skill for appraisal, Zhang Yi had no way of knowing what effects the mask had. Meanwhile, his replica had followed Lu Shen and Beiruowen to the first floor gathering point. The first floor of the apartment didn't have any residential units. Instead, it resembled a hotel lobby, with a massive open space. The students who had came together were all assembled in the main hall. Near the apartment entrance, there was a reception desk. Seated there was a cold-faced middle-aged man. Likely the legendary apartment administrator. A large group of students, led by Wang Lingaling and Jiao Chang, were gathered at the front desk, seemingly negotiating with the administrator. When Zhang Yi and the other two arrived at the hall, they weren't able to head directly to the reception desk. They were stopped by Yuzu, a Class 2 student. He introduced himself as the designated record keeper assigned by Wang Lingaling, responsible for logging the player panels and apartment numbers of new members joining the Unity and Cooperation team. Lu Shen, being a popular top student, had no problem getting along with people. After agreeing to have his information recorded, he casually asked Yuzu, "Can we check the records?" Yuzu nodded readily, "Of course." Sister Ling and Chang'e made it very clear. Our Unity and Cooperation team is all about sharing information and resources. So, the records are basically open for everyone to see. Perhaps because Lu Shen and Beirualan's player panels were quite good, Yuzu was surprisingly enthusiastic, even offering a quick rundown. "So far, I've recorded the panels of over 30 students. The majority have C-tier or D-tier abilities. Around 20 or so in total. Among them, quite a few didn't even unlock any skills. As for E-tier and F-tier abilities, there are 3 students, none of whom unlocked a skill. They're basically useless. In comparison, Lu God and Zhang Yi, you two are actually doing pretty well. You both at least unlocked some decent skills. Especially you, Lu God. You even got a C-tier skill. You're definitely the strongest among the C-tier ability users. In fact, in the early stages, you might even be stronger than some B-tier ability users. Right now, among the 30-plus members in our group, you should rank in the top 5. Clearly, Yuzu had a high opinion of Lu Shen. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Lu Shen actually ranked in the top 5? If that was the case, then his own C-tier ability with a D-tier skill might actually be above average. Lu Shen was also surprised. Glancing at the records, he quickly noticed. Among the 30-plus students, only one had an A-tier ability. And that student had only unlocked a single C-tier skill. As for B-tier abilities, excluding Beiruan, there were only 5 students. Yet 4 of them had only D-tier skills. Only one had managed to unlock a C-tier skill. If ranking purely based on skill levels, Lu Shen actually did rank in the top 5. Realizing this, his frustration about awakening a C-tier ability instantly disappeared. So what if his ability rank was low? His comprehension was top tier. He was already stronger than most of the so-called higher-ranked ability users. But then, Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh, looking at this. Our Unity and Cooperation team is actually kinda weak. In 8 days, the veteran players will arrive. Are we really going to be able to handle that? Yuzu also sighed, ugh. Let's worry about that when the time comes. Besides, we only have 30-plus members now. If more people join later, maybe we'll get some strong ones. While Lu Shen and Yuzu were talking, Zhang Yi subtly glanced through the records. Among the 30-plus students, most had either elemental affinity or enhancement type abilities. The elemental affinity types were mostly gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with corresponding skills. The enhancement types included abilities like stamina enhancement and energy enhancement, which boosted attributes. There were also a few unique ones, vision enhancement, which came with a detection skill. Hearing enhancement, but that student didn't unlock a skill. Sound enhancement, which granted a sonic attack skill. Combat mastery, which seemed to be a combat-enhancing ability and came with a skill called Desperate Strike. The most unusual of them all was Zhao Likan's ability. Comprehension enhancement. Zhang Yi hadn't expected even comprehension to be an ability. He wondered. Would one of his future replicas eventually awaken comprehension enhancement? But strangely enough, despite enhancing comprehension, Zhao Likan hadn't unlocked any skills. Maybe he had the potential but lacked a compatible ability? If Zhao Likan could obtain another ability, his potential might be limitless. But for now, there were still too many unknowns. Nobody knew if it was possible to acquire additional abilities, or whether ability ranks could be upgraded. Regardless, after reviewing the records, Lu Shen looked much more confident. Even Yuzu showed him extra respect. By the way, Lu God, did you find a black iron treasure chest in your apartment? Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately perked up. Lu Shen, on the other hand, was stunned. Wait. What? There are treasure chests in the apartments? Shit. I didn't see anything. Damn it. Why didn't anyone mention this in the chat group? I need to go back and check right now. Hey. Lu God, calm down. Yuzu said with a laugh. Not everyone gets one. So far, out of our 30-plus members, only Zhu Yuun from Class 1 found a black iron treasure chest in her apartment. Her chest contained a red fruit. She was afraid it might be poisonous, so she didn't eat it right away. But when she brought it to the team, Chen Yukan used a detection skill and confirmed. It was a spirit fruit that increased energy. And Sister Ling and Chang'e were really fair about it. They didn't try to take it from her. After eating it, Zhu Yu's energy stat increased by 0.5 points. Other students went back to search, but no one else found a chest. So Chang guessed that treasure chests must have a really low spawn rate. But there are a lot of rooms on each floor of the apartment, and we newbie players only occupy 80 of them. So, there could be treasure chests scattered in other rooms as well. Hearing this, Lu Shen's mind immediately started racing. But if there are treasure chests in other rooms, there could also be dangers, right? Could it be that Wang Lingaling leveled up by going into other rooms and fighting monsters? Well, Yuzu shook his head. Actually, Sister Ling hasn't revealed the secret to leveling up yet. She said she'd wait until more people gathered before explaining everything at once. But from what I gathered, it doesn't seem like she leveled up by exploring rooms and killing monsters. Also, it looks like she won't be able to reach level 2 anytime soon. She's curious about what's inside the other rooms too, so right now, she's negotiating with the apartment administrator. If she confirms that it's safe, she'll probably start organizing teams to explore the rooms and search for more treasure chests. At this point, Zhang Yi, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly asked, "Are all the treasure chests filled with useful items? Could there be some that contain hidden dangers?" Hearing this, Yuzu narrowed his eyes and studied Zhang Yi carefully. Instead of answering, he asked a question in return. "What's this? Did you find a treasure chest in your apartment too?" Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. "No, I was just thinking. This apartment we've been transported to should have dangers, right? But so far, we haven't really encountered any threats." Lu Shen nodded in agreement. Exactly. The initial announcement literally called this place the Doomsday apartment. With a name like that, there should be tons of dangers, right? Like a Resident Evil-style disaster or something? But up until now, we haven't run into anything dangerous at all. Beiruowen innocently chimed in, "But this is just the newbie apartment, right? Maybe it's normal for there to be no real danger?" Yuzu nodded as well. "That's what I'm thinking. Plus, we're not totally safe. Didn't the announcement say that failing to pay rent means getting erased?" Saying that, he turned back to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, your room number is 2025. That means you're on the 20th floor, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Yeah. Then your room is the highest floor I've recorded so far. How much is your daily rent?" Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. Then, he calmly answered, 125,000 game coins? As soon as that number dropped, Yuzu, Beiruowen, and Lu Shen all froze in shock. Beiruowen exclaimed, "That expensive? I thought the ones in the group chat saying their rent was in the thousands were already ridiculously high. But yours is over 100,000? You. There's no way you're keeping that, right? You have to cancel the lease." Zhang Yi nodded. But before he could say anything, Yuzu's face turned serious. "In your case, I'm afraid canceling the lease won't be that simple." Chapter 7, Enormous Inheritance. Some classmates already asked the apartment administrator about canceling the lease. The rule here is, canceling in the morning requires paying 50% of the rent as a penalty, canceling in the afternoon requires paying 80%. After 10 p.m., the cancellation option is closed, meaning you'll have to pay 100% of the rent. With your rent being so high, trying to save up half of it in the morning, 60,000 game coins as a penalty, is basically impossible. And if you drag it to the afternoon, your penalty will be 100,000 game coins. 100,000 game coins. Your rent alone is more than the total rent of the other 79 of us combined. Yuzu wanted to say something else but hesitated with a complicated expression. Both Lu Shen and Beiruowen could hear the unspoken part of his sentence. In Zhang Yi's situation, he might be eliminated on the very first day because he couldn't afford the rent. Beiruowen, being a girl with a soft heart, instinctively wanted to say, "The mutual aid group has numbers, maybe they could help Zhang Yi gather enough for the lease cancellation penalty?" But in the end, she didn't say it. She was kind-hearted, but she knew that in this kind of environment, she couldn't act like a saint. Besides, 60,000 game coins or 100,000 game coins in rent wasn't a small amount. Yuzu had already pointed out. Zhang Yi's rent was more than the total of all 79 other people combined. If they wanted to help Zhang Yi, every member would have to pay a significant price. But why should they? They were just classmates, not Zhang Yi's parents. The mutual aid group was about helping each other, not charity work. On top of that, Zhang Yi's ability and skills weren't particularly crucial, and he wasn't especially well liked. Beiruowen knew most of the students from Class 1 and Class 2 well, yet she barely remembered Zhang Yi. In this situation, it was unlikely anyone would agree to help him. So, Beiruowen stayed silent, pretending she didn't understand what Yuzu left unsaid. Lu Shen felt the same way. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help. It was just that Zhang Yi's rent was ridiculously high. Zhang Yi felt a little anxious after hearing Yuzu's words. worried that he might not survive the first day due to unpaid rent. But his replica remained calm. After thinking for a moment, the replica suggested an idea. I remember the system mentioned that survival stones can be exchanged for game currency. If I can find a survival stone, I should be able to exchange it for a large amount of game currency. Maybe enough to pay for this absurd rent? It was a good idea. However, Yuzi frowned and said, but the system also said there are 100 players and 100 survival stones. Anyone without a survival stone by the end of the game will be eliminated. If you exchange a survival stone for game currency, someone will die at the end of the game. Zhang Yi remained composed and analyzed, but if I get eliminated today for not paying rent, wouldn't that just mean one more available survival stone? If I can't even make it past the first day, why should I even worry about the end of the game? That made sense. Yuzi hesitated but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, we haven't found a single survival stone yet. Your idea only works if we manage to find one on the first day. Even so, Zhang Yi had a feeling. Even if the mutual aid group found a survival stone, they probably wouldn't trade it for game currency to pay his rent. So, he had to find his own way. At that moment, back in the apartment room, Zhang Yi's real body finally put on the black mask. Originally, he had planned to stay under the radar for as long as possible. But now, the rent issue had become a sword hanging over his head, forcing him to take risks for survival. Fortunately, when he put on the black mask, nothing dangerous happened. Instead, a wave of warmth surged through his body, making him feel inexplicably stronger. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as he quickly checked his status panel. Zhang Yi, level 0, stamina 1.6, energy 2.8, combat power 3.5, survival points 0, ability infinite replication X. What? Zhang Yi's infinite replication ability hadn't boosted his stats or combat power. So, it had to be the black mask that increased his stamina by 1 point and energy by 2 points. These stats were even higher than those of his replica. However, his combat power was still lower than the replica's. This suggested that abilities and skills also played a role in combat power. His real body had raw stats but no usable skills, which explained why his combat power remained low. But besides the attribute boost, the mask seemed to have another effect. Once Zhang Yi calmed down, he realized. Not only did he feel stronger, he also seemed bald. He quickly ran to the bathroom and checked the mirror. And what he saw nearly made him think something paranormal was happening. A bald middle-aged man stared back at him. Zhang Yi was so startled that he almost thought he was being haunted. But soon, he realized this wasn't some ghostly trick. It was the mask's disguise effect. When he took the mask off, the bald man in the mirror turned back into his own youthful, handsome face. When he put it on again, he became bald. After experimenting a few times, Zhang Yi was amazed. The mask's disguise ability far exceeded his expectations. In typical martial arts novels, human skin masks could only alter facial features. But this disguise mask could even change hairstyle and body shape. It completely transformed him into someone else. With this ability, Zhang Yi's mind started racing with ideas. He had been worried that if both his real body and replica left the apartment to explore, and someone discovered there were two Zhang Yis, his infinite replication secret would be exposed. But now, with this disguise mask, his real body could move around freely. However, all 80 beginner players were still high school seniors. If they saw a bald middle-aged man, it would instantly attract attention and speculation. While Zhang Yi was still struggling with this thought, he suddenly spaced out. Because the bald man in the mirror had disappeared. He raised his hand and touched his face, only to realize he had turned invisible. Only when he took off the mask did his body become visible again. Putting the mask back on, he vanished from the mirror once more. Holy shit. So, aside from disguise, this black mask also had an invisibility effect. That meant its full effect was stamina +1, energy +2, effect 1, disguise, effect 2, invisibility. And this was just a bronze tier item. How ridiculously overpowered was this? By comparison, the fruit Zuyun got from the black iron treasure chest, which only increased 0.5 energy, was downright pathetic. But after a moment's thought, Zhang Yi realized it wasn't a fair comparison. Zuyun's stat boost was permanent. No one could steal it from her. Whereas Zhang Yi's mask, despite offering better boosts, could be taken away. More importantly, it came from a bronze treasure chest. Looking at it this way, the items from bronze treasure chests gave massive power-ups for beginner players at this stage. If he could find more bronze treasure chests, his chances of surviving the first day would be much higher. But bronze treasure chests weren't easy to find. Zhang Yi calmed down and suddenly had a thought. Maybe these bronze treasure chests were a kind of compensation for his ridiculously high rent. Otherwise, players assigned to luxury apartments would have no chance of surviving the first day. Following that logic, could it mean that the more luxurious the apartment, the higher the chance of finding a bronze treasure chest? If he wanted more bronze treasure chests, shouldn't he target the luxury apartments on the top floors? While Zhang Yi's real body was analyzing the treasure chest mechanics in his apartment, his replica had joined Lu Shen and Bei Ruoan at the mutual aid group near the lobby front desk. After officially joining, he quickly gained access to some basic information about the apartment. Most of it was what Jiao Chang had already mentioned during the gathering. About the special facilities on the first floor. These facilities were mainly divided into two categories, earning money and spending money. Right now, everyone was most concerned about how to earn money. How to pay rent. There were a total of 4 service stations that offered jobs: errands, tutoring, cleaning, personalized services. The first 3 were self-explanatory. Errands were like being a delivery worker. In addition to food delivery, they also handled package deliveries. Tutoring meant providing lessons for children in the apartment complex, though the subjects might be a bit unusual. Cleaning was exactly what it sounded like. Housekeeping services. As for personalized services, residents could request custom tasks, such as haircuts, massages, or pet care. That last part was a bit vague. Some male classmates even joked about whether there would be special in-home services. They were immediately met with eye rolls from the girls. Among the 4 job types, there was also a special restriction. Players could only provide services up to their own apartment floor. For example, if Zhang San lived on the 8th floor, he could only serve floors 2 to 8. If Li Si lived on the 18th floor, he could serve floors 2 to 18. And the higher the floor, the higher the service fees. This was where Zhang Yi's 20th floor apartment gave him a huge advantage. He could serve residents from 2nd to 20th floor, meaning he could earn money much faster. However, some of the top students had already done the math. Even if Zhang Yi worked himself to death, he still wouldn't be able to pay his rent. Living on a higher floor meant higher earnings, but the cost-effectiveness was abysmal. Even if he maxed out his workload, he'd be lucky to earn 20,000 game coins to 30,000 game coins in a day. His rent was 120,000 game coins. Completely impossible. Even the 100,000 game coins penalty for canceling his lease was out of reach. His only hope was exchanging a survival stone for game currency. But right now, no one had any clue where to find survival stones. So, Zhang Yi was almost certainly going to die on the first day. But now, his classmates' attitudes toward him became a little strange. Even if Zhang Yi wouldn't survive the first day, he would still earn 20,000 game coins to 30,000 game coins before dying. That was a huge inheritance. Enough to cover 10 days' rent for several people. So, suddenly, everyone started comforting him, using survival stones as bait. They told him not to give up, to keep working hard, and to stay hopeful. Who knows? They said. Maybe you'll find a survival stone while working. Even Jiao Chang, the highly respected leader, personally encouraged him. I believe the heavens will reward those who work hard. Maybe there really is a survival stone waiting for you to discover it while you're out working. Zhang Yi listened, feeling nothing but hey. But deep down, he hadn't completely given up hope. Because if his theory was correct, the higher the floor, the higher the chance of finding a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 8, The Secret to Leveling Up. Aside from the advantages in earning money, high floors also had benefits when it came to spending. Just like the 4 work service stations, there were also 4 spending facilities. Training room increases combat power through specialized training, including stat upgrades and skill comprehension. Challenge room, fight fierce beasts to hone combat awareness. Duel room, available only to players in 20th floor and above apartments. Allows PvP battles with other beginner players, where the winner claims the loser's bet in game currency. Apartment mall, divided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall provided everyday food, shopping, and entertainment, similar to real life. The high-end mall, however, was restricted to 20th floor residents and above. But just entering required a 1,000 game coins entrance fee. Based on the top students' analysis, the high-end mall likely sold treasure chests or chest-related items. Clearly, under this spending system, the 20th floor and above residents enjoyed even more privileges. At this point, the way everyone looked at Zhang Yi became increasingly complicated. Wang Lingaling, a glasses-wearing girl with a mature aura, had a bit of the elegance of Irei Kisaki from Detective Conan. Back when the knockout was trending, some classmates even nicknamed her J. Alkaline or just Lana. She adjusted her glasses and analyzed. The apartment facilities clearly encourage players to move to higher floors. Because higher floors earn money faster, offer better spending options, and overall accelerate player growth. But from what I can tell, players need time to accumulate resources before they can move up. Otherwise, if someone like Zhang Yi starts on a high floor from day one, the rent is just too hard to afford. Saying this, she turned directly to Zhang Yi, calmly reassuring him, "But Zhang Yi, don't worry. The mutual aid group was created so that everyone could survive. If we find a survival stone today and you truly can't pay your rent, I am willing to exchange it for game currency to cover your first day's rent." Wang Lingling's words sounded so firm and sincere that even the mutual aid group members were caught off guard. Some students were already skeptical. Wait, seriously? We'd waste a survival stone just to pay Zhang Yi's rent? If someone actually finds a survival stone, wouldn't Zhang Yi be getting one for free? That's not fair. Zhang Yi immediately sensed the subtle shift in people's gazes. So did Wang Lingling. She quickly added, "But this is not charity. Covering your rent is just to ensure your survival. So in the future, I hope you can pay it back. And if our mutual aid group gathers 79 survival stones but fails to get the 80th, then the one left without the survival stone will be you. I hope you understand that. Of course, if we get the chance to steal survival stones from veteran players, we will absolutely help you. After all, our ultimate goal is for everyone in the mutual aid group to survive. So we won't give up on you so easily." Her words were honest and convincing. But Zhang Yi, ever the cold realist, wasn't moved in the slightest. Instead, he marveled at just how high-level Wang Lingling's manipulation skills were. First, she reassured him. Their strongest labor force. To keep working hard all day, ensuring he generated a massive inheritance before his inevitable death. Second, she subtly won over the group. Her speech wasn't just for Zhang Yi. It was primarily for the mutual aid members. These 18-year-old students, still inexperienced in life, would undoubtedly be deeply moved by her words. With their natural admiration for strong leaders, they'd only grow more loyal to her. Even Jiao Chang, sensing that Wang Lingling's influence in the group was far surpassing his, quickly spoke up, "Besides Zhang Yi, does anyone else have trouble paying rent? Zhu Yuun, you only need 2,000 game coins. Are you okay?" Zhu Yuun, a top student with an independent personality, hated relying on others. After thinking for a moment, she stubbornly replied, "If I hurry, I should be fine." Jiao Chang nodded. "Then we need to pick up the pace. Waiting around for everyone to gather is pointless. In my opinion, we should split up and get moving. Yuzi should stay here to handle any newcomers joining the mutual aid group. The rest of us should start turning game currency immediately." His words immediately sparked agreement. "Yeah. We can't keep wasting time. We need to start making money. My rent is easy to cover, but I still want to save up more so I can use the spending facilities. Same here. I haven't unlocked any skills yet, so I can't wait to train in the training room. Ugh, I used to think studying was hard. But now I realize money is everything. Time to get rich." But then, someone suddenly remembered. "Wait. We still don't know the secret to leveling up, right?" At this, Wang Lingling no longer kept it a secret. She casually explained, "When we left our apartments, we all followed the red glow in the hallway, which led us to the red light elevator. But did anyone try exploring the opposite direction?" That question made people pause. Lu Shen immediately spoke up, "I did walk that way. But the further I went, the darker it got. Eventually, I couldn't see anything. Not even apartment doors or room numbers. I was worried about hidden dangers, so I turned back." Other students chimed in, "Same. I walked a bit but turned back when it got too dark." Wait, does that mean Sister Ling leveled up by fighting monsters in that darkness? Were the monsters strong? If our combat power is too low, do we even have a chance to level up? At this, Wang Lingling's expression turned serious. "I did level up while exploring that area. But honestly, I don't know how it happened. Like Lu Shen, I walked a bit but turned back because it was too dark. The only difference is that I have an S tier skill. Shadow Replica. So I sent my Shadow Replica to explore instead. I don't have a shared vision with my replica, so I have no idea what it encountered. But then, out of nowhere, I got a notification. I had leveled up to level 1. What's even worse is that shortly after, my Shadow Replica disappeared. I can't use that skill again until tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Lingling's pained expression became apparent. Her Shadow Replica had been meant to serve as her powerful assistant. But now, it was dead, lost in the depths of the dark hallway. Even with a level up and a black iron treasure chest, the loss still stung. Jiao Chang thought for a moment, then curiously asked, "Do you have any idea how much combat power your Shadow Replica had?" Wang Lingling pressed her lips together and said in a low voice, "A conservative estimate. Probably around 20 combat power." Hiss. As soon as she said this, the entire group gasped in shock. No one had expected that just one of Wang Lingling's replicas was already 4 to 5 times stronger than them. And yet, that replica still died. If they had actually continued exploring that dark hallway, they probably wouldn't have leveled up at all. They'd have been dead on the spot. On top of that, Wang Lingling had no chance of reaching level 2 anytime soon, since her shadow replica was gone. Lu Shen also felt a chill run down his spine. Holy shit. Good thing I had a bad feeling and turned back when I did. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. But almost immediately after he finished speaking, a sharp scream suddenly erupted from within the group. Chapter 9, The First Casualties. Ding dang, are you calling ghosts or something? Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Yeah. Why the hell are you screaming all of a sudden? Everyone turned to Ding Dang from class 2. His face was pale, his eyes filled with terror. Check the chat group. Chat group? There's nothing shocking in the messages. Holy shit. Not the messages. The member list. Look closely. It used to be 80 out of 80, but now it's 78 out of 80. Wait. Does that mean 2 people are gone? Gone? How? I didn't see any logout button in this game. You idiot. Gone means dead. 2 of our classmates just died. And no way. People. Really died? It's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from class 2. They must have explored the hallway opposite the red glow. And got eaten by something. Shit. Stop talking about it. This is freaking me out. Good thing we have the mutual aid group. If I had seen the member count drop by 2 while alone, I'd be too scared to even step outside. But what if we encounter danger while doing those jobs to earn rent? As soon as someone raised this concern, the high spirits from earlier instantly turned to unease. Just as Jiao Chang and Wang Lingling stepped forward to calm the group, Zhang Yi remained deep in thought. Actually, when he first heard about Wang Lingling leveling up, a theory had already crossed his mind. He suspected killing might be required to level up. Although it was now confirmed that Wang Lingling hadn't killed anyone, Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan might not have died at the hands of monsters. But rather, at the hands of another classmate. After all, some students who skipped the meeting might have also figured out that killing leads to level ups. And if someone thought of it, they might have acted on it. Of course, this was just a theory. But then, a slightly chubby girl, red-eyed and on the verge of tears, suddenly sobbed. Maybe Fan Yuhang had an accident while exploring the hallway, but Chen Yuan was my best friend. She was extremely timid. I just can't imagine her being like Sister Ling or Lu Shen, bravely exploring the hallway. Lu Shen's expression instantly darkened. He immediately analyzed the situation seriously. That's true. As long as you don't go too deep into the hallway, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. A timid girl like Chen Yuan was unlikely to voluntarily explore the hallway. So logically speaking, she shouldn't have died to the hallway's dangers. Wang Lingling's sharp mind caught on quickly. You mean she was murdered? Lu Shen nodded grimly. Not just her. Fan Yuhang too. They disappeared from the member list at almost the exact same time. My guess? They were on their way to the meeting when they ran into one or more classmates. Because they were familiar classmates, they let their guard down. And then. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Many students looked shocked and afraid, their faces filled with disbelief. Some immediately refused to accept it. No way. We're all classmates. We've never even killed a chicken before. How could anyone just kill someone? Yeah. And 2 at that. That's way too far-fetched. I still think they were killed by monsters while walking together. Many people just couldn't accept that a classmate had already started killing people. But Lu Shen was completely unimpressed. Do you guys seriously not watch the news? You've never heard of high schoolers committing murder, even burying people alive? Forget high schoolers. Even middle schoolers and elementary schoolers have committed murder. When you have a big enough group, you'll always have some psychos hiding in the mix. In the real world, these things already happen. And now, in this Doomsday apartment, everything is just magnified. You guys are being way too naive. Instead of calling my theory malicious speculation, how about you wake the hell up? But just as Lu Shen was getting frustrated, Wang Lingling suddenly held him back. She then calmly addressed the group. Lu Shen's analysis makes sense, but I understand why some of you disagree. But as the saying goes, don't harm others, but don't let yourself be harmed either. I hope that within our mutual aid group, there will be no one who resorts to killing. But I also hope that everyone will stay alert and not be too trusting, just in case. My suggestion is this. If you ever get attacked by a classmate, leave their name in the chat group immediately. That way, even if something happens to you, the mutual aid group can avenge you. With this statement, Wang Lingling once again won over the group's trust. Jiao Chang, seeing her dominance, quickly jumped in to stay relevant. I think Sister Ling has a good point. Also, how about I go with her to investigate Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's deaths? If we find their bodies, maybe we can tell if they were killed by a classmate or a monster. However, Wang Lingaling calmly shook her head. Our movement is limited to our own apartment floor range. If Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang died on a floor higher than ours, then we have no way to reach their bodies. So rather than wasting time searching for corpses, we should let everyone keep an eye out while working. If anyone happens to find their bodies, we can analyze the cause of death then. Her logic was flawless, and the group agreed. Jiao Chang, however, looked embarrassed. He was just about to suggest Zhang Yi investigate, since he had access to higher floors. But before he could even speak, Wang Lingaling cut him off. Zhang Yi could investigate, but his time is better spent making money. That way, he creates more value. Besides, we've already wasted too much time. Everyone needs to start working now. Our top priority is paying today's rent. This hit the key issue, and everyone nodded in agreement. Only Jiao Chang looked visibly frustrated. He was increasingly annoyed that Wang Lingaling kept outshining him. Especially since she was a girl. I was the one who organized this meeting first. But now, she's leading everything. Between these two top players, the tension was undeniable. But Zhang Yi? He couldn't care less. His replica had finally gotten the chance to act. Among the 4 job options, he chose cleaning. Because only this job could fully utilize his high floor advantage. As for tutoring, he didn't even consider it. After all, Doomsday apartment didn't seem like a place where people still needed to study Chinese, math, and English. So the tutoring job could involve unexpected and dangerous subjects. He wasn't willing to take that risk. As for personalized services, the uncertainty was way too high. And errands? The tasks were too scattered. One order at a time. Sure, high-floor deliveries paid better, but he'd also get low-paying deliveries to lower floors, which would be a waste of time. Besides, errands only required delivery to the door. It wouldn't let him enter high-end apartments. But cleaning jobs did. And Zhang Yi wanted access to luxury apartments to search for bronze treasure chests. So being able to enter apartments, while also making money, was perfect for him. Of course, cleaning might come with its own dangers. But he had no choice. He needed to pick one job to earn money. Most other students chose errands. After all, the shadow of death from 2 classmates dying still loomed over them. They instinctively avoided direct interaction with other apartment residents. So a job that only required them to deliver to the door seemed much safer. Soon, everyone received their work ID badges from the 4 service stations and rushed off to start working. Zhang Yi quickly examined his badge. He found that each job type had a ranking system. For example, errand workers could increase their rank by completing more deliveries. Higher rank equals higher paper order. Positive or negative customer reviews affected rank progression. Since each job had its own ranking system, that meant the best way to maximize earnings was to stick to one job and grind up the ranks. It was basically like specializing in a career, leveling up, and getting promotions. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Yi, with his infinite replication, had a massive advantage in grinding jobs. Everyone else could only work one job at a time. But he could organize a replica workforce and outwork everyone. And the more replicas he had, the faster his earnings would explode. However, with 2 classmates already dead, and the pressure of his sky-high rent hanging over him, Zhang Yi felt incredibly uneasy. He desperately wanted to create a 2nd and 3rd replica as soon as possible. The only problem was, what price did he have to pay to create more replicas? Chapter 10, The Missing Package. If only he could find a survival stone as soon as possible. That thing was definitely valuable enough. Maybe it could even be used to increase his number of replicas. But that thing probably wasn't easy to find. Zhang Yi had a suspicion. Since both the work mode and consumption mode distinguished between floors above and below the 20th floor, then it was highly likely that the precious survival stones were mostly found on floors above the 20th. At this moment, Zhang Yi was feeling a bit impatient. Holding his work badge, he instinctively wanted to pick a high-floor cleaning task. For example, a cleaning task on the 20th floor. One job alone could earn him 8,800 game coins. More earnings, plus more chances to find treasure chests and survival stones. It was definitely tempting. However, when the work badge popped up with the prompt, confirm task acceptance, Zhang Yi finally came back to his senses. He was an 18-year-old senior in high school, but his mother had passed away when he was young, and his father was always away working, unable to take care of him. As a result, he had been fostered by various relatives for a long time. Living under someone else's roof had made him more sensitive than others from an early age. Instead of constantly expressing himself, He had gotten used to observing patterns in things. He might not be particularly smart, but he had developed a certain pattern of thinking. Most of the time, when something seemed irresistibly tempting on the surface, there was often hidden danger beneath it. The task on the 20th floor not only offered high pay but also lured him in with bronze treasure chests and survival stones. Which meant, most likely, its danger level was also far beyond that of the lower floor tasks. But should he give up on it and take a safer low-floor task instead? If he didn't make enough money for rent on the first day, he'd still end up dead. For a moment, Zhang Yi was caught in a dilemma. With his current strength, taking on a 20th floor task was basically suicide. But if he didn't take the risk, he wouldn't be able to pay rent, and he'd still die. What should he do? If only he could boost his strength before taking on a 20th floor task. Then, should he take on low-floor tasks first, search for treasure chests, and improve his strength before heading to the 20th floor? But that would waste too much time. Any task that required entering an apartment room would take several hours to complete. And the probability of treasure chests appearing in low-floor apartments was extremely low. Even if they did appear, they were just the lowest-grade black iron treasure chests, which wouldn't be of much help. Was there any way to quickly and efficiently improve his strength? Just as he was stuck in his thoughts, Lu Shen, who was holding an errand's work badge, noticed him and took the initiative to chat him up. "What's wrong, Zhang Yi? Why haven't you started your task yet?" As he spoke, he leaned over to glance at Zhang Yi's work badge and praised, "Given your situation, cleaning is definitely the fastest way for you to make money." Thinking Zhang Yi was feeling reluctant, he reassured him, "This Doomsday apartment is basically just a game. We're all just workers here. Nobody's gonna look down on you for doing cleaning tasks. Money's money, nothing embarrassing about it." Zhang Yi nodded in thanks and explained, "It's not that I mind the job. I'm just worried about the unknown dangers." Lu Shen understood immediately. After all, in this strange and eerie environment, everyone was scared. It was only slightly better because they were all classmates. If they had been surrounded by strangers, they would have been even more terrified. Lu Shen was quick-witted and immediately suggested, "Actually, given your situation, besides working, there's another option. In the consumption mode, there's the duel room. The lowest level duels only cost 100 coins per match. If you win against other apartment players, not only do you get your 100 coins back, but you also take the opponent's money. This is actually a pretty decent way to make money. If I met the duel room conditions, I'd definitely give it a shot." Zhang Yi had considered making money through the duel room, too. But Lu Shen made it sound easy. Just win, and you earn money. In reality, this method wasn't that fast. And it wasn't reliable. With his current strength, his chances of winning against players from other apartments weren't great. Lu Shen seemed to sense what he was thinking and continued analyzing, "You actually don't need to worry too much. If I'm guessing right, it's likely that all of humanity has been transported into separate Doomsday apartments. In our apartment, you were the only one initially assigned to the 20th floor. And among the 80 people here, your strength is actually above average. The players in other apartments who were assigned to the 20th floor were probably randomized, too. Their initial strength might not be any higher than yours. There's even a good chance that some of them have D-tier abilities and haven't unlocked any skills yet. Based on what we've seen in our apartment, that's actually pretty likely. If you get lucky with your matchups, winning shouldn't be too hard." Lu Shen's analysis made sense. But what Lu Shen didn't know was, Zhang Yi had already opened a bronze treasure chest in his own 20th floor apartment. If that were taken into account, then the 20th floor players in other apartments had probably opened a bronze treasure chest as well. Even if their initial abilities weren't strong, they could have improved through those chests. And the mask Zhang Yi had obtained from his own bronze treasure chest was more of a support-type item. And right now, his main body was using it. That meant if his replica entered a duel with other 20th floor players, his chances of winning were actually quite low. Plus, the earning speed from dueling wasn't that great. Unless he could absolutely dominate every duel opponent, his income wouldn't increase significantly. As he was lost in his thoughts, the two of them suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the errands service station. Lu Shen was about to go check it out. But Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he directly warned him, "Check the chat group." Lu Shen glanced at his communicator. And immediately cursed, "Holy shit," instinctively gripping the package in his hands tighter. Because in the chat group, Ding Dang from Class 2 had just said that the package he was responsible for delivering had gone missing. And the consequence of the lost package was, if he couldn't find it by midnight, he would either have to retrieve it or compensate for its full value. And that package was worth over 8,000 game coins. There was no way Ding Dang could afford that. He completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably at the errands service station. Lu Shen frowned deeply as he read the message, then quickly noticed that a classmate had asked in the chat group, how could a package even go missing? Did someone steal it? There should be a way to get it back, right? But the devastated Ding Dang was too busy crying to respond to anyone's questions. Soon, another message popped up. Jiao Chang, fuck. My package is gone too. The moment that message appeared, all the students who had chosen the errands job were stunned. Jiao Chang was one of the top-ranked players in combat power among their classmates. How could even his package go missing? Luckily, Jiao Chang was much calmer than Ding Dang. He quickly followed up in the chat group, everyone doing errands. Do not take your package into the elevator. Mine disappeared inside the elevator. I have no idea what the hell it was, but in a split second, it snatched my package away. I searched around in the elevator for ages, but there was no way to get it back. At this rate, it's probably gone for good, and I'll have to pay for it. Luckily, my package was only worth a little over 1,000 game coins, so I can barely afford the compensation. Ding Dang, did your package also go missing in the elevator? At Ding Dang, Chapter 11, a crazy idea. So, the elevator really was the problem. Soon, Ding Dang also replied in the chat group, that's right. My package disappeared in the elevator too. I have no idea how it happened. It was just suddenly gone. I searched everywhere, but I don't even know what took it. As soon as this shocking news came out, the students quickly reached a conclusion. So for those of us doing errands, we can't take the elevator, or our packages will mysteriously vanish? Holy shit. Good thing I haven't gotten in the elevator yet. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I just took the elevator to deliver my first package, and it didn't disappear. Maybe it's only a probability thing, not a 100% chance. We can't take that risk. If we lose an expensive package like Ding Dang, we won't be able to afford the compensation. Jiao Chang, it's not just about affording it. I got a notification after my package was lost. It said that at errands level 1, if you lose 3 packages, your account will be banned. What the fuck? Banned? Doesn't that mean you won't be able to do errands anymore? So this job basically forces us to take the stairs? Take the stairs? Damn, I have to deliver a package to the 12th floor, and you're telling me I have to climb up there? It's just the 12th floor. Think about it. Would you rather exhaust yourself and safely deliver the package, or gamble with the elevator, lose the package, and end up with a massive debt? Plus, I bet the higher the floor, the more valuable the package. Which means the compensation fee will be even higher. Shit. So we really have no choice but to take the stairs. If we gamble with the elevator, we won't even be able to make enough for rent today, but climbing stairs. 1 or 2 trips might be fine, but if we need to make enough for rent, how many times do we have to go up and down? We might actually die from exhaustion. Looking at it this way, wouldn't it be better to do cleaning instead? That seems way easier. Yeah, right. We just discovered the pitfall in the errands job. It's avoidable if we just don't use the elevator. But cleaning? There's definitely a hidden danger we don't know about yet, and it might even be life-threatening. Good point. I think we should just stick to errands. It's exhausting, sure, but at least it's not dangerous. Ugh. Fine, whatever. I'll start climbing the stairs to deliver my package. Damn it, this package is so heavy. I have to carry it up to the 8th floor. Fuck. After realizing the hidden danger in errands, the students who had chosen this job all decided to avoid the elevator and take the stairs instead. Meanwhile, those who had picked cleaning or other jobs started feeling uneasy. After all, if there was a catch in errands, then the other jobs probably had their own hidden dangers too. If it was just about losing money, that would be fine. But what if it was life-threatening? So, while the chat group was full of complaints about how exhausting the stairs were, more and more students decided to climb them to complete their deliveries. Lu Shen checked the chat and felt relieved that he hadn't taken the elevator yet. He let out a breath and turned to Zhang Yi, sighing, climbing the stairs will slow us down a lot. I need to get moving too, or I won't make enough for rent today. Zhang Yi, you. He wanted to give Zhang Yi some advice, but he knew that higher rewards always came with higher risks. There was no easy suggestion to make. But to his surprise, Zhang Yi put away his cleaning work badge and said directly, I'll just do errands and take the stairs too. Lu Shen frowned immediately. From his perspective, errands was a low-risk, low-reward job. If Zhang Yi relied on this, his earnings would be way too slow. It was a complete waste of his initial placement on the 20th floor. Lu Shen wanted to convince him otherwise, but seeing that Zhang Yi had already made up his mind, he decided not to bother. Deep down, he felt disappointed in Zhang Yi. He subconsciously thought that someone with Zhang Yi's personality had no future. And probably wouldn't even survive the day. Not wanting to waste his energy on a dead man, Lu Shen simply shook his head and went back to his own errands task. Zhang Yi didn't care what Lu Shen thought of him. He went straight to the errands service station and picked up an errands work badge. After quickly familiarizing himself with the task rules, he accepted an 8th floor delivery job. Since taking the elevator was no longer an option, he had to climb the stairs. Conveniently, the apartment's stairwells were located right next to the errands station. But there was something odd. This apartment had only one elevator, yet the students never ran into each other inside it. Meanwhile, there were 12 separate stairwells, arranged side by side, forming 12 safety doors on the first floor. Zhang Yi chose one of the 12 doors and stepped inside, beginning his climb. Strangely enough, he never encountered any other errands students along the way. It seemed like there was something strange about both the elevator and the stairwells in this apartment. As he climbed, he kept thinking about it, silently making his way up to the 6th floor. His delivery target was on the 8th floor. But suddenly, he stopped at the stairwell on the 6th floor. Breathing heavily, he looked like he was exhausted. But in reality, his dark eyes were quietly scanning his surroundings. He confirmed that there were no security cameras and no other students nearby. At that moment, Zhang Yi, who had been panting just moments ago, suddenly held his breath and focused his gaze on the package in his hands. It looked just like a normal cardboard box used for deliveries. Sealed with transparent tape. A white shipping label was attached to one side, showing the recipient's apartment room number and an order ID. Other than that, there was no useful information. After carefully inspecting the package, Zhang Yi's expression turned serious. Then, he took out the kitchen knife he carried for self-defense and sliced open the transparent tape on the package. Just like that, the package meant for the 8th floor had been secretly opened by him. This was his real reason for choosing the errands job. The moment he heard about Ding Deng and Jiao Chang losing their packages, he had immediately come up with the idea of stealing packages. Because he knew that when a package was lost, the courier had to compensate for its value. Which meant the package itself had value. And the only consequence for losing a package was paying for it. Plus, the payment wasn't due immediately. He only had to compensate before midnight. That meant he had a buffer period to work with. So, Zhang Yi's plan was completely feasible. All he had to do was report the package as lost, and then pay for it before the deadline. Other students hadn't considered stealing packages because the compensation fees were too high. Losing just one package could mean not having enough money to survive the day. But Zhang Yi's situation was different. He was already 125,000 game coins in debt to the apartment. Owing a few thousand or even tens of thousands more in compensation fees didn't seem like a big deal anymore. The other students didn't dare steal packages for another reason. They had no idea what was inside. If the package contained something useless, they'd be stuck with a massive debt for nothing. Zhang Yi had the same concern. But his sky-high rent had pushed him to the edge, leaving him no choice but to take this desperate gamble. As he tore open the package, his hands were shaking. Afraid that it might contain something dangerous. Afraid that it might be worthless. But also trembling with excitement. Because if he found an item that could boost his strength, then his next move would be much more confident. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, his shaking hands finally peeled open the package. Chapter 12, Poison Blade Blood Dagger, Ding, Warning, Package number 10,086 under your responsibility has been illegally opened. Your work badge has been automatically reported as lost. Please retrieve the package and complete the delivery before midnight, or you will be required to pay a lost package compensation fee of 12,600 game coin. If the compensation fee is not paid by midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. If survival points reach a negative value, the player will be erased. If more than 3 packages are lost, this work badge will be permanently banned, one after another. These notifications popped up on Zhang Yi's work badge and echoed directly in his mind. The warning matched exactly what Jiao Chang and Ding Deng had mentioned before. Except for one thing. His compensation fee was a whopping 12,600 game coin. That was 4,000 game coins more than what had left Ding Deng in despair. But Zhang Yi was already 125,000 game coins in debt to the apartment. Another 12,600 game coin wasn't going to make much of a difference. He quickly steadied himself and focused his gaze on the contents of the package. Inside the cardboard box was a palm-sized, dark silver sphere. It had a metallic texture with a futuristic, high-tech feel. It was surprisingly heavy in his hand, giving off a solid, weighted presence. Aside from that, there was a small protrusion at the bottom of the sphere. When Zhang Yi accidentally touched it, the sphere suddenly emitted a sound, ding. Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? The unexpected voice startled Zhang Yi. He immediately glanced around with heightened vigilance. Only after confirming that no one was nearby did he cautiously whisper, yes. Ding. Fingerprint input in progress. Ding. Intelligent assistant is binding. Ding. Your personal assistant has been created. Initial designation, Little Bing. Would you like to customize the name? As soon as the phrase personal assistant has been created was spoken, the sleek, high-tech sphere suddenly sprouted a head and 4 limbs. Its round little head was only slightly smaller than its body, and a miniature display screen lit up on its face. At that moment, the screen displayed a cheerful emoticon, carrot. At the same time, a childlike, joyful voice rang out, Master. Master. I'm your personal assistant, Little Bing. Would you like to customize my settings now? Zhang Yi heard the words personal assistant and immediately felt his heart sink. He had risked everything to steal this package because he needed to increase his combat power as quickly as possible. This wasn't some vacation resort. It was a survival apartment. What the hell did he need a personal assistant for? What he wanted was real combat strength. And now, he was 12,600 game coin in debt because of this tiny thing? Zhang Yi felt a wave of deep disappointment. He didn't even have much of a life, so why would he care about customizing a life assistant? Skipping the customization step entirely, he asked bluntly, Little Bing, tell me exactly what you can do. I can provide basic housekeeping services, such as cleaning and garbage disposal. I can also provide emotional support, including singing, chatting, and telling jokes. Oh. Here's my status panel, Master. Please take a look. As it spoke, Little Bing's display screen showed its stats. Little Bing, level 0, stamina 1, energy 1, combat power 2, ability none, skill detection E. Seeing this data panel, Zhang Yi's heart sank even further. This tiny thing, with a combat power of 2, was completely useless. Housekeeping? Emotional support? That was absolutely useless in his current situation. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly asked, can you go to the service station, pick up the work badge, and do cleaning jobs? Little Bing blinked its digital eyes playfully. Nope. Little Bing's cleaning abilities are too basic and cannot replace professional cleaning staff. Also, since I am not a living being, I cannot obtain a work badge. That means I can't do errands, tutoring, or any specialized services. Zhang Yi was utterly crushed. As a last resort, he asked, do you have any combat abilities at all? Little Bing hesitated for a moment before replying cautiously, Little Bing has a self-destruct ability, which can instantly kill any player with a combat power of 10 or below. Against players with a combat power of 20 or below, it can cause serious injuries. However, once the self-destruct function is activated, Little Bing will be permanently destroyed. As it spoke, its display screen even showed a crying emoticon, O_. Hearing this information, Zhang Yi finally felt a tiny bit of relief. At least, this self-destruct ability could serve as a trump card in a desperate situation. But compared to the 12,600 game coin price tag, it still felt incredibly unworthy. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it now. The package was already opened. He couldn't just shove it back inside and return it. Wait. Or could he? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked Little Bing, do you know if an already opened package can be repacked and delivered? Little Bing's display screen showed an utterly stunned expression, before quickly responding, generally speaking, as long as the contents have not been used and the recipient does not refuse the package, it can be repacked and delivered. Contents must not show signs of use. Zhang Yi's gaze turned to Little Bing again. Can the signs of you being used be erased? Master, you can unbind me, but as an eye assistant, any signs of use cannot be erased. Unless you return me to the original factory for a factory reset. After this conversation, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that Little Bing wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it seemed to know a lot. So, he casually asked, do you know where your original factory is? Little Bing seemed confused. Its display screen showed a puzzled expression. The original factory? Of course, it's at the original factory. Zhang Yi was speechless. No, what I mean is your original factory also an apartment? No. The place I was created isn't called an apartment. It's called a factory. Factories and apartments are different types of buildings. A factory. An apartment. So, outside of this Doomsday apartment survival game, there were other buildings? But this wasn't something Zhang Yi could look into at this stage. There was no point overthinking it now. After hiding the mini-robot on his person, he returned to the errands service station to take his second delivery job. Now that he knew packages could be repacked and redelivered as long as they weren't visibly used, he was much bolder. At the same time, since losing more than 3 packages would result in a permanent ban, he had to be strategic. This time, he picked a package destined for the 18th floor. Higher floor, higher value. With luck, he might get an item that could instantly skyrocket his strength. If not, with the massive debt he had, He might not even survive today. Zhang Yi repeated his trick and carried the package into the stairwell. This time, he didn't even bother climbing to the 6th floor. He stopped at the 3rd floor landing, between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before opening the package, he scanned his surroundings again. At the same time, he casually checked the chat group. And what he saw was another shocking message. What the hell? Why is another person missing from the chat? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I remember he took an Aaron's job. What do you mean? Are you saying Aaron's might be dangerous too? Maybe he went exploring somewhere mid-delivery and ran into danger? No clue. And we still haven't found the bodies of Fan Yuhang or Chen Yuan. We don't even know how they died. I'm getting more and more scared. What do we do? I want to go home. I want my parents. Sob. For fuck's sake, stop crying. Is crying going to solve anything? Your parents aren't here. No one's going to comfort you, everyone, just be careful while working. Focus on making enough for rent and improving your strength. Things should get better later, but still. Kai Daming should have at least sent a message before he died. That way, we'd at least know how he died. Maybe the danger was too sudden. He didn't have time to send anything. Shit. If it's that kind of danger, then we're all doomed if we run into it. The chat room was filled with fear and anxiety. Some of the more timid girls had already started crying out of fear. Even Zhang Yi felt a weight settle in his chest. At the same time, his determination to grow stronger as soon as possible became even more intense. Meanwhile, his main body, still wearing the disguise mask and appearing bald, went to the errands service station to collect a work badge. Naturally, this attracted the attention of the other errands workers. However, no one dared cause trouble. They only whispered about the bald man in the chat group but didn't actually do anything. Thus, Zhang Yi's disguised main body successfully obtained a work badge and his first errands job. At the same time, his replica smoothly opened the second package. This time, the compensation fee was a staggering 26,000 game coins. Inside the cardboard box was a jet black dagger. The blade looked razor sharp, with a faint red glow shimmering along its edge. Zhang Yi's mind lit up. He immediately pulled Little Bing from his hiding place and commanded, "Little Bing, use your detection skill to analyze this dagger." "Yes, Master." Little Bing agreed cheerfully. A moment later, its mini display screen showed the dagger's details: poison blade blood dagger, stamina +4, energy +2, poison attack +10, chance to trigger, deadly poison and bleeding effects, hiss. Zhang Yi took a sharp breath. This dagger was way better than the disguise mask he got from the bronze treasure chest. Not only did it boost his stats more, but it also added poison-type attacks. And it even had a chance to trigger deadly poison and bleeding. Although he wasn't sure how those effects worked exactly. At this stage, most beginner players were unarmed. To put it bluntly, except for a few strong ones, almost everyone else was a weakling. With this dagger, Zhang Yi could instantly surpass 99% of the students. Even in the duel room, his chances of winning were far greater than losing. However, just as he was about to pull out a poison blade blood dagger in excitement, a voice suddenly rang out from the stairwell above, on the 4th floor. "Oh, not bad. Looks like you got yourself a strong weapon." Chapter 13, The Lone Powerhouse Who Doesn't Fit in That Voice. Zhang Yi shuddered, his heart skipping a beat. Almost instinctively, he gripped the poison blade blood dagger in his hand. A warm current seemed to surge from his palm into his body, filling him with an inexplicable sense of power. It was this feeling of strength that quickly steadied his emotions. But once he came back to his senses, Zhang Yi was surprised. Not just because someone had spoken in the stairwell. More importantly, he recognized that voice. Sure enough. Following the sound, he looked towards the 4th floor staircase and saw a familiar figure walking down. It was Yang Wenchao from his class. Yang Wenchao was thin and wore a black tactical jacket. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he called out his name. "It's actually you." Zhang Yi. It wasn't surprising that they knew each other, being classmates. But in reality, Zhang Yi, who wasn't very social, had only a slight acquaintance with Yang Wenchao. Zhang Yi's lack of sociability mainly stemmed from his low presence. He had few friends and was the kind of person that teachers and classmates alike tended to overlook. Yang Wenchao was also an outsider, but in his case, he was actively disliked and ostracized by many classmates. The reason? Apparently, back in their first year of high school, rumors spread that Yang Wenchao had stolen money. However, back then, Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao weren't in the same class. Zhang Yi wasn't one for gossip, so he had only vaguely heard about it and didn't know the details. Their only interaction happened in their 3rd year when they ended up in the same class. It was a Friday, Zhang Yi recalled, when Kai Daming's tablet, one he had secretly brought to school, went missing. Instead of searching for it, Kai Daming immediately accused Yang Wenchao of stealing it. As a result, the entire class started pointing fingers at Yang Wenchao, even bringing up his past accusation of theft. Yang Wenchao adamantly denied it. But no one believed him. They insisted on searching his backpack. Zhang Yi normally didn't involve himself in these matters. But at that moment, he was solving an electromagnetic conversion physics problem, and the non-stop chatter was irritating him. So he intervened. And with just one glance, he found Kai Daming's tablet. It turned out that Kai Daming had disguised his tablet with a textbook-like cover so he could play with it during class. Somehow, he had forgotten about it, and the tablet had ended up wedged between a stack of books. A complete misunderstanding. Kai Daming just laughed it off, praising his new tablet cover for being super cool, without even thinking of apologizing to Yang Wenchao. None of the other classmates thought an apology was necessary, either. Yang Wenchao, being reserved, didn't demand one. But at that time, he had specifically turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Thanks." That was it. Just a small, insignificant moment. It was practically the only conversation the two social outsiders had during their entire third year. Zhang Yi never expected to run into Yang Wenchao here in the stairwell. And even more unexpected. This guy was completely different from how he was at school. Back at school, he always kept his head down, eyes averted, avoiding everyone. But now, he stood tall, shoulders squared, eyes sharp with determination. Even his presence carried a subtle sense of oppression. And his tone just now. It had a commanding arrogance. He was like a completely different person. Zhang Yi couldn't help but wonder. Did this guy get possessed or something? Or maybe. Was he reborn? Of course, there was another possibility. Maybe the apocalypse itself had changed Yang Wenchao's mentality and aura in such a short time. No matter the reason, Zhang Yi had every reason to suspect. Yang Wenchao was probably really strong now. And Kai Daming, who was just reported dead in the chat group not long ago. Could he have been killed by Yang Wenchao? And another thing. Earlier, when Zhang Yi was in the stairwell, he hadn't encountered any classmates. Other students in the chat group had also mentioned that they hadn't run into anyone while running errands upstairs. So why was Yang Wenchao here now? Zhang Yi's mind filled with doubts as he instinctively tightened his grip on the poison blade blood dagger. By now, Yang Wenchao had already descended the stairs and was standing just a meter away by the railing. He let out a strange chuckle. Didn't think you'd have the guts to steal packages. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to the dagger in Zhang Yi's hand. Judging by the look of that knife, the compensation fee must be in the tens of thousands, right? Then he glanced at the personal assistant robot beside Zhang Yi and mused, and with this little gadget too. You've opened 2 packages. That's about 30,000 in compensation, huh? Zhang Yi gripped the dagger tightly, his expression wary, remaining silent. Yang Wenchao wasn't surprised by his reaction. He casually ran a hand over the wristbands on both his wrists. Zhang Yi noticed. They looked like powerful combat gear. Possibly even on par with his poison blade blood dagger. After touching the wristbands, Yang Wenchao continued speaking. Actually, I also realized how valuable these packages are. But unlike you, I don't take orders and open them myself. I prefer robbing others of their packages. At this, Zhang Yi grew even more tense. His mind raced. Could Zhao Bing's self-destructibility combined with his poison blade blood dagger be enough to take down Yang Wenchao? Or should he try playing the emotional card and ask to join his robbery crew? Or maybe send Danzō in the chat group? One thing was clear. Yang Wenchao was here to rob packages. Even though Zhang Yi had already opened them, they could still be stolen. And then, he'd have to be silenced. Kai Daming had probably died this way. Zhang Yi's heart pounded wildly, tension building to the point where it felt like his blood was rushing to his scalp. But then, Yang Wenchao's next words took him by surprise. He let out another eerie chuckle and slowly said, "If I had run into anyone else, the next part of the story would have been simple. Kill them, take their loot, and snatch their packages. But of all people, I ran into you, Zhang Yi. I've never believed in that good people get rewarded crap. Besides, Zhang Yi, it's not like you're some saint. But, my friend, you should be grateful for one thing. Good people don't always get rewarded, but anyone who's helped me, Yang Wenchao, will definitely be repaid." As he said this last line, Yang Wenchao's smile faded, and his tone became especially firm. Zhang Yi was the type to instinctively doubt whatever people said. But strangely enough, he believed this. He felt a little more at ease, though he still didn't let his guard down completely. Yang Wenchao continued, "So, I'm not going to kill you, and I'm not going to rob you. In fact, I even have some good news for you. You'll at least 30,000 game coins in package compensation fees, right? Well, there's a much easier way to deal with that. When you reported the package loss, You must have received a notification. If you don't pay the compensation by midnight, you'll lose 1 survival point. When your survival points go negative, that's when you get erased. And I happen to know a very simple way to earn survival points. Chapter 14, Next Time We Meet, No Mercy Survival Points. Zhang Yi's data panel clearly showed his survival points at 0. And when he first arrived at the apartment, the announcement mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. Survival points, in turn, could be used in the Doomsday apartment after passing the beginner's test to exchange for anything a player desired. That word, anything, wasn't ordinary. It directly reflected how precious survival points and survival stones were. Because of that announcement, many people had subconsciously assumed survival points could only be obtained by exchanging survival stones. But now, Yang Wenchao's words clearly suggested something else. Zhang Yi wasn't stupid. He figured it out instantly. He looked at Yang Wenchao with caution and coldly said 2 words, killing people. A flicker of surprise flashed through Yang Wenchao's eyes. But then, he quickly raised an eyebrow and said, that's right. Killing people. Then, he let out a strange chuckle. These beginner players are basically like sheep in a greenhouse. They're way too easy to kill. And for every person you kill, you get 1 survival point. Tell me, isn't that the simplest way to earn them? His tone was light, almost casual. But to Zhang Yi, it was chilling. Not because Yang Wenchao was terrifying, but because of this system. Right now, most beginner players were just helpless sheep. But in this brutal survival environment, they would have to grow stronger. And over time, this rule, killing people grants survival points, would inevitably drive some players to kill indiscriminately. No real reason. Just for survival points. Zhang Yi had no idea how much his classmates would evolve over the next 10 days. But the announcement did mention old players, who were probably even more ruthless than he imagined. And then there was the issue of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's deaths. A sudden thought struck Zhang Yi, and he turned sharply toward Yang Wenchao. He hesitated before asking, did you kill Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan? But Yang Wenchao didn't answer. Instead, he simply smiled, seemingly pleased, and said in a light-hearted tone, I don't care what others think, but personally, I love this Doomsday apartment game. All those people I hated back then. Just imagining them realizing how weak and pathetic they are. Screaming in despair as they struggle. It really puts me in a great mood. And you, Zhang Yi. As he finished speaking, he suddenly fixed Zhang Yi with a sharp stare. Zhang Yi instinctively held his breath, his heart rate slowing. Then, Yang Wenchao spoke again, this time in a calm, deliberate voice, you're just slightly stronger than the people I despise the most. And with this, my repayment is over. From now on, if we ever meet again, you will still die by my hands. Good luck. As he said this, Yang Wenchao's figure blurred. He was suddenly right beside Zhang Yi. He casually patted Zhang Yi's stiff shoulder, then brushed past him with an easy stride. A second later, his figure flickered once more, vanishing down toward the 3rd floor. Zhang Yi's body remained tense as he stared toward the 3rd floor stairway. But Yang Wenchao's figure was already gone. Even now, Zhang Yi did not dare to relax. After all, Yang Wenchao looked strong. And absolutely insane. Zhang Yi recalled an old story. A warrior once massacred an entire clan, but in the midst of the bloodshed, he found a lone child. Feeling a rare twinge of conscience, the warrior put down his blade, murmured a Buddhist prayer, and gently wiped the blood off the child's face. Then, he said, heaven values life. Because you are still young, I will spare you. But remember, if we ever meet again, I will not hold back. With that, the warrior left. The story seemed to end there. But just as the listener assumed the child had survived, the warrior suddenly returned. He smiled and said, oh, hello there. I told you. Next time, I won't be merciful. Then, with a flash of his blade, the child was beheaded on the spot. Zhang Yi was terrified that Yang Wenchao would pull the same move, saying he was repaying a favor now, only to immediately turn around and say, oops, it's our next meeting. So, without hesitation, Zhang Yi rushed up several flights of stairs and exited the stairwell at the 8th floor. Only after confirming that Yang Wenchao hadn't doubled back did he finally lean against the wall and exhale slightly. Meanwhile, his weaker original body, worried about running into Yang Wenchao, didn't even dare to take the stairs anymore. So instead, his main body stayed in the 1st floor lobby and opened his package there. He barely even glanced at the contents before darting into the elevator. However, since the 1st floor lobby was crowded, his strange actions immediately caught a lot of attention. Soon, the chat group erupted into discussion. Holy shit. I just saw some bald old dude pick up the work badge at the errand service station, take a package, And then, get this. Open it himself? Comma bald old dude? But there are only 80 of us in the player list, and we all know each other. So that bald guy can't be a player, right? Yeah. I think he's not a player. Maybe he's an apartment resident who happened to pick up his own delivery and opened it on the spot? Lu Shen, that doesn't seem right. Based on my observations, non-player residents in this apartment don't seem to be allowed to leave their rooms. So if he was able to take an errand task, he should be a player, but all players are our classmates. None of us are bald? Wait. Could it be that the old players mentioned in the announcement have arrived early? Or maybe there's a third hidden faction besides new and old players? That's too complicated. Maybe it's just one of our classmates in disguise? We can already create fireballs with our hands. Having a disguise tool that changes appearance seems pretty reasonable, right? As Zhang Yi's bald disguise became the hot topic of discussion in the chat group. Suddenly, a shocking message exploded in the chat group: Zhuyupan, help. Yang Wenchao is robbing my package, but almost instantly, that message vanished from the chat. If there hadn't been so many classmates actively watching the chat group at that moment, no one might have even noticed. Soon, people started reacting, holy shit. I just saw a message disappear right in front of me. Was that my imagination? No, it wasn't just you. I saw it too. A message just vanished into thin air. But I didn't get a chance to read what it said. Zuyun, I saw it clearly. It was Zhuyupan from Class 1. He said Yang Wenchao is robbing his package. WTF? So Yang Wenchao was robbing Zhuyupan's package? But why did the message disappear? Shit. Zhuyupan's name just went offline from the member list. Wait, seriously? So does this mean Zhuyupan was killed by Yang Wenchao? What the fuck? Yang Wenchao is a complete piece of trash. Stealing money in first year was bad enough, but now he's robbing classmates and killing them. Hold on. What if Kai Daming, who died earlier during an errand run, was also killed by Yang Wenchao? Shit. How the hell do we have such a psychotic scumbag among our classmates? Yuzu, I need to remind everyone. When Zhuyupan registered with me, his data panel showed that he had a B-tier ability and had mastered a C-tier skill. In our mutual aid group, he was easily ranked in the top 10. The chat, which had been furiously condemning Yang Wenchao, suddenly fell silent. Until Lu Shen, based on Zhuyupan's last words, Yang Wenchao is robbing his package. So here's what I'm thinking. What if the reason Yang Wenchao is getting stronger is by robbing packages? And also, remember that bald guy who opened his own package? Chapter 15, Some people, you just can't afford to offend. Lu Shen's words instantly made many classmates realize something. Holy shit. Are you saying that those packages contain items that make us stronger? So that bald guy was actually one of our classmates in disguise? He wasn't opening his own package. He was stealing it while pretending to deliver it? Fuck. So who the hell is that bald snake? He discovered such an important secret and didn't bother sharing it? Wait. Even if stealing packages makes you stronger, you'd still die if you can't pay the compensation by midnight. Ding Deng only owed 8,000 game coins and couldn't afford to pay, but Yang Wenchao is robbing other people's packages, so he doesn't have to pay at all. Then how the hell did Baldy dare to do it? He was stealing the very packages he was supposed to deliver. Maybe he plans to power up first and then make money to pay off the debt? Still, that's way too reckless. Should we follow Baldy's example? Open packages first to gain power, then figure out how to pay later? That's too risky. We barely made enough money today just to pay rent. We can't afford to pay for stolen packages. As everyone debated back and forth, a message from Jiao Chang appeared in the chat. Baldy's actions are way too reckless. I don't recommend following his example. As for Yang Wenchao, I think what he's done has already crossed the most fundamental moral boundary. He's now a serious threat to everyone's safety. Jiao Chang's statement instantly ignited a wave of agreement in the chat. That's right. Yang Wenchao is too much. Stealing packages is one thing, but murder is unacceptable. We should avenge Kai Daming and Zhuyupan. Yeah. Who knows, maybe he killed Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan too. I say, we take Yang Wenchao out first. Otherwise, none of us will feel safe delivering packages. Agreed. This situation needs to be dealt with seriously. Make an example out of him to deter others. We have to kill Yang Wenchao to send a message. Otherwise, more people might follow in his footsteps. At Wang Ling, Sister Ling, say something about this. Zhang Yi stared at the chat, feeling a bit stunned. He hadn't expected his classmates to start openly discussing murder this early on. Clearly, they were adapting to this new environment much faster than he had anticipated. And interestingly, not a single person had stepped up to defend Yang Wenchao. But just as he thought that, a new message appeared. From Wang Ling. Wang Ling, We haven't actually investigated whether Yang Wenchao really committed murder. I hope everyone stays calm and doesn't get carried away by emotions." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. But then, Wang Lingaling continued, "At Yang Wenchao, I'm giving you a chance to explain yourself. Would you care to clarify why Zhu Yupeng died immediately after accusing you of robbing his package? And what about the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang? Were you involved?" At Yang Wenchao, she was giving Yang Wenchao respect. But Zhang Yi didn't think Wang Lingaling was some kind-hearted fool trying to save him. She was probing his strength. Her earlier demand that all mutual aid group members display their player panels made it clear. She wanted to know everyone's true abilities. She was cautious. Extremely cautious. Right now, her message was a test. If Yang Wenchao explained himself weakly, it would suggest that he wasn't as strong as her, giving her the confidence to take him down. But if he ignored everyone's killing intent and remained completely unfazed, it would mean that he didn't see any of them as a threat. Which meant his power level was something even Wang Lingaling had to fear. As Zhang Yi analyzed the situation, another thought flashed through his mind. Wang Lingaling is way too cautious. So, was the player panel she showed in the chat really her actual stats? What if she actually had an ability even stronger than S tier and had just hidden part of her strength? Given her personality, that wasn't impossible. And since the chat only displayed text, text could be faked. At that moment, Zhang Yi realized. This group of 80 students wasn't simple. Wang Lingaling, Yang Wenchao, Jiao Cheng. And what about the ones who weren't drawing attention to themselves? Could there be other hidden powerhouses among them? A deep sense of urgency flooded Zhang Yi's mind. He needed to get stronger. Fast. Meanwhile, in the chat, Yang Wenchao never responded to Wang Lingaling's mention. But soon, a message popped up from one of the students on the first floor. "Holy shit. I just saw Yang Wenchao heading into the duel room. He's fast. He moves with an afterimage. Like some wuxia light step technique. I saw something on his wrists. It looked like equipment, and he doesn't even look like the same person from school anymore. He's got this aura. Like a martial arts master, seriously. He gives off an even more intense vibe than Brother Chang and Sister Ling. The real question is, how the hell is he even able to enter the duel room? That means his apartment must also be on the 20th floor or higher? I remember Zhang Yi also lives on the 20th floor. His rent is over 120,000 game coins. No wonder Yang Wenchao snapped and started killing people. He can't afford the rent, so he's just murdering his way through the game. He's gone full revenge mode. If he really keeps robbing packages from other students, he might actually afford his insane rent and survive today. Not only that, he's going to get way stronger too. Maybe he even started with an insane ability. Fuck. How is it that Zhang Yi, who also lives on the 20th floor, is just some weak nobody relying on the mutual aid group? While Yang Wenchao turned into this lone wolf overlord? Honestly, Yang Wenchao has the potential to become a kingpin, while Zhang Yi just feels like some side character who won't even make it past 2 episodes. Hold on. Yang Wenchao is still a murderer. That's not ambition. He's just a psychopath, true, but let's be real. Zhang Yi is just an ordinary, boring guy. And people like that aren't going to survive. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao is decisive, ruthless, and powerful. I think he's got the best shot at staying alive and becoming unstoppable. Honestly, maybe we should change our perspective. We should be learning from Yang Wenchao. Who knows? When the old players arrive, he might actually be our best bet at survival. What? Why are you all switching sides so fast? Just now, you were all saying we needed to deal with Yang Wenchao, and now you're talking about learning from him? That's because I saw how strong Yang Wenchao is on the first floor. I'm not exaggerating. If you saw him with your own eyes, you wouldn't even think about dealing with him. You'd just feel pure fear and want to throw yourself at his feet. Exactly. I also saw his back as he entered the duel room, and my entire perspective changed. I strongly advise those who are still talking about punishing Yang Wenchao. Watch your mouths. Words can bring disaster. Some people, you simply can't afford to offend. Fuck that. Who can't I afford to offend? What is he, some mafia boss? What, is he gonna teleport over and kill me just because I badmouthed him in the chat? Humphrey, maybe he can't kill you right now, but he'll have plenty of chances later. Well, I'm part of the mutual aid group. Sister Ling and Brother Chang have my back. And Sister Ling, don't go soft on us now. A murderer should pay with his life. Yang Wenchao deserves to die. Only by getting rid of him can we keep our class united. After those first floor students spoke up, 90% of the students who had been calling for Yang Wenchao's death suddenly went silent. Clearly, they were afraid of retaliation. Zhang Yi watched the chat and felt like he was starting to understand Yang Wenchao's transformation. This Doomsday survival apartment was a place where strength ruled. All those moral principles? They meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. Many classmates were starting to realize it, too. Or rather, it was instinct. A primal survival response that made them naturally follow the law of the jungle. At that moment, inside the duel room, Yang Wenchao was looking at the chat. The same classmates who once looked down on him, pointed fingers at him, mocked him from their high horses. Now, they were cowering in fear, too scared to even speak. Some had even changed their attitudes after realizing how powerful he was. A strange mix of satisfaction and contempt welled up inside him. It felt like years of pent-up frustration were finally being released. And yet, at the same time, a new kind of frustration took its place. He realized. He despised the ugliness of human nature. And that very hatred was feeding his growing desire to kill. But one thing surprised him. Zhang Yi also lived on the 20th floor. No wonder that guy had desperately started opening the packages he was supposed to deliver. It wasn't just recklessness. He probably couldn't afford his insane rent and had decided to go all in. Still, if Zhang Yi's apartment was also on the 20th floor, then he most likely had a bronze treasure chest in his starting room. The only question was, had he found it yet? Yang Wenchao briefly took note of Zhang Yi's situation but quickly lost interest. He turned his attention back to the game. After paying 1,000 game coins, he started the matchmaking process for the duel mode. And at that exact moment, the chat group suddenly exploded with a major announcement. Ding ding, guys. I'm saved. The 8,000 plus compensation debt I owed. I found a way to pay it off. And Zhang Yi. You're saved too. I discovered a method to earn a ton of game coins fast. Chapter 16. The administrator gives out loans. This news instantly caught the attention of the classmates, and they all started asking Ding Deng what he had discovered. At that moment, Zhang Yi's main body had just returned to the apartment, while his first replica took the elevator back down to the first floor. From a distance, the replica saw Ding Deng standing excitedly at the front desk on the first floor, right beside the apartment administrator. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Ding Deng's messages kept popping up. Does everyone remember how the initial announcement said that the apartment administrator can set additional rules? Just now, I was completely desperate, so I mustered up the courage to ask the administrator if someone like me, buried in massive debt, had any way out. I didn't expect the administrator to actually give me an option, and that is taking out a loan, and it's not just me. Everyone can apply for a loan. The apartment administrator just confirmed that he can issue loans of varying amounts to all of us. However, the loan must be applied for in person, and it comes with interest. So, does anyone want to take out a loan? You can go to the first floor and ask the administrator about your loan limit. You can use the loan to invest in yourself first, improve your abilities, and once you start making money, you can repay it. As soon as this news dropped, all the students were stunned. Who would have thought that this apartment not only offered housing, jobs, and shopping, but even had an administrator handing out loans? But, the students weren't stupid. Everyone knew that loans weren't necessarily a good thing. Sure, the idea of improving your earning ability before repaying sounded nice. But the administrator wasn't running a charity. Even canceling a lease required paying a hefty penalty. There was no way loans would be that simple. Just as the students were busy asking about the loan details, Ding Deng had already engaged in a deep conversation with the administrator. Soon, the excitement on his face faded, replaced by disappointment and frustration. At that moment, Zhang Yi's first replica walked over. The moment Ding Deng saw Zhang Yi, his eyes lit up, and he immediately called out, Come, Zhang Yi, over here. Without waiting for Zhang Yi's response, he grabbed his arm and turned to the administrator. Administrator, look at him. If he becomes my guarantor, how much can I borrow? As soon as those words left his mouth, Zhang Yi's brows furrowed deeply. The middle-aged administrator, with his cold and rigid features, cast an indifferent glance over Zhang Yi before replying expressionlessly, if he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan limit increases to 50,000 game coins. Hiss. Ding Deng's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe it. That much? He turned to Zhang Yi as if he were looking at a treasure, even swallowing nervously before speaking again. Zhang Yi, be my guarantor. The 50,000 game coins loan will be my responsibility to repay. As my guarantor, you won't have to worry about anything. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes internally and couldn't help but think, yeah, right. How the hell could I not be involved? If the guarantor had nothing to do with it, why would they even need one? Ignoring Ding Deng, Zhang Yi directly asked the administrator, what exactly are the guarantor's responsibilities? The administrator remained expressionless and replied in a rigid tone, it's simple. If the borrower fails to repay the loan by the agreed deadline, or if the borrower dies and is unable to repay the debt, then the debt will be transferred to the guarantor. The moment the administrator finished speaking, Ding Deng hurriedly added, "The administrator also told me just now that if a borrower fails to repay on time, they will be eliminated. So, to avoid being eliminated, I will definitely pay it back on time. You can rest assured about that, Zhang Yi." He spoke with absolute confidence, but Zhang Yi was left completely speechless. This guy is hilarious. The administrator's meaning was obvious. He was worried that Ding Deng wouldn't live long enough to repay, which was why he needed a guarantor to take the fall. And yet, this guy was completely oblivious, not even considering the possibility of his own death, and was confidently promising repayment. Where the hell is this confidence coming from? But Zhang Yi didn't outright reject him. Instead, he turned back to the apartment administrator and asked, "Is having a guarantor mandatory for taking out a loan?" The administrator shook his head. "No. But with a guarantor, loan amounts, repayment deadlines, and interest rates will all vary significantly. For example, this student Ding Deng. Without a guarantor, he can only borrow 50, and it must be repaid by the end of today." Hearing this, Ding Deng's expression darkened instantly. With a stiff tone, he tried to persuade Zhang Yi again. "The difference is just too huge. That's why I want you to be my guarantor." Zhang Yi ignored him and asked the administrator another question, "If I apply for a loan without a guarantor, how much can I borrow?" The administrator replied, 50,000 game coins. Just two simple words, yet the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Ding Deng stared at Zhang Yi in disbelief for a long time before abruptly turning to the administrator. "How is that possible? Why can he borrow 50,000 game coins while I can only borrow 50? The administrator, still expressionless, replied coldly, "Different people, different limits. I have my own judgment criteria." Hearing this, Ding Deng looked like he had suffered a major blow. His face turned red with humiliation, but he refused to give up. "Then, what if I become his guarantor? How much can he borrow then?" Administrator, still 50,000 game coins. That cold, indifferent answer only deepened Ding Deng's humiliation. At this moment, he finally realized. The administrator didn't believe he could live long enough to repay the loan. The reason he was offered 50,000 game coins was because the administrator expected him to die, leaving the debt for Zhang Yi to cover. This administrator was seriously looking down on him. Hadn't he ever heard the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never underestimate the poor youth? Since the administrator looked down on him so much, then he was going to prove him wrong. He was going to become stronger. He was going to earn not just 50,000 game coins, but 100,000 game coins. Just to slap this administrator in the face. Fueled by determination, Ding Deng suddenly straightened up and declared to the administrator with an intense and forceful tone, "All right. Fine. Zhang Yi will be my guarantor. I'll take the 50,000 game coins loan." His voice was firm, like he was making an unshakable decision. But the problem was, he had never even asked for Zhang Yi's opinion. Zhang Yi was completely dumbfounded. Although all the apartment players were classmates, Zhang Yi was from class 1, while Ding Deng was from class 2. The two of them weren't familiar with each other at all. In fact, before getting dragged into this Doomsday apartment, they had never even spoken a single word to each other. So how the hell did this guy have the audacity to act like it was only natural for Zhang Yi to be his guarantor? Zhang Yi didn't need to hesitate at all. He immediately turned to the administrator and said, "No way. I never agreed to be his guarantor." As soon as he said that, Ding Deng's already humiliated expression froze even further. He snapped his head toward Zhang Yi, his tone unfriendly. "What do you mean? You look down on me too? You think I can't pay back that 50,000 game coins?" Zhang Yi really wanted to just answer bluntly, "That's right. I do look down on you." But he didn't want to waste his time arguing with a guy who clearly lacked common sense, so he rephrased it instead, "Of course not. I just think that since you're from class 2 and I'm from class 1, instead of asking me, wouldn't it be better to ask Huang Lingling from your own class? Not only do you know her better, but more importantly, if she becomes your guarantor, your loan limit would definitely be much higher." What he said made sense, and for a moment, Ding Deng was almost convinced. But he wasn't completely brainless. Huang Lingling's status was leagues above his. Why would she ever agree to be his guarantor? He could already imagine how it would go. If he went to ask Huang Lingling, she would reject him on the spot, without even bothering to give an excuse. And him? He wouldn't even dare to complain. He'd just leave with his tail between his legs, knowing full well that pestering Huang Lingling was out of the question. Of course, he wasn't going to admit any of that. Instead, he quickly came up with a convenient excuse: "Sister Ling is busy dealing with Yang Wenchao's situation. She doesn't have time to be my guarantor. Besides, I'm only planning to borrow 50,000 game coins. You're already here, so you're the perfect choice to be my guarantor." This saves time and gets us a perfect outcome. Why not go for it? Ding Dang made his argument sound so reasonable and logical. But Zhang Yi had already figured him out. This guy wasn't just dumb. He was a classic bully who only picked on people he thought were easy targets. Realizing this, Zhang Yi lost any remaining patience for so-called classmate camaraderie. His expression instantly turned cold as he said indifferently, "Sorry, I lied earlier. I do look down on you, and I do think you can't pay back 50,000 game coins. And to be completely honest, though this might offend the administrator, if I were the apartment administrator, you wouldn't even qualify for a loan of 50. Chapter 17, Is Yang Wenchao dead? What Zhang Yi said was outright disrespectful. Ding Dang's face turned red, then white, looking as if he was about to start a fight. But at that moment, an even bigger blow landed. The administrator coldly added, "Your loan limit was 50 just now. But now, you don't even qualify for that anymore." Utter humiliation. This was the ultimate humiliation. Ding Dang's face flushed deep red, and he looked like he was about to explode. But just as his emotions surged, a chilling realization struck him. Zhang Yi looking down on him was one thing. But why had the administrator revoked even his measly 50 credit loan? Didn't this imply that, since he had offended Zhang Yi, his chances of dying had increased? Wasn't this a subtle hint that Zhang Yi might kill him? Ding Dang turned to stare at Zhang Yi in disbelief. After all, Zhang Yi always seemed mild-mannered and didn't talk much. But at that moment, Zhang Yi turned to the administrator and asked, "Does the apartment have rules regarding crimes like murder and arson? For example, if I were to kill someone right here in front of you, what punishment would I face?" As soon as he said that, Ding Dang's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat drenched his back. The administrator remained expressionless and replied indifferently, "The apartment's unspoken rules are for you to figure out on your own. But what I can tell you is this. If you kill someone in front of me right now, I will not impose any punishment. Even if someone who has killed before comes to me for business, I will not treat them any differently." Ding Dang's pupils shrank violently. He instinctively took a few steps back, then hurriedly typed in the group chat, "Help! Help! Is anyone on the first floor? Come save me, Zhang Yi is a psycho. He is going to kill me." This message instantly stirred up heated discussion in the group chat. "Whoa, what? Zhang Yi? You mean the one who originally lived on the 20th floor? Ding Dang, what did you do to push Zhang Yi over the edge? Zhang Yi lives on the 20th floor. He's not as powerful as Yang Wenchao, so he's definitely not surviving past today. If he's lost it and wants to lash out, it makes sense. If I remember correctly, Zhang Yi has a C-tier ability. Most people wouldn't be able to stop him." Just as the group was buzzing with speculation, Zhang Yi calmly sent a message, "Ding Dang asked me to be his lone guarantor. I firmly refused. He seems to have misunderstood something." Ding Dang immediately replied, "Misunderstood my ass. You literally asked the administrator if you could kill someone in front of him. How do you explain that?" Zhang Yi, I was just testing things out. Through this loan situation, I realized that talking to the administrator wasn't as dangerous as I initially thought, so I took the opportunity to ask some extra questions. Since multiple classmates have been killed recently, I thought it was a good chance to clarify the rules on murder. Zhang Yi's explanation was reasonable. Besides, if he really wanted to kill Ding Dang, why would he give him time to call for help? Why would he even bother explaining? Most of the students reading the chat felt it was probably a misunderstanding. But Ding Dang refused to let it go and continued shouting in the chat, "Don't be fooled by Zhang Yi. He's not as innocent as he looks. When he refused to be my guarantor, he mocked me, saying I wasn't even worthy of living. He's just making excuses now. If I die, it'll definitely be Zhang Yi's doing. Sister Ling, you have to avenge me." At Wang Ling, after sending these messages, Ding Dang looked at Zhang Yi with newfound confidence. His eyes practically screamed, "If you lay a finger on me, Wang Ling will never let you go." Zhang Yi found his smug expression absolutely ridiculous. "You're so sure about this? Aren't you afraid that someone might deliberately kill you just to frame me?" Ding Dang's expression stiffened, but he quickly retorted, "We're all classmates. You think everyone's as crazy as you and Yang Wenchao? As long as you don't dare kill me, that's all that matters." Just as he finished speaking, he spotted Yuzu, who was in charge of registering members for the mutual aid group, walking over. Ding Dang immediately sprinted over and hid behind Yuzu. "Huge, you're finally here. Did Sister Ling send you to protect me?" Yuzu had actually been inspired by Zhang Yi's questions and had came to see if he could get more information from the administrator. But since Ding Dang had already said it like that, he decided to step in as a mediator. "Alright, I saw everything in the chat. We're all classmates. If there's an issue, talk it out properly. No need for all this fighting. You first, Ding Dang." Whether or not Zhang Yi agrees to be your guarantor is his choice. You shouldn't expect otherwise. Now, Zhang Yi. Even if you don't want to be his guarantor, there was no need to mock him like that. Also, you're living on the 20th floor, burdened with outrageous rent. How do you have no sense of urgency? Are you really planning to rely on your classmates to help you survive while you do nothing? Look at Yang Wenqiao. He also lives on the 20th floor and owes sky-high rent, but he already has the aura of a powerhouse. Just standing there, no one dares question whether he can pay his rent. You should reflect on yourself. Two people living on the 20th floor. Why is there such a massive difference between you? Earlier, when Yuzu had spoken to Lu Shen, he had been polite and friendly. But now, there was an unmistakable tone of authority in his voice, as if he actually held some kind of official power. Seeing that Yuzu had only said a few words to him but had lectured Zhang Yi for much longer, Ding Deng couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. However, his smug look suddenly shifted to shock, and he blurted out, "Holy shit." Yuzu immediately turned to him, sounding slightly annoyed. "Now what?" Ding Deng exclaimed, "Look at the group chat. Something happened. Yang Wenqiao might be dead." Hearing this, both Yuzu and Zhang Yi quickly opened the chat. Sure enough, one of the students who had seen Yang Wenqiao earlier was now posting in shock, "Fuck. Help. A monster. How is there a monster in the duel room?" No, it's not from the duel room. It came from somewhere else. It looks like it's here just to kill Yang Wenqiao, yeah. We're nearby, but the monster is only targeting Yang Wenqiao, not us, damn. Yang Wenqiao is really strong. That thing has such tough armor, but he actually managed to break through it. Soon, someone else asked, "What kind of monster? Is this happening in the first floor duel room? What does it look like?" "I haven't seen a monster yet, Zhao Likun. It's a giant cockroach-like monster. No idea where it came from, but it can grow and shrink in size. Wang Kaiyang, its antennae can extend and retract. Right now, it's wrapped around Yang Wenqiao, hiss. Holy shit. Yang Wenqiao just got cut in half. That was brutal. My eyes, other students? No way. Cut in half? Then isn't he dead?" Zhao Likun, dead as dead can be. Zhang Yi and Yuzu had just opened the chat when they saw that last message. Dead as dead can be. Zhang Yi was still in disbelief. Someone as powerful as Yang Wenqiao just got killed by a cockroach? Chapter 18, The Secret of Resurrection. The real question was, why did the cockroach monster specifically attack Yang Wenqiao? Zhang Yi was still in shock, trying to figure it out, when more messages popped up in the group chat. Wait a minute. You guys said Yang Wenqiao is dead, but his name hasn't gone offline from the player list. Zhao Likun, whoa, you're right. What's going on? Could it be that what we saw wasn't the real Yang Wenqiao? Maybe it's like Wang Lingling's ability. Some kind of replication skill? Just as everyone started to feel that something was off, Wang Kaiyang suddenly sent a message. WW, what the hell? The Yang Wenqiao who just died actually came back to life. Right after that, Zhao Likun also responded in complete shock. Holy shit? He got sliced clean in half, and he's still alive? Could Yang Wenqiao be some kind of reincarnator or a powerful figure who took over someone's body? How the hell is he this overpowered? Wang Kaiyang, I swear to God, this is insane. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. A dead man actually came back to life. If it weren't for the overwhelming shock conveyed in their messages, most people would have thought they were joking. But their words felt too real. Soon, other students started asking, "Are you serious? You guys saw Yang Wenqiao revive with your own eyes? How exactly did he revive? Did his severed body parts just stick back together? What about the cockroach monster that attacked him? Did it keep attacking him after he revived?" The group chat was now exploding with messages. It was clear that nearly every student was paying attention to what had happened to Yang Wenqiao. After a long pause, the two eyewitnesses finally responded again. Holy shit. After reviving, Yang Wenqiao just took down the cockroach monster. The giant cockroach's body disappeared completely, turning into a flash of white light. After the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest appeared, and on top of that, Yang Wenqiao's body started glowing gold. At that moment, Wang Lingeling suddenly added, "That golden glow means Yang Wenqiao just leveled up to level 1, ding ding, hiss. So you're saying, even when he was still level 0, he could already fight a cockroach monster?" Lu Shen, there are 3 key things we need to figure out. First, why is Yang Wenqiao so strong? Second, why did the cockroach monster specifically target him? Third, his resurrection. How did it happen? Zhu Yuun, if this survival game apartment really allows resurrection, then this is huge for us, Beiruowen, but resurrection probably has certain conditions, right? This is critical information. Yang Wenqiao should share it with us, Almost every student was consumed by the word resurrection. They were practically desperate to pry open Yang Wenchao's mouth and force him to spill his secret. Sensing the growing frenzy in the group, Lu Shen quickly analyzed. Everyone, calm down. Resurrection definitely isn't something that can be done easily. Yang Wenchao is too extraordinary. There's a high chance that he has an ability even stronger than Ling Ji's, and his resurrection might be a unique power tied to his ability. For the rest of us, we might not be able to replicate what he did. Even though his reasoning was sound, many students were still unwilling to accept it. They kept spamming the chat, relentlessly tagging Yang Wenchao and demanding answers. Perhaps he got tired of it, or maybe he was just in a good mood after leveling up, but suddenly, Yang Wenchao responded. Fine, since I'm in a good mood after leveling up, I'll answer your questions. First question, why did the cockroach monsters specifically attack me? I'm not entirely sure, but I have two possible explanations. First, I've killed people. Second, I robbed a rare package from Kai Daming. That package might have belonged to the cockroach monster, so, if any of you have stolen or opened someone else's package, be careful. You might get hunted down for it. Zhang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew Yang Wenchao was saying this for his benefit. Because he had also opened someone else's package. That meant he could be targeted at any moment. His whole body tensed up in high alert, fearing that some monster would suddenly pop out of nowhere and take him out in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao continued. Second question, why am I stronger than you guys? Do I really need a reason to be strong? If I had to give one, it's because I dare to kill people and I dare to kill monsters. Third question, how did I come back to life? As soon as this message appeared, the entire apartment fell into a tense silence. Every single player held their breath, waiting for Yang Wenchao to reveal the secret of his resurrection. Fortunately, he didn't keep them in suspense for long and answered directly. It's simple. I have survival points. Based on my analysis, 1 survival point equals 1 extra life. Now, you're probably wondering, how do I get survival points? Since we're all classmates, I'll tell you, the way to obtain survival points is simple, kill people. I killed Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang, which gave me 2 survival points, then I killed Kai Daming and Shu Yupan, which gave me another 2 survival points, so altogether, I now have 4 extra lives. Okay, that's all of the answers you're getting. If you're smart, you'll stop tagging me. Otherwise, I'll make sure whoever tags me next disappears from the apartment. His words radiated absolute dominance. But at this moment, every student was fixated on one thing. The secret of resurrection. Their minds buzzed as if they had just been forcibly introduced to an entirely new world. Killing people granted survival points. And survival points were essentially revival tokens. This was practically forcing them to kill each other. If this continued, out of the 80 students trapped in this apartment, how many would actually survive the beginner's test? Right now, some students were ecstatic, while others were terrified. The ones celebrating were thrilled that getting extra lives was so easy. Just kill people. But the ones afraid. They could already see how many of their classmates were about to die after this revelation. And whether they were excited or scared, none of them would ever look at their classmates the same way again. At this moment, the seed of slaughter had been planted in the hearts of almost every student. And some had already begun contemplating murder. After all, the temptation of resurrection was too great. Even Zhang Yi couldn't deny its appeal. However, he remained highly skeptical of Yang Wenchao's claims. Did he really resurrect using survival points? There was no actual proof. Yang Wenchao could very well be lying. It was entirely possible that he had revived using some other method and had deliberately fabricated this explanation. Just to watch his classmates descend into chaos, killing each other for the chance to survive? And honestly, with Yang Wenchao's twisted personality, that possibility wasn't small at all. As Zhang Yi was deep in thought, analyzing the situation, a sudden chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet straight to his head. His survival instincts kicked in instantly, and he snapped his hand up, gripping a wrist that had been swinging toward him. In that hand, a short blade, about 10 centimeters long, gleamed coldly. Ding Dang's face was twisted with rage, teeth bared. He had used all his strength to drive the knife toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's grip on his wrist was just as forceful. His own face flushed red from exertion as they wrestled. One attacking, the other resisting. Meanwhile, Yuzu stood there, completely stunned. But he quickly processed what had happened. Yang Wenchao's words had pushed Ding Dang over the edge. Ding Dang wanted to kill Zhang Yi to gain survival points. A chance at resurrection. Given their earlier conflict, now was the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. And to be honest, it wasn't just Ding Dang. Even Yuzu himself was starting to consider taking a life for the same reason. Of course, directly killing someone still felt a little too extreme for him. But what if? What if, in the process of mediating a fight, He just so happened to accidentally kill someone. That would be completely reasonable, right? Nobody would have any grounds to accuse him of murder. By that logic, the person who should be accidentally killed here was Ding Ding. After all, he had been the one to initiate the attack. But Yuzu had his own calculations. Zhang Yi was already a dead man walking. There was no way he would survive past today. Ding Ding, on the other hand, might still have some potential. Between the two, if one had to be sacrificed, then letting Zhang Yi die would be the more profitable choice. Not to mention, Ding Ding's knife was already aimed at Zhang Yi. If Yuzu stepped in now, pretending to break up the fight but actually helping push the knife into Zhang Yi, it would be effortless. In just a split second, Yuzu made his decision. He immediately put on a furious, authoritative expression and shouted at Ding Ding. Ding Ding! What the hell are you doing? Let go of Zhang Yi right now. As he spoke, he moved to seize Ding Ding's knife. And he was fully prepared to accidentally help it pierce straight into Zhang Yi. Chapter 19. First kill. Zhang Yi didn't feel relieved by Yuzu's so-called helping hand. On the contrary, his nerves tightened even more. In truth, this replica of his was physically stronger than Ding Ding. However, since Ding Ding attacked first, Zhang Yi had to hastily defend himself. His legs were bent, and his upper body was leaning backward. Clearly an inefficient posture for exerting force. As a result, resisting Ding Ding took far more effort than it should have. If this deadlock continued, Zhang Yi could hold out, but he needed time. Yet Yuzu's sudden intervention made him extremely uneasy. He wasn't sure if Yuzu genuinely wanted to help him or had ulterior motives. He couldn't let the situation spiral further out of control. He had to make a decisive move. Just before Yuzu reached out to snatch the knife, Zhang Yi let out a sharp shout. But he didn't tell Ding Ding to let go. Instead, golden light technique. Whoosh! A golden beam shot straight at Ding Ding's twisted face. Zhang Yi aimed for his forehead, but his accuracy was off. The golden light pierced through Ding Ding's cheek instead, instantly leaving a rice-sized hole in his face. Ding Ding let out a sudden, agonized scream. But Zhang Yi wasn't done. Taking advantage of Ding Ding's momentary loss of strength, he twisted the short knife in his grip and plunged it back into Ding Ding. And that still wasn't enough. He then pulled out his own poison blade blood dagger and viciously stabbed it into Ding Ding's body. Puchy! Puchy! The dark-colored dagger was instantly stained with slick, crimson blood. It was Zhang Yi's first time killing someone. Of course, it wasn't a clean, precise kill. Instead, he stabbed again and again, his hands trembling violently as he gripped the knife. Yuzu had been prepared to kill, but even he had never witnessed such a scene. He stood there, frozen in shock, unable to react for a long moment. When he finally snapped back to reality, he shouted at Zhang Yi in horror. Stop! Zhang Yi, stop right now! Ding Ding is going to die. Ding! You have killed a level 0 player. Congratulations, you have earned +1 survival point. Zhang Yi was jolted back to his senses by the notification. Clang! His hand went limp, and the dagger slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. But almost instantly, he snatched the poison blade blood dagger back up, his gaze wary and alert as he turned toward Yuzu. Seeing Zhang Yi's mental state, Yuzu didn't dare approach him. The thought of accidentally killing Zhang Yi vanished from his mind immediately. After all, in a direct confrontation, he had no certainty of winning. Moreover, Zhang Yi had just gained a survival point, which meant he now had the chance to resurrect. If he killed Zhang Yi now, there was a good chance Zhang Yi would come back, just like Yang Wenchao, and might even turn the tables on him. At this realization, Yuzu not only abandoned the idea of killing Zhang Yi but even began to fear him. He took a few steps back before speaking again in a sharp voice. What? Are you planning to kill me too? At that moment, the group chat exploded with messages. Holy shit. The member list just shrank again. Ding Ding from class 2 is dead, no way. So Ding Ding wasn't lying when he said Zhang Yi was going to kill him? We just learned the secret of resurrection, and now Zhang Yi already killed someone? Could it be someone else who killed Ding Ding and framed Zhang Yi? I don't think Zhang Yi is the type to kill someone unprovoked. While the chat buzzed, Zhang Yi kept his eyes locked on Yuzu as he typed. Just now, after Yang Wenchao revealed the secret of resurrection, Ding Ding suddenly ambushed me. I fought back in self-defense and ended up killing him. Yuzu was at the scene. He can vouch for me. Yuzu, of course, saw Zhang Yi's message. After a moment of contemplation, he responded. That's right, I was there. Ding Ding did attack first. The chat went silent for a brief moment. But soon, doubts emerged. Still, self-defense doesn't mean you had to kill him, right? Isn't his a bit too brutal? Zhang Yi, are you seriously claiming that when you defended yourself and killed Ding Ding, you weren't thinking about earning a survival point for resurrection? Clearly, survival points were at the forefront of everyone's minds. The conversation quickly shifted back to that topic. Lu Shen spoke up. Zhang Yi, did you actually get a survival point? And did you receive a notification confirming that survival points can be used for resurrection? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before replying. I did receive a +1 survival point notification, but I'm not sure if it can actually be used for resurrection. In fact, before Ding Ding attacked me, I already had doubts about Yang Wenchao's claims. It's entirely possible that he made up the idea that survival points can be used for resurrection just to manipulate us into killing each other. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, the academically gifted students, Wang Lingaling, Lu Shen, Zhu Yuun, immediately had a realization. Resurrection couldn't possibly be that simple. There was a real chance that Yang Wenchao had been lying. But not everyone had a scholar's mind. Most of the classmates, already blinded by greed, responded with sarcastic sneers. Ha! So now that you've earned a survival point, you're pretending it's useless? That's like a billionaire saying they don't care about money. Exactly. You already got the benefits while leaving us to starve. How is this any different from rich people telling us to work harder? If we really want to know if survival points can be used for resurrection, it's simple. Just kill Zhang Yi and see if he comes back. Zhang Yi stared at these messages, utterly dumbfounded. Just yesterday, his classmates weren't like this at all. It was obvious. Yang Wenchao's revelation had stirred up their deepest desires. Their words were growing more vicious and full of hostility. And just then, the very person who had arrogantly told everyone not to at him, Yang Wenchao, suddenly tagged Zhang Yi. Ha, accusing me of lying? Do you really understand the consequences of challenging me? At Zhang Yi, since you've already opened a package and gained a survival point, who knows when a monster might come after you? Rather than getting killed by some random monster, why not just hand over your life to me? What do you say, Zhang Yi? Want to do me a favor? At Zhang Yi, clearly, Yang Wenchao was stirring the pot, enjoying the chaos. His words instantly fueled the fire. Wait, Zhang Yi opened a package? That means he's going to be hunted by monsters. Even if he isn't, he can't pay his rent. He's dead either way, so really, Yang Wenchao has a point. If Zhang Yi is doomed anyway, why not let us use him for resurrection? Just as public opinion was overwhelmingly against Zhang Yi, Wang Lingling stood up and spoke. Everyone, calm down. Today, you might justify killing Zhang Yi for a so-called chance at resurrection, but tomorrow, someone else will use the same excuse to kill you. Put yourselves in his shoes. What if you were the ones labeled as the ones who should die? Don't just focus on the idea that killing could earn you a resurrection opportunity. What you should be worried about is that you might become someone else's tool for resurrection. We cannot start down this path. We don't know whether Zhang Yi will be killed by monsters or not, but we absolutely cannot use that as a reason to kill him, and it's not just about Zhang Yi. Every member of the mutual aid group should be protected in the same way. After these messages, the chat fell silent for a long time. Then, after a while, a few female students spoke up in agreement. Sister Ling is right. Do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself. If we do this to Zhang Yi today, we could be in his position tomorrow. Agreed. We're human. We're higher beings. We can't let ourselves turn into beasts, losing all sense of morality. Supporting Sister Ling. Honestly, having someone like her backing our mutual aid group is our greatest fortune. In an instant, Wang Lingaling gained widespread support, and her reputation soared even higher. Of course, words were just words. No one could say for sure what their classmates were really thinking. Zhang Yi, seeing that he was no longer the prime target of public outrage, let out a sigh of relief. He quickly used his fear of being hunted by monsters as an excuse to say his goodbyes to Yuzu. At the same time, the looming threat of a monster attack spurred him into action. He quickly accepted a cleaning task on the 20th floor and took the elevator back up. However, he didn't start working right away. Instead, he first returned to his apartment on the 20th floor. Inside the apartment, Zhang Yi's main body and his replica shook hands. The one survival point that the replica had earned automatically transferred to his main body. And at that moment, Zhang Yi received a system notification. Would you like to consume one survival point to create a new replica? Yes or no? Chapter 20, the second replica as expected. Survival points can be used to create replicas. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing the notification. A new replica meant new labor power. That meant he could earn money even faster. But more importantly, a new replica meant a new ability. Just as Zhang Yi was about to instinctively choose, yes, something suddenly occurred to him, and he hesitated. Instead of making a hasty decision, he had replica number 1 take out his personal assistant, Little Bing, and place it on the coffee table. There was already a tiny, pinky-sized miniature lantern sitting on that table. At first glance, it looked just like an ordinary pendant. But in reality, It was an item Zhang Yi had obtained when he opened a package while bald. And this tiny pendant came with an insane compensation fee of 188,000. When Zhang Yi first saw the notification, he was utterly stunned. That sky-high penalty was even higher than his daily rent. He had almost stuffed the lantern back into the package on the spot, hoping to return it somehow. But he knew one thing. The higher the penalty fee, the more valuable the item. At this moment, he instructed Little Bing to use detection on the miniature lantern. Soon, Little Bing's screen displayed the lantern's information. Lucky Lantern, effect, increases luck slightly for 1 hour upon activation. Fuck? Just these two simple lines. And that cost 188,000 game coins? However, luck attribute? Was this an undisplayed hidden stat? If every player had a hidden luck attribute. Zhang Yi had a strong suspicion that Yang Wenchao possessed an insanely high luck stat. People like Wang Lingling and Jiao Chang were probably quite lucky too. As for Zhang Yi himself, it was hard to say. If he was lucky, then why was he the only one who failed his awakening? If he was unlucky, then how did he later awaken an overpowered dexter ability? Perhaps extreme luck and extreme misfortune were just two sides of the same coin? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out. But then, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Could luck influence the initial ability of a replica? His eyes widened in realization. If he activated the Lucky Lantern before creating a new replica, wouldn't that greatly increase the chance of obtaining a more powerful ability? If he could get a replica with an SSSR ability, then forget 188,000 game coins. Even 1.88 million would be worth it. But now, Zhang Yi faced a dilemma. The Lucky Lantern's effect lasted for 1 hour. If he could accumulate more survival points and create multiple replicas within that hour, the effectiveness of the lantern would be maximized. But if he waited to accumulate more points, he would be wasting the chance to create a powerful replica right now. He couldn't have it both ways. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yi activated the Lucky Lantern. The miniature lantern glowed with a soft, colorful light. And at that moment, he made his choice. Yes, ding. Congratulations. You have created a new replica. A flash of white light filled his vision. And the next moment, another Zhang Yi appeared. But suddenly, Zhang Yi felt his head grow heavy, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. His entire body felt weak and drained. He quickly lay down on the sofa, coming to a realization. His energy attribute wasn't high enough to effortlessly control 3 bodies at once. This meant that his main body's attributes were crucial. Either he had to increase his stats to handle more replicas, or he needed to merge his replicas, strengthening his main body while reducing the number of duplicates. So in the end, his main focus still had to be on improving his original body. By midnight in-game, he would have to consider merging a replica to strengthen himself. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi quickly checked replica number 2's stats. And the moment he saw them, his exhausted eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Zhang Yi, level 0, stamina 5.2, energy 5.2, combat power 46, survival points 0, ability, hard work pays off, S, effect, your deliberate practice will always yield results, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A, absolute focus, A. When you immerse yourself completely in a task, you enter a state of total concentration for 1 minute. Depending on your level of focus, attributes and comprehension will increase accordingly. Combat stance, A. When you enter a combat stance, your physical attributes receive a temporary boost. After exiting combat stance, your combat instincts will improve. Holy shit. An S-tier ability. And it came with 2 A-tier skills, both of which could temporarily increase his stats. Even absolute focus could enhance comprehension, which meant that Zhang Yi's training efficiency in the training room would be far greater than anyone else's. At the same time, combat stance would allow him to grow even faster in battle. Moreover, this replica's base attributes had already surpassed 5, and its combat power had soared to 46. That was almost as high as Jiao Chang's combat power of 48. However, Jiao Chang had powerful lightning-based abilities. This new replica was clearly suited for close combat. For now, it probably couldn't beat Jiao Chang. But that didn't matter. Zhang Yi's potential far surpassed everyone else's. Of course, only if he managed to survive long enough to grow. The Lucky Lantern's effect lasted for a full hour. Zhang Yi wasn't about to waste it. He had replica number 1, who was about to start his cleaning job, wear the lantern on his body. At the same time, worried that number 1 might be ambushed by monsters, he gave the disguise mask to replica number 2 and had him stay invisible, tailing number 1 in secret. After hesitating for a moment, he also handed the poison blade blood dagger to number 2. Meanwhile, Little Bing, the personal assistant with a self-destruct function, remained with number 1. With everything set up, replica number 1 moved in the open, while number 2 lurked unseen in the shadows. Together, they left apartment 2025. As for Zhang Yi's main body, due to his mental and physical exhaustion, he collapsed onto the apartment's sofa. Number 1 had taken on a cleaning task for apartment 2064. To reach it, he had to walk in the opposite direction of the red-lit elevator. From a distance, that side of the corridor looked much darker. It gave off a dangerous, ominous feeling. Even though number 2 was strong, Zhang Yi didn't let it make him reckless. He moved slowly, cautiously. Under the dim light, number 1 carefully checked each apartment number. Meanwhile, number 2 kept a close watch on their surroundings. As they neared apartment 2048, number 1 felt nothing unusual. But number 2 suddenly sensed a wave of bone-chilling cold. Instantly, both replicas tensed. And in the very next moment, a hissing sound echoed through the dimly lit corridor, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Number 1's grip tightened on the kitchen knife in his hand. But then, a strange cold and slippery sensation suddenly brushed against his wrist. Shocked, he instinctively jerked his hand away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of black flying off his wrist. It looked like a thin, snake-like creature. Its pitch-black form blended perfectly into the darkness, vanishing in an instant. A creeping numbness began spreading through number 1's right hand, making it hard to even hold the knife. Zhang Yi had zero combat experience. And now, unable to see his attacker, panic crept into his heart. But number 2 was different. He acted immediately. Without hesitation, he activated absolute focus, combat stance, in an instant. Number 2 entered a trance-like state of total concentration. It was as if time itself had stopped in the dark corridor. And in this frozen moment, even the slightest movement stood out. Hiss. Whoosh. A strange sound. A gust of wind. Number 2's eyes snapped open, sharp and deadly. His hand shot out, slashing with the poisoned blade blood dagger. Puchy. Hiss. Hiss. Splurt. The hissing sound suddenly changed, turning into an ear-piercing screech of pain. A foul-smelling liquid sprayed from the snake's mouth, shooting toward the replicas. But both dodged just in time. Number 2 didn't stop. Still in his trance-like state, he struck again, his dagger flashing toward the snake's weak spot. Even though he couldn't confirm what kind of creature it was, he followed the rule of striking at a snake's 7-inch vital point. Puchy. Splurt. Hiss. Back when Zhang Yi killed Ding Ding, his hands had shaken violently. But this time, his strikes were decisive. Ruthless. A final, sharp shriek filled the air. Then, a blinding white light flashed. At the same time, a notification rang in Zhang Yi's mind. You have successfully killed a level 1 Shadow Ringed Serpent, gained plus 10 energy points, ding. You have leveled up to level 1, stamina plus 1, energy plus 1, and in the place where the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest appeared. Chapter 21, A Strange Cleaning Job. Holy shit. Not only had he leveled up, but he also got a black iron treasure chest. Replica number 1 quickly picked up the treasure chest, while replica number 2 immediately checked his status panel. Zhang Yi, level 1, 0 out of 100, stamina, 6.2, energy, 6.2, combat power, 54, survival points, 0, ability, hard work pays off, S, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A. As expected, his stamina and energy increased by 1 point each. And his combat power had skyrocketed to 54. With this level of strength, he was undoubtedly among the top players in the apartment. More importantly, the monster he had just killed was a level 1 Shadow Ringed Serpent. Yet he had taken it down while still at level 0. This just proved how insanely powerful an S tier ability was. Zhang Yi figured that Yang Wenchao's ability must be at least S tier. Maybe even higher. Of course, it was also possible that Yang Wenchao had some other advantage. Zhang Yi quickly shook off his thoughts and opened the black iron treasure chest. Inside was a silver-white ring. As usual, he had Little Bing perform a detection scan. Spatial ring, level 1, effect, provides 1 cubic meter of storage space. Cannot store living beings, damn. A spatial ring. It wasn't exactly a combat enhancement, but it would definitely make his actions more convenient. Now that he thought about it, Beiruowen's pocket space didn't seem as special anymore. However, there was a key difference. The spatial ring could be stolen. Beiruowen's pocket space, on the other hand, was permanent and non-transferable. And it was likely much larger than just 1 cubic meter. Still, for now, this was more than enough. Zhang Yi equipped the ring onto replica number 1's finger and stored both the kitchen knife and Little Bing inside it. His right hand still felt stiff and weak from the snake's venom. But after rubbing it for a while, the numbness started to fade. With heightened caution, He continued his way to apartment 2064. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi didn't notice. But as he walked away, the door to apartment 2048 silently creaked open. A dark shadow flickered past the doorway. And then, the door shut again without a sound. Fortunately, there were no more dangers along the way. When Zhang Yi finally arrived at apartment 2064, he didn't hesitate. Since he had already decided to test the cleaning job, there was no point in hesitating now. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, a sudden system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wenchao for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward, a black iron treasure chest. What the hell? Yang Wenchao already reached level 2. That was insanely fast. Zhang Yi immediately opened the group chat. Little Lakon had just shared an update. Yang Wenchao hasn't been ambushed by monsters again. He must have been battling players from other apartments this whole time. It didn't take long for others to connect the dots. Wait. So you can level up by fighting in the duel room too? He probably won against players from other apartments. That's why he leveled up, so now, Yang Wenchao is officially the strongest player in our apartment? Damn. I want to challenge players from other apartments too. But the duel room is only available to players living on the 20th floor or higher. I feel like if Zhang Yi wants to survive today, his best bet is to fight in the duel room too. There's no way he can pay that insane rent just by doing odd jobs. Sigh. Some people want to fight in the duel room but don't have the chance, while others have the chance but are too scared to fight. That's just how the world works. Just like how money always flows to those who don't need it. Tragic. But at least we're lucky to have someone like Yang Wenchao in our apartment. It was obvious. Many students were still hostile toward Zhang Yi. Some were even mocking him outright. Zhang Yi ignored them, but in his mind, he was now eager to use the duel room. With replica number 2's strength, his chances of winning were high. The knock at the door. While these thoughts ran through his head, replica number 1 finally knocked on apartment 2064's door. But then, something terrifying happened. At that exact moment, Zhang Yi's main body, resting in apartment 2025, also heard knocking. His entire body jolted, and he instinctively turned to look at his own door. What the fuck? Was he hallucinating? There was no way that apartment 2064 and apartment 2025 were the same room, right? Or did knocking on any apartment door on this floor cause knocking sounds to echo through all the rooms? Zhang Yi wasn't sure. But the eerie knocking sound sent chills down his spine. Meanwhile, at apartment 2064, the door silently swung open. But there was no one behind it. Replica number 1's entire body tensed, his back breaking into a cold sweat. But after a closer look, he realized there was someone there. Or rather, it was a robot assistant, similar to Little Bing. It was just so short that it was hard to notice at first. Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Then, the assistant's cold, emotionless voice rang out. Are you cleaner number 007? Please present your work ID. This robot assistant had clearly been customized. Unlike Little Bing's cute and soft voice, this one spoke with a strict, professional tone. It sounded exactly like a no-nonsense office worker. Hearing it, Zhang Yi instinctively thought of his math teacher. The pressure instantly skyrocketed. Zhang Yi didn't dare waste time. He quickly presented his work ID. The miniature robot scanned it and then led him into the apartment. As it glided across the floor, it continued speaking in that strict, businesslike tone. The owner is not home. I will supervise your cleaning task. Zhang Yi let out a small sigh of relief. No people? Good. He had mild social anxiety and was worried that interacting with a tenant might be dangerous. But as he glanced around the apartment's living room, something felt off. The place was spotless. It didn't look like it needed cleaning at all. Before he could ask, the robot spoke again. The owner is very particular about hygiene, which is why the apartment is so clean. Your task is to find exactly 10,086 strands of the owner's fallen hair. You must then wash, dry, apply hair treatment to each strand, and carefully store them. Once completed, your task will be considered finished. Oh? Zhang Yi froze. What kind of bizarre cleaning task was this? But then again, weird as it sounded, it didn't seem that difficult. And this robot assistant seemed reasonable enough. So he simply asked, do you have any special tools for collecting hair? From what he had learned at the cleaning service hub, cleaning tools were supposed to be provided by the tenant. No need to bring his own. However, the robot's response was, the owner's hair is extremely valuable. It must never be touched by vacuum cleaners, mops, or any other cleaning devices. You must search for it with your eyes and pick it up by hand. And you must be extremely careful. Not a single strand can be damaged. If even one hair is ruined. The robot's display screen showed a terrified expression before it continued. The owner will be very, very angry. And your fate will be very, very tragic. Very, very tragic. What the fuck? Zhang Yi swallowed hard and asked. Can I cancel this cleaning task right now? Of course, the robot replied. Zhang Yi felt relieved for a second. Until. You only need to pay a 12,000 game coins cancellation fee. What the fuck? His wages for this job were only 6,000 game coins. But the cancellation fee was 12,000 game coins? Why not just rob me outright? Zhang Yi had already racked up 350,000 game coins in debt. And while debt was debt, he couldn't just give up and let it pile up endlessly. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and asked. Where exactly is your owner's fallen hair? It's scattered throughout the entire apartment. However, the bathroom has the highest concentration. Zhang Yi sighed. Fine. I'll start in the bathroom. Meanwhile, while replica number 1 was stuck doing the most absurd cleaning task ever, replica number 2, still invisible with a disguise mask, had remained outside apartment 2064. After confirming that number 1 wasn't in immediate danger, he decided to head to the duel room on the first floor. However, he had barely taken a few steps toward the elevator, when suddenly, a dark shadow blocked his path. Chapter 22, The Eerie Shadow. That shadow appeared out of nowhere. There hadn't been a single sign beforehand. At this moment, Zhang Yi's number 2 replica was still in stealth mode. He instantly became alert but wasn't sure if this shadow could actually see him. Until a deep, resonant voice emerged from the darkness, short on money. What? Short? Short on money. Zhang Yi remained uncertain and didn't dare to respond. Seeing no reply, the shadow seemed impatient and directly exposed him, that little invisibility trick. Who do you think you're fooling? I'll ask again. Are you short on money? I can help you amass wealth quickly. Faster and easier than working as a cleaner. Good one. Fast and easy money. Why did this sound exactly like a scam pitch? Zhang Yi instinctively didn't believe it. But since he had no idea what this shadow was, he didn't reject it outright. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, what exactly do I have to do to make this fast money? Simple. The shadow appeared to be a creature completely wrapped in a black robe. It seemed to raise a hand. A jade token flew toward Zhang Yi. He caught it, inspecting it while listening to the shadow's explanation. Wear it. Any survival points you earn from killing will be stored inside. After that, return to the 20th floor and find me. I'll buy this jade token from you at a rate of 1 survival point for 100,000 game coins. For example, if you collect 5 survival points, you can exchange them for 500,000 game coins. Hiss. Hearing that, Zhang Yi was startled. He was currently in debt for 350,000 game coins. A sum he definitely couldn't pay off just by working. And according to this shadow's deal, he only needed to kill 4 people. Not only could he clear his debt, but he'd even have extra cash. This was truly tempting. Zhang Yi strongly suspected that Yang Wenchao's constant killings, and his strength far surpassing the other students, were due to a similar deal with this shadow. However, Zhang Yi's situation was different from Yang Wenchao's. He could use survival points to generate replicas. At this rate, exchanging 1 survival point for 100,000 game coins was absolutely not worth it. And according to his own judgment, the real value of survival points and survival stones must far exceed 100,000 game coins. This shadow appeared to be making a deal with him. But in reality, it was ripping him off. From this perspective, the shadow itself likely couldn't earn survival points from killing. That's why it needed to make these deals with players. Zhang Yi thought for a long time. He wasn't the kind of person who killed indiscriminately. Nor would he go around murdering just for the sake of survival points. But if there was truly no way to repay his 350,000 game coins debt, then, working with this shadow might be a way out. So, instead of rejecting the shadow outright, he asked, as long as I have this jade token on me, all survival points from my kills will be absorbed into it? The shadow caught the hidden meaning in Zhang Yi's question and nodded, explaining, if you want to keep the survival points for yourself, just leave the jade token in your apartment or store it in a spatial item. However, let me remind you. Survival points are useless inside this apartment. If you can't leave this apartment alive, then all the survival points in the world won't mean a thing. Clearly, this was a push to convince Zhang Yi to store his survival points in the jade token and exchange them for cash. Zhang Yi didn't respond. He put the jade token away and said to the shadow, I'll think about it carefully. The moment he spoke, the shadow that had been blocking his way seemed to vanish into thin air. Zhang Yi scanned his surroundings, but in the dim light, he couldn't see anything. After a brief moment of thought, He immediately headed toward the red-lit elevator. He used the disguise mask to transform his appearance into a bald-headed man before taking the elevator down to the first floor. In the first floor lobby, several students had gathered at the front desk. It looked like they were all preparing to take out loans from the apartment administrator. The moment Zhang Yi, now bald, stepped out, he drew their attention. A few of them instantly started whispering, "That bald guy. Is he a classmate in disguise, or an actual apartment resident? I remember Li Wenji from class 1 has a detection-type skill. Maybe she can figure it out." Li Wenji went upstairs on an errand. No idea when she'll be back. When she returns, we should have her check the duel room. Maybe she can expose the bald guy's true identity. But if he's actually an apartment resident and gets hit with a detection skill, won't he go berserk and start killing? I doubt it. Even if he does, Yang Wenchao is in the duel room. He wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? PFFT. Forget about it. We'd be lucky if Yang Wenchao doesn't take advantage of the chaos to steal Li Wenji's kill. Never mind. Whether that bald guy is a classmate or a resident, we should just stay out of it and avoid unnecessary trouble. Ugh, if only I were as strong as Yang Wenchao. I'm taking out this loan to use the training room. Hopefully, I can boost my stamina and energy. I'm hoping I can unlock a skill. Zhang Yi ignored their chatter completely. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped into the duel room, he saw rows of machines that looked like ATMs. There were 2 rows in total, each with 10 machines. 20 dual devices in all. The machine closest to the door on the left side had a green light on, indicating that Yang Wenchao was using it. The other 19 machines were idle. Besides that, 2 students were standing near Yang Wenchao's machine. Zhao Likun and Wang Kaiyang, the same 2 who had been actively sharing updates about Yang Wenchao in the group chat. The moment they saw the bald-headed Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with wariness. But Zhang Yi walked over openly and glanced at Yang Wenchao's machine. With that one look, he immediately understood what Zhao Likun and Wang Kaiyang were watching. Because on the ATM-like enclosed machine, there was a display screen the size of an A4 paper. And on that screen, Yang Wenchao's duel was being broadcasted live. The scene showed an arena the size of a basketball court. Yang Wenchao was currently engaged in a fierce battle against a quick-footed female opponent. She was likely a player from another apartment, looking to be in her early 20s. Probably a college student. However, she might have been an athlete or trained in martial arts. Even against Yang Wenchao, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was a little surprised. He had assumed that with Yang Wenchao's strength, he would be unbeatable in the duel room. But now, it was clear that the top players from other apartments were no pushovers either. Fortunately, victory or defeat in the duel room only affected money, not life and death. Even if someone lost, they would only lose money. They wouldn't actually die. So in essence, this duel room was like a virtual game. Zhang Yi watched from the side for a while. Seeing that Zhang Yi wasn't here to cause trouble, Zhao Likun and Wang Kaiyang gradually relaxed and refocused on Yang Wenchao's battle. As Yang Wenchao started to fall behind, Wang Kaiyang couldn't help but sigh. Didn't Yang Wenchao bet 100,000 game coins on this match? If he loses, he's going straight back to square one. Zhao Likun nodded. Nothing he can do. His opponent this time is too strong. That girl is probably at least an S-tier ability user. Plus, I have a feeling that the opponent Yang Wenchao gets matched with is based on how much money he bets. At this time of day, anyone betting 100,000 game coins must be a serious player. Wang Kaiyang grumbled, damn it, I can't even scrounge up 100, and here Yang Wenchao is, losing 100,000 game coins like it's nothing. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for pain. Zhao Likun sighed even deeper. If literally everyone in the world was transported into these apartments, then the people at the very top of the pyramid might be even stronger than Yang Wenchao and this girl. After all, with such a massive population, there must be some insanely lucky people who are beyond our imagination. Wang Kaiyang suddenly had a thought, super lucky people. Could that mean someone with an SSS tier ability? Damn. I wish my parents had SSS tier abilities. That way, when I reunite with them, I'd instantly be a rich second-gen kid. Zhao Likun was speechless. But thinking about it, if their parents really became top-tier powerhouses, and they managed to survive long enough to reunite, then yeah, they actually would be rich second-gen kids, wouldn't they? Now that was an exciting thought. Just as the 2 of them were lost in their daydreams of luxury, a sudden notification rang in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 residents have reached level 1. The apartment ranking board is now activated. Chapter 23, Apartment Ranking Board, 1008 Beginner Apartment Ranking Board, First place, Yang Wenchao, Level 2, Second place, Wang Lingaling, Level 1, Third place, Zhang Jinshan, Level 1, Fourth place, Jiao Chang, Level 1, 5th place, Zhangfei, level 1, 6th place, Lu Shen, level 1, 7th place, Zhang Yi, level 1, 8th place, Zhu Yuan, level 1. This ranking board became the third player feature, alongside the data panel and chat group. It looked empty and desolate, displaying only 8 names. But the moment it appeared, the chat group exploded. Damn. No way? There are already 8 people who reached level 1, Jiao Chang is so strong, yet he's only ranked 4th? This ranking must be sorted by the time of level up for players with the same level. Zhang Jinshan and Zhangfei have been keeping a low profile and never joined a mutual aid group, yet they've already reached level 1 too. Wait. Zhang Yi reached level 1 as well? Did he level up when he killed Ding Deng? Yuzu, Zhang Yi probably didn't level up from killing Ding Deng. I heard that leveling up causes a flash of golden light, but he didn't show any at the time, so he got chased by monsters later? And he actually survived and leveled up. Does that mean the monsters aren't that strong? Not strong, my ass. I remember Yang Wenchao saying that Zhang Yi had opened a package. He must have gotten some powerful item from it, which is why he was able to kill the monster and level up. Fuck. I want to go steal packages now, don't be reckless. Package stealing is pure luck. You might get something good, but you'll definitely have to pay a massive compensation fee. Still, I'm so jealous. Those who reached level 1 are not just stronger but also get to be on the ranking board. Meanwhile, us level 0s are literally nobodies, like background cannon fodder in a novel. Exactly. I really want to level up too. It's like that Maslow's hierarchy thing. Paying rent and working is just the lowest level survival need. Leveling up and getting stronger is the real higher pursuit. By the way, those who reached level 1, can you share how you did it? Maybe the rest of us can follow your example. A heated discussion about leveling up erupted in the chat. But none of the 8 ranked players responded. Just then, on the screen of duel room machine number 1, a bold, fail, notification popped up. Zhao Likan and Wang Kaiyang, who had been distracted by the chat, snapped back to reality, their eyes wide in shock. No way? Yang Wenchao actually lost? 100,000 game coins. Just gone like that? I remember the rent for a room on the 20th floor is only 120,000 game coins per day. He really is stupidly rich. I bet Yang Wenchao is in a bad mood after losing 100,000 game coins. Should we leave before he takes it out on us? Yeah. Let's get out of here. Without hesitation, Zhao Likan and Wang Kaiyang quickly fled the duel room. Zhang Yi, staring at the fail on the screen, also felt uneasy. He wanted to use the duel room to fight strong players from other apartments. But using it cost money. And right now, he had debt, not money. So, after leaving the duel room, Zhang Yi headed straight to the apartment administrator's front desk. A few students were still gathered there, nervously avoiding eye contact with him. Zhang Yi ignored them and asked the administrator directly, "How much is my loan limit?" When his number 1 replica had asked before, the administrator had set his limit at 50,000 game coins. But now, it was number 2 replica asking. The administrator glanced at him expressionlessly and answered, 300,000 game coins. The moment this number was spoken, the students nearby were left absolutely stunned. When they looked at Zhang Yi again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. As if they were looking at a ghost. They had already guessed that this bald guy was one of their disguised classmates. But they never expected this classmate to have a 300,000 game coins loan limit. For normal students, getting a few hundred in loans was already a blessing. Very few could even break 1,000 game coins. As for loans over 10,000 game coins, they had never seen it happen. And yet, this bald guy just casually got 300,000 game coins? What the hell kind of insane privilege was this? Everyone here knew that loan limits were based on a player's potential in the administrator's evaluation. The higher the potential, the higher the loan limit. In other words, this mysterious bald classmate was absolutely not ordinary. Could he be Zhang Jinshan or Zhangfei, the 2 low-key players who had made it onto the ranking board? The students began throwing out all sorts of wild theories about Zhang Yi's true identity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi calmly inquired about the loan interest rates. In the end, he only applied for a 500 loan, agreeing to repay 600 by the next reset at midnight. As he took the loan voucher and prepared to return to the duel room, the chat group suddenly exploded with activity again. The cause? Some students had started bragging about how strong their apartment's players were, boasting that having 8 level 1 players in such a short time was an impressive feat. As more students enthusiastically praised the ranking board's top players, Yang Wenchao, who had just lost 100,000 game coins, suddenly rained on their parade. A measly few level 1 players, and you guys are already getting cocky? You really have no idea how small you are. I'm probably the strongest in our apartment, but in the duel room, The players I encountered from other apartments were everywhere. Stronger than me, equal to me, or just outright monsters. There are countless players just as powerful as me, if not even stronger. If you all keep being this naive and carefree, with zero sense of urgency, you're guaranteed to become cannon fodder. You won't even pass the beginner apartments test. If any other student had said this, they probably would have been mocked and dismissed. But coming from Yang Wenchao, it made a huge impact. Many students instantly felt the pressure. As the mood in the chat shifted from excitement to anxiety, Yang Wenchao suddenly spoke again. After gambling in the duel room, I've realized one thing. If you're strong enough, making money is ridiculously easy. You could casually win 80,000 game coins to 100,000 game coins from a single battle. Of course, that's only if you can win, and I just lost 100,000 game coins in a single match. The entire chat group fell into stunned silence. Then exploded in shock. They didn't even have 100,000 game coins for 10 days of rent, yet Yang Wenchao lost that much in one fight? What the hell? The gap between them and the top players was just too massive. No matter what kind of environment they were in, those at the top of the pyramid always left the ordinary people in the dust. As the students were still reeling from the shock, Yang Wenchao continued, 100,000 game coins is nothing. If I get stronger, I'll win it back in no time, so, I'm planning to organize a team to explore the depths of the 3rd floor corridor and see if we can level up together. The chat group instantly went wild. Holy shit. Team leveling? That's genius. I've been dying to level up, and we get to level up with a top player leading us? This is too good to be true. Fuck. Brother Zhao is a legend. From now on, if anyone dares to talk shit about him, I, Zuke Ixuan, will personally fight them. Brother Zhao is the best. I'm dropping everything right now to join his team. Clearly, after the ranking board appeared, the desire to level up had reached an all-time high. Hearing team leveling from Yang Wenchao made everyone incredibly excited. It was the perfect opportunity to latch onto a powerful ally. However, Yang Wenchao quickly followed up with another message. Exploring the corridor depths will be dangerous. Even in a team, I need people who can fight and handle risk, not deadweights looking for a free ride. So, if your combat power is below 20, don't bother coming. If your combat power is over 20 and you want to level up fast, meet me at the 3rd floor elevator in 10 minutes. His decisive statement instantly changed the mood. Students with low combat power started wailing in disappointment, realizing they had just gotten excited for nothing. But those with over 20 combat power? There weren't many of them. They hesitated. On one hand, leveling up was a huge opportunity. On the other, Yang Wenchao had killed people before. His brutal and unpredictable nature was well known. What if he just killed his teammates? However, teaming up with someone as strong as Yang Wenchao would make exploring the corridor much safer. The pros and cons were clear. But that only made the decision harder. Zhang Yi hesitated as well. Should he join the team first, level up, and then go to the duel room? Or should he go straight to the duel room, make money, and observe how the corridor exploration played out from the sidelines? Chapter 24, War God Ranking. Stubborn bronze Zhang Yi hesitated for only a moment before decisively taking his 500 loan and heading toward the duel room. After all, he was still disguised as a bald uncle. If he joined a large team for leveling, he'd definitely be questioned. Even if he dropped the disguise and joined as himself, it would still be a bad idea. He had previously displayed his data panel using number 1 replica, which had shown his ability as C-tier, gold element affinity. But if the team required him to show his panel again, and it suddenly revealed an S-tier ability, hard work pays off, it would raise way too many suspicions. So instead, it was safer to avoid large groups and investigate the duel room first. Meanwhile, back in room 2064. At the same time, number 1 replica, stationed in room 2064, had finally finished cleaning the first bathroom. Removing a total of over 1,000 strands of hair. Holding each wet, tangled strand, Zhang Yi couldn't shake off a deep sense of unease. Following the personal assistant's instructions, he stored the 1,000+ hairs inside a large, water tank-like container. Then, he moved toward the master bedroom's bathroom. But then, he noticed something surprising. A bronze treasure chest was sitting openly on the bay window. This bronze chest seemed completely out of place in the spotless, orderly apartment. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. He walked directly toward the bay window, while casually explaining to the personal assistant robot, "For the master bedroom, I'll start cleaning from the bay window." The personal assistant robot didn't object. "Do as you wish, as long as you ensure all 10,086 strands of hair are found and intact." Zhang Yi nodded, approaching the bay window, and placed a hand on the bronze treasure chest. His body stiffened, his mind tensed, but he pretended to be calm as he asked, "Does this need to be cleaned too?" The personal assistant robot paused for a moment before responding. What do you mean? The blanket on the bay window? The owner's hair wouldn't normally fall under the blanket, but if you're unsure, you can check. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up with surprise. This meant the personal assistant robot couldn't see the bronze treasure chest. But was it just the robot, or were all non-player residents unable to see treasure chests? Zhang Yi didn't dare waste time. He immediately stored the chest in his pocket space. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued cleaning the hair. Back in the duel room. Number 2 replica, sensing number 1 replica's loot, felt instantly better. He entered duel machine number 2, thinking, there are only 20 duel machines in this room. But if one day, I have 20 replicas, wouldn't that mean I could take up all 20 machines myself? Ha ha ha. Just the thought of it made him excited. But with only 10 days in the beginner phase, it was unlikely he'd be able to control 20 replicas at once. Zhang Yi cleared his thoughts and focused on duel machine number 2. The machine resembled an ATM, and stepping inside felt just like using an ATM to withdraw cash. The moment he entered, the door automatically closed, completely sealing him in. A robotic voice verified his identity as a 20th floor tenant, then automatically deducted 100 survival points as a machine usage fee. Suddenly, as Zhang Yi sat down, some kind of mechanism activated. A high-tech helmet lowered onto his head. In an instant, his consciousness blurred, and he felt as if he were falling into a dream. Until he arrived in an entirely new space. A new world. The War God battlefield. The space was massive, resembling the lobby of an apartment complex. Everywhere he looked, people filled the area. Young, old, men, women. All of them were Doomsday apartment players. Above every player's head was a black title, Nameless Black Iron, the giant electronic screen at the north end of the hall. The largest crowd was gathered. Behind him stood a giant electronic screen, displaying War God ranking, first place, Lin Jing, stubborn bronze, 100%, second place, Zhang Wenhan, stubborn bronze, 100%, third place, Shabo, stubborn bronze, 100%, fourth place, Li Junqi, stubborn bronze, 100%, fifth place, Wang Chengjin, stubborn bronze, 100%, sixth place, Kpeng, stubborn bronze, 92.3%. The entire leaderboard was filled with stubborn bronze players. Meanwhile, everyone in the first floor hall, including Zhang Yi, had the title Nameless Black Iron. It was obvious. Nameless Black Iron was a lower tier rank than stubborn bronze. And those who made it onto the War God ranking were the elite of the elite. The true apex predators of the player base. The War God ranking displayed 100 names. The stubborn bronze label seemed to be a title, while the percentage number likely represented their battle win rate. Zhang Yi scanned the entire list from top to bottom, but didn't see Yang Wenchao's name anywhere. Which meant, even Yang Wenchao, one of the strongest in their apartment, wasn't good enough to make the list. No wonder he had warned the chat group that other apartments are filled with powerful players. Just how strong were these ranked players? As Zhang Yi was lost in thought, a burly bald man beside him suddenly struck up a conversation. Brother, first time in the duel room? You here just to check things out, or are you looking to fight someone? Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment but didn't reject the conversation. I mainly came to take a look, he admitted. As for fighting, I'm too weak to stand a chance. By the way, how does dueling work here? Oh, that's easy. The bald man grinned, his tone growing friendlier after hearing Zhang Yi admit he was weak. This entire duel room is actually a giant virtual space connecting multiple apartments. Just like an old-school online game. The structure is similar to our apartment building, with different floors. New players start in the first floor hall, where we can admire the War God ranking and gape at the monsters we'll never reach. The second floor is where actual matchmaking battles take place. If you're willing to pay extra, you can even spectate other people's fights. As for the third floor, only those who have achieved the title, Stubborn Bronze, can enter. So for us nobodies, we can only access the first and second floors for now. Zhang Yi nodded and glanced around the hall. No wonder all the players here have the title, Nameless Black Iron. This first floor lobby must be full of newcomers like me who just entered the duel room, right? The bald man's eyes flickered, and he sneered inwardly. Of course not. There aren't just newbies here. There are also plenty of veterans who specialize in scamming newcomers. But, naturally, he wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, he laughed cheerfully and nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Then, as if to reassure Zhang Yi, he added, Brother, you just said you're too weak to challenge anyone? But honestly, most of the newbies in this first floor lobby aren't that strong either. Think about it. Anyone who can enter the duel room this early is just lucky enough to have been assigned to an apartment on the 20th floor or higher. Many of them have D tier or even E tier abilities. If someone awakened a C tier ability, they'd already be considered one of the stronger ones. In that case, if you fight a fellow newbie, your chances of winning are actually pretty good. Besides, the duel room is a virtual environment. Just like playing a game. Even if you lose, you're only losing money, not your life. Then, the bald man suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice deliberately. I've been here a little longer than you and have gathered some intel on the newcomers. If you're interested in trying a duel, I can introduce you to an easy opponent for a test match. Chapter 25, Bro, take me under your wing. The bald man looked like a warm-hearted, straightforward good guy. But Zhang Yi wasn't stupid. His school had even held lectures on fraud prevention. There was no way he'd believe this bald guy's nonsense. Still, he didn't reject him outright. Instead, he put on a curious expression and asked, so, the duel room system. Isn't it random matchmaking? Can you actually pick your own opponent? The bald man grinned and explained, the duel room does have both matchmaking mode and challenge mode. But in matchmaking mode, even though it's called random, the system actually pairs you with an opponent whose combat power is roughly the same as yours. In that case, your chances of winning are about 50-50. If you win some and lose some, it's hard to make money. If you're unlucky, you might even lose money. But in challenge mode, you can choose a weaker opponent. That way, your chances of winning go way up. Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt something was off. If everyone just challenges weaker opponents, won't the weaker players go bankrupt in no time and stop coming to the duel room? The bald man chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. The duel room is fair. In challenge mode, both sides have to agree before the match can happen. If a stronger player challenges a weaker one, the weaker player can completely refuse. But us newcomers all start as nameless black iron, basically nobodies. Just looking at appearances, you can't tell who's strong or weak. So in challenge mode, you often get matches where one side is way stronger than the other. For the stronger side, it's like picking up a bargain. And what I mean is, I can help you pick up those bargains. The opponent's a girl, weak as hell, and way too naive. Super easy to trick. I pretended to be weak and challenged her before. Won easily. If she didn't already know she can't beat me and reject my challenges outright, I wouldn't be passing her along to someone else. The bald man's logic actually made some sense in a way. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then deliberately put on a conflicted, guilty expression. But she never did anything to me. If I go out of my way to scam her, wouldn't that be kind of wrong? As soon as he said this, the bald man visibly froze. He stared at Zhang Yi for a long while, as if hesitating. But soon, he suppressed whatever emotion he was feeling and deliberately widened his eyes in shock. Come on, bro, don't tell me you're this naive. When you got teleported into the apartment, didn't you hear the system say Doomsday apartment? It's the freaking apocalypse. You're seriously still trying to follow moral codes like some saint? The key point is, even if you don't scam others, others will scam you. Besides, in an apocalypse setting like this, I think our moral standards should be a little lower. From that perspective, this isn't even scamming. It's called teaching a lesson. I mean, it's not like anyone's dying in the duel room. If we scam someone once, at least they'll learn from it. Looking at it another way, we're actually doing a good deed here. Of course, if your conscience really won't let you, I won't force you. Let's just say we were chatting and made a new friend. But bro, since you're here in the duel room, that means you live on the 20th floor or higher. Your daily rent must be over 100,000, right? Not sure if I'll even see you tomorrow, though. Speaking of which, we're both bald. That's a kind of fate, isn't it? What a pity, sigh. The bald man's regretful tone made it sound like Zhang Yi was already dead because he couldn't pay rent. Zhang Yi knew exactly what this guy was doing. Trying to pressure him with rent. It was just like those scam cases where they lure people in with promises of easy money. That girl the bald guy mentioned was most likely his accomplice. They probably figured Zhang Yi wasn't strong and wanted to work together to scam him. Zhang Yi thought for a while and felt a bit torn. Because according to the bald guy, opponents in matchmaking mode would have combat power similar to his. Without absolute strength or hidden cards, making stable money through matchmaking mode would be tough. So, if he really wanted to profit in the duel room, challenge mode was the better option. The problem was, opponents in challenge mode could refuse. How to make others think he was weak and accept the challenge. That was the real problem every bargain hunting player faced. And guys like this bald man, who teamed up to scam people, were probably everywhere. Should he just expose the bald man outright? And then join his scamming gang instead? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the war god ranking, and asked the bald man, but based on what you said about these two modes, How do the top-ranked players on the War God ranking have a 100% win rate? If they're that strong, weaker players definitely wouldn't accept their challenges. And the opponents they get in matchmaking mode should also be strong. In that case, shouldn't it be impossible to maintain a perfect win rate? The answer to this question was actually quite simple. The bald man had just mentioned that matchmaking mode pairs players based on combat power. And a player's combat power value is determined by their attributes, abilities, and skills. But their items aren't factored in. This meant that two players with the same combat power value could still have a huge gap. If one had powerful items, they could completely crush the other. This was something you'd notice after watching a few matches. And this was why the top-ranked players on the War God ranking could maintain a 100% win rate. Zhang Yi had just arrived at the duel room, so it was normal if he didn't know. Of course, the bald man was well aware of this secret. But he had no intention of telling him. He deliberately lied. Well, maybe those top players have their own unique advantages. For example, if they trained in martial arts, even if their opponent's combat power is similar, they could still keep winning. The world of top-tier players is beyond our imagination, so it's normal if we don't get it. Normal? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and started forming some theories about why the top players kept winning. And as these theories took shape, he looked at the bald man again. And suddenly had a bold idea. Because there were plenty of newbies in this first-floor lobby. So how did this bald guy single him out as a scam target? Did he just look easy to fool? Or was it a random pick? Probably neither. Zhang Yi's mind shifted, and he suddenly turned to the bald man with a smile. Bro, I thought it through. Conscience can't put food on the table. If I don't start making money, I won't even be able to pay today's rent. Bro, take me under your wing. I'll definitely remember your kindness. The bald man had spent all this effort just waiting for these words. He sneered inwardly, but his face still wore that friendly, enthusiastic grin as he said, "Hey, it's not about taking you under my wing. No need to be so polite. I just believe that having more friends means having more opportunities. But speaking of which, you'll need to tell me your combat power first. That way, I can make sure you can actually beat that girl." Zhang Yi nodded and, with his honest, naive-looking bald head, replied earnestly, "No problem. My ability is a C-tier gold element affinity. My stamina is 1.2, energy is 2.4, combat power is 5.5, and I've also mastered a skill. Golden light technique." He spoke so smoothly, without a hint of hesitation, that it didn't seem like a lie at all. The bald man was secretly pleased and immediately started hyping him up. "Come on, bro, with that strength, you're already considered a strong player in the entire duel room. And yet, you were just saying you were too weak to fight? That's way too cautious." Zhang Yi put on a confused look and continued in his honest tone, "Am I really strong? I have no idea. Before the apocalypse, I was just shut-in, fat and lazy. Never exercised, never even killed the chicken. This 5.5 combat power. When it comes down to a real fight, I might not even be able to use half of it." Hearing this, the bald man finally relaxed. After all, trying to scam someone with 5.5 combat power would have been a bit of a challenge. But if this guy couldn't fully use his strength, that was perfect. So he patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and reassured him, "That's fine. Even if you can only use half of your 5.5 combat power, it's still an easy win. Come on, I'll take you to find that naive little girl. But bro, you'll have to talk to her yourself. I scammed her before, so if she sees us together, she definitely won't accept your challenge." Zhang Yi nodded, showing he understood. At the same time, as this bald man led Zhang Yi toward the second floor, he secretly sent a private message to his accomplice, "Got another newbie. 5.5 combat power. Seems pretty gullible, probably not pretending to be weak." The recipient, whose contact name was Li Ran, replied immediately, "Does he have any items?" Players on the 20th floor should have started with a bronze treasure chest. This so-called bald man was actually named Zhu Jinyao. She quickly replied to Li Ran, "Nah, he's as unlucky as me. His bronze treasure chest only gave him a disguise mask. So just like me, his actual appearance is completely hidden. Whether he's a guy or a girl, no one knows." Chapter 26, Playing Against the Rules, but I think it's probably a young girl. She was naive enough to worry about whether scamming people is immoral, Zhu Jinyao casually complained in her message. To her surprise, Li Ran hesitated before replying, "If she's really just an innocent girl with no experience, wouldn't it be a bit too cruel for us to scam her?" Zhu Jinyao immediately responded, "Sister Ran, think it through. The world has changed. And besides, since she agreed to a challenge, that means she wants to scam others too. If she loses money in the end, it's her own greed to blame. She deserves it, and it's just the duel room. It's not like anyone's actually dying, Sister Ran. Your job is to pretend to be a naive girl. Don't actually start acting like one at the critical moment. Li Ran didn't reply after that. Meanwhile, still in disguise as a bald man, Zhu Jinyao led Zhang Yi up the stairs to the second floor. Once they reached the emergency exit, she pointed in a direction. See that girl over there in the white school uniform? Go over and ask if she's willing to accept a challenge. She'll definitely ask about your combat power first. Don't tell the truth. Just say it's 1 point something or 2 point something, and that you haven't learned any skills. She'll fall for it and accept your challenge. Oh, and by the way, that schoolgirl lives in the same apartment as her family. Her parents gave her a lot of money. When you challenge her, make sure to bet big. 1 or 2,000 isn't a problem. Zhang Yi looked flustered. I don't even have 1 or 2,000. I only have 500 total, and that's from a loan from the apartment administrator. I already paid 100 for the dual room entry fee, so I only have 400 left. Hearing that, Zhu Jinyao felt even more certain that this was a done deal. A loan limit of 500 meant even the apartment administrator didn't think he had much potential. But after all that effort, scamming just 400? Forget it. Even 400 was better than nothing. Random matchmaking could easily result in losing money instead. She reassured Zhang Yi a bit more before urging him to go find Li Ran. The second floor lobby was much larger than the first floor. It was laid out like a movie theater, packed with rows upon rows of seats. When a player sat down, a control panel automatically appeared in their mind. This panel displayed maps of both the first and second floors, marking each player as a red dot. That's when Zhang Yi realized. In challenge mode, he didn't even need to see his opponent in person. He could simply issue a challenge directly through the map in his mind. Besides that, players could also spectate ongoing battles. However, spectating required an extra fee, 100 survival points to watch battles in the Black Iron Duel Room, 1000 game coins to watch battles in the Bronze Duel Room. Of course, whether or not a battle was available for public viewing depended on both fighters agreeing to it. If either of them chose to keep it private, no one else could watch. Additionally, players on the War God ranking had the privilege of setting their own spectating fees. And 10% of the total spectating fees would go to the winner of the match. For example, if 100 people paid to watch a Black Iron level battle, the winner of that fight would earn 1000 game coins just from spectators. On top of that, spectators could also tip the fighters. However, only 50% of the tip actually went to the recipient. But considering most beginner players were probably broke, there likely weren't many people willing to pay for spectating or tipping. For most regular players, their fights were unlikely to be watched. Of course, for top-tier fighters on the War God ranking or celebrity players with a fan base, making money from spectators was definitely a viable strategy. After reaching the second floor, Zhang Yi didn't immediately go straight to the schoolgirl Zhu Jinyao had pointed out. If he was going to scam, he had to do it professionally. He couldn't make it too obvious. He sat down in an empty seat first, carefully studying the control panel in his mind. Once he had figured it out, he scanned the massive second-floor lobby, pretending to be just another newbie looking around. Only after making it seem natural did he finally start walking toward the schoolgirl in uniform. Meanwhile, Li Ran sent another message to Zhu Jinyao. Are you sure this bald guy is just a naive little girl? The way he's scouting for a target doesn't look like someone blindly following your instructions to come straight for me. Zhu Jinyao, still watching from the stairwell, had to admit. Zhang Yi didn't seem as clueless as she initially thought. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, maybe he's just naturally good at scamming? Either way, don't worry, Sister Ran. His loan limit is only 500, and he only has 400 left in hand. Li Ran read this and finally relaxed a little. Seeing the bald guy approaching her, she quickly pretended to be focused on her control panel, as if completely absorbed in studying it. It wasn't until Zhang Yi sat down next to her and actively struck up a conversation that she reacted. Hey, which school are you from? Li Ran blinked, putting on an innocent expression, and looked at Zhang Yi before nodding obediently. Yeah, uncle, do you need something? Ah. Zhang Yi casually made something up. My son is about your age. He's in high school too. He's not in the same beginner apartment as me, and I'm a little worried about how he's doing. This was him setting up a loving father persona. A responsible, concerned middle-aged man. Li Ran was momentarily stunned. She thought to herself. Was this guy actually bald? Maybe he hadn't used a disguise mask at all, and this was just his real appearance? But even if his bronze treasure chest had given him some other item, she was still confident she could beat him. Keeping up her sweet, innocent act, she reassured him, Uncle, don't worry too much. The beginner apartments seem to group players within a set range. It could be an entire class, an entire neighborhood, or even everyone from the same bus ride. Your son is probably in an apartment with his classmates, so they can look out for each other. He should be fine. Sigh. Zhang Yi let out a deep sigh, looking sorrowful. I just hope he's not as unlucky as me. Starting out on the 20th floor. I can't even afford rent. I don't even know if I'll ever get to reunite with my son again. At first, Li Ran felt a slight pang of sympathy. But she quickly reminded herself. Sympathizing with the weak will only make you weak. What this uncle was saying might not even be true. And even if it was his bad luck. No one else's fault. She had read a post on Little Green Book that said, when you sympathize with someone, you take on their misfortune. For a girl who wanted to rise to the top, she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. With this mindset, she put on her most sympathetic expression and offered sweetly, Uncle. How about you challenge me? I live with my parents in the same apartment, and with the apartment administrator's loan, I can definitely afford rent. I'd like to help you if I can. Zhang Yi put on an embarrassed look. That doesn't seem right. It's fine. It's just a challenge. I'm pretty weak, so who knows? Maybe I'll even get lucky and beat you. Li Ran smiled warmly, like an innocent little angel. Zhang Yi hesitated. Then, he suddenly went off script and improvised, you know what, little sister? Let me be honest with you instead. Chapter 27, Muscle Barbie. Actually, a bald, scheming brute told me that you're super weak and easy to trick. That's why I specifically came to challenge you. But now, I feel like someone as kind-hearted as you shouldn't be deceived. So, forget it. I can't bring myself to take advantage of you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi even let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. But, what the fuck? Li Ran was completely dumbfounded. In this day and age, there are still genuinely honest uncles like this? She actually felt a little bad about it. But then, a new thought crossed her mind. This uncle is so dumb. Even if he didn't get scammed by her today, some real bad guys would eventually scam him out of everything. So, she had to help him. She needed to teach him the harsh reality of human nature. Only then would he stop being so gullible in the future. Yes. That's it. She was doing this for his own good. She really was too kind. Thinking this, Li Ran's eyes even got a little misty. She looked at Zhang Yi with deep emotion, her gaze firm. Uncle, you're such a good person. Cat good people should be rewarded. I have to help you. Challenge me, Uncle. I'm willing to be scammed by you. Wait, no. Uncle, you're not scamming me. I'm willingly helping you. Don't refuse me, Uncle. Think about your son. With my help, you'll have a higher chance of reuniting with him. Hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly knew. Yeah, this girl was definitely setting him up. She was probably even convincing herself that she was helping him see the cruel reality of the world. Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly but put on a hesitant expression, acting like he was reluctantly giving in. Well, since you're so determined to help me, I guess I shouldn't refuse anymore? With that, he quickly used the control panel in his mind to issue a challenge to her. His entire net worth was only 400. So, he set the bet amount to 400. The moment Li Ran accepted the challenge, their consciousnesses plunged into darkness. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi found himself standing on a basketball court-sized battle arena. Around the arena, there was a ring of seats. At the moment, all the seats were empty, meaning there were no spectators watching this match. However, back in Zhang Yi's apartment duel room, Zhao Likun and Wang Haiyang were stationed outside the number 2 duel machine, watching his battle on the machine's display screen for free. All arranged by Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao had fought in several battles already and was fairly experienced. So, while other students were still guessing, he was already certain. That bald guy was using a disguise mask from a bronze treasure chest. And bronze treasure chests only appeared in apartments above the 20th floor. The only known 20th floor residents in his apartment were himself and Zhang Yi. So, his first instinct was, that bald guy must be Zhang Yi in disguise. But then he thought about it again. Something didn't add up. Because based on chat group messages, when the bald guy was spotted on the first floor, Zhang Yi was upstairs, secretly opening a package in the stairwell. In fact, Yang Wenchao himself was the witness to Zhang Yi's alibi. So, that meant there was another 20th floor resident in their beginner apartment. Was it Zhang Jinshan or Zhang Fei, who were keeping a low profile on the ranking board? Or was it someone else, a classmate who hadn't reached level 1 yet? Yang Wenchao wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. Players who started on the 20th floor or higher had higher rent, but they also had more opportunities. These players would either die on the first day or grow rapidly. If he saw that bald guy again tomorrow, it meant the guy truly had the potential to become a powerhouse. Of course, the same went for Zhang Yi. But between the two, Yang Wenchao was more interested in the mysterious bald guy. So, he had Zhao Likan and Wang Haiyang stay at the duel room to monitor the bald guy's battle. As for himself, he went to the third floor, waiting near the red light elevator exit to meet up with his team members for leveling up. Unfortunately, the top-ranked players Zhang Jinshan and Zhang Fei still didn't show up for the party. Instead, 4 ranking board powerhouses arrived together. Wang Lingaling, Jiao Chang, Lu Shen, and Zhu Yuun. These 4 were all part of Wang Lingaling's mutual aid group. Besides them, 7 level 0 players from the same group also joined. Although Yang Wenchao was the one who suggested this team up, he was actually the only one not in their mutual aid group. With such a large team, including 4 level 1 powerhouses, none of them really feared Yang Wenchao. In fact, when Wang Lingaling chatted with him, she subtly probed for information, trying to figure out why was he so strong? How did he resurrect? However, Yang Wenchao was naturally eccentric and deliberately spoke nonsense, throwing them off with random, fabricated explanations. This nearly pissed off Jiao Chang, who had a short temper and almost started a fight with him. Luckily, Wang Lingaling stopped him. In the end, they successfully formed a party and began exploring the deeper parts of the hallway to level up. Meanwhile, other players continued their daily grind for money, keeping an eye on the leveling rankings in the chat group, watching closely to see if any of the leveling team actually gained experience. Zhao Likan and Wang Haiyang were thrilled at the moment, eager to seize the opportunity to cling to Yang Wenchao's thigh. Yes, in their eyes, being able to work for Yang Wenchao meant they had latched onto a powerhouse. So, the two of them stood diligently outside Zhang Yi's duel machine number 2, keeping watch like loyal subordinates. When the screen outside duel machine number 2 lit up, both their eyes brightened. It's finally starting. This should be the bald guy's first match in the duel room, right? But why is his opponent some delicate-looking girl? Even if he wins, it won't prove anything about his strength. Can't say for sure. What if she looks weak but is actually really strong? Don't forget, Yang lost 100,000 game coins in a fight against a girl. Wang Haiyang nodded in agreement, sighing, that's true. You really can't judge strength by gender or appearance anymore. Wang Lingaling from our apartment is the best example. Zhao Likan added, not just Wang Lingaling. Zhu Yuun too. Out of the top 8 players on the ranking board, 2 of them are girls. As they spoke, the countdown appeared on the duel machine's screen, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, inside the virtual arena, the same countdown rang in Zhang Yi's mind. As the numbers ticked down, he kept up his simple, honest act, smiling warmly at the girl in front of him. Little sister, just stand still, okay? Uncle will make this quick. Okay, uncle. Li Ran nodded obediently while flashing him a strange smile. That smile. It was the exact same eerie grin as seen from Detective Chinatown 1. Zhao Likan and Wang Haiyang, watching the screen, were stunned. Wait. Hold up. Why does this feel off? On the arena, Li Ran thought. Wow, this uncle is seriously slow. She had literally grinned like a psycho, and yet, the guy still hadn't realized anything was wrong. Sigh, too naive. Such an honest, gullible uncle. Almost makes me feel bad. She sighed inwardly. But the moment the countdown hit, 1, her petite figure suddenly exploded forward like an unsheathed blade, lunging straight at Zhang Yi. Her speed. Zhao Likan and Wang Haiyang both gasped in shock. She really isn't what she seems. She's fast as hell. Speed and strength are tied to stamina attributes. Her stats must be pretty high. But still not as strong as Yang Wenchao. In the blink of an eye, Li Ran had already reached Zhang Yi. And at that moment, her skin suddenly turned into a hardened, metallic gold. Wang Haiyang's jaw dropped as he blurted out, holy shit. What the hell is this? Is she Muscle Barbie? Chapter 28, I want to see your true face. Zhao Likan, who possessed the comprehension enhancement ability, immediately speculated, this should be a gold element skill. In this state, that bald guy might not even be able to break through her defense. No, it's not just stronger defense. Her strength is also incredible. On the screen, the girl's punch toward the bald man seemed to stir the air with a fierce swooshing sound. Even through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming metallic force behind it, as if it could crush anything in its path. Wang Haiyang couldn't help but blurt out another holy shit. And marveled, you really can't judge girls by their looks these days. She looks so soft and delicate, but damn, she's actually this violent. Zhao Likan speculated further, this gold element skill is both offensive and defensive. It must be at least B rank. Wang Haiyang was shocked. Then doesn't that mean her ability is S tier? Zhao Likan shook his head. Not necessarily. What if she, like Lu Shen, has extremely high comprehension? With high comprehension, even a B tier ability can unlock B tier skills. Wang Qiang sucked in a sharp breath. Then if she has high comprehension, she might have more than just one skill. In just a few sentences, the two spoke rapidly while continuing to watch. On the screen, the bald man actually dodged the violet girl's punch. He was even faster than her. With a swift raise of his hand, he firmly caught her wrist mid-punch. Then, without the slightest pause, he twisted her wrist and executed a seamless over-the-shoulder throw. Boom. The girl's back slammed hard against the ground. This scene left Zhao Liqun and Wang Qiang utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? It's one thing for girls to be violent these days, but why do guys have no sense of pity either? That throw. Even as two grown men watching, they felt an unbearable pain just imagining it. But with her gold element defense, she probably wasn't too badly hurt. Still, her expression twisted between pain and utter disbelief. Especially her gaze, lying on the ground, staring up at the bald man. It was as if she had just seen a ghost. Yet in the next second, that ghost-like expression froze completely on her face. The bald man, after executing the throw, wasted no time. With a single stroke of a black dagger, he slit the girl's throat. The cut was deep. Blood gushed out in streams. Immediately after, Zhao Liqun and Wang Qiang watched in stunned silence as the words, "win," appeared on the screen. Then, the screen went black. The two stared at it in a daze for a long time before snapping back to reality, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? That's it? That girl's gold element defense should have been really strong, right? How did the bald guy break through it? Or was it a critical hit to the throat, so she got one shot killed? No. It's the dagger. That thing must be like Brother Chang's wristband. Some kind of powerful item. That bald guy's stats must be way higher than hers. Shit. So this bald guy is seriously strong. Could he be the low-profile Zhang Jinshan or Xangfei? Or some other hidden powerhouse? Wait. Look at the ranking board. A new player just got listed. On the ranking board, a new entry had appeared. Rank 9, Liu Shun, Level 1, Liu Shun from Class 1? Could it be him? That guy's an athlete and hardly ever talks in the group chat. Fuck. Feels like all the real experts are quietly getting rich in the shadows. It's just us cannon fodder making noise in the chat for attention. Fuck. Comparing ourselves to them is infuriating. I've decided. I'm gonna keep a low profile and stop wasting time in the group chat. At the same time. Virtual combat space. Second floor lobby. Two adjacent seats. Li Ran's face stiffened. Her large, watery eyes snapped toward the bald uncle sitting beside her. The sharp turn of her head sent her bangs sweeping through the air, practically radiating her fury. How could she not be angry? That damn uncle. At a time like this, he still had the audacity to wear that honest, goofy smile and cheerfully thank her. Thanks, little miss. That was a generous 400 you gifted me. You're such a kind person. Kind people always get good karma. That innocent and sincere tone. Those familiar-sounding words. Li Ran almost coughed up blood in rage. At this point, there was no need to keep up the innocent act. Her glare at Zhang Yi was filled with resentment. And a hint of wariness. After a brief silence, she spoke coldly, "If I'm not mistaken, you don't actually have a son my age. You're not some bald uncle at all. This bald uncle appearance. It's just a disguise. What do you really look like? Are you a man or a woman? How old are you?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "What, you wanna get revenge on me? That bald teammate of yours also used a disguise mask, didn't they? I was curious at first. Why, out of all the people in the first floor lobby, did she single me out? At first, I thought it was just because we were both bald. But then I realized. It was because we were both bald. She must have known that the item I pulled from my apartment treasure chest was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is a support item with minimal stat boosts, so compared to other players on the 20th floor, I'd naturally be weaker. That's why she approached me, right?" Li Ran's face remained cold, silent for a long moment. Finally, she muttered, "Are you really a first-time player in the duel room?" Zhang Yi grinned. "Of course. And not just that. I really did take out a 500 loan too. Believe it or not, I'm actually 35,000 game coins in debt to the apartment. I might not even survive the day. I'm seriously broke. Little miss, why don't you show some more kindness and help me out? Help your damn sister." At this point, even hearing words like little miss and kindness felt like pure mockery to Li Ran. Too infuriating. She gritted her teeth and speculated directly, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a man. A career professional who's been working for a few years?" Zhang Yi, of course, had no intention of answering anything related to his identity. He simply kept up his honest, goofy smile. "If Little Miss isn't willing to be generous, then I'll have to make money on my own." Li Ran was still gritting her teeth but suddenly called out, "Wait. I can share some fast money strategies with you." Zhang Yi turned around. At that moment, he was standing by his seat while Li Ran remained seated. With one standing and the other sitting, a natural contrast of dominance and suppression formed between them. With that posture, he smiled at Li Ran and said, "Fast money, huh? TSK, that sure sounds familiar. Wouldn't you agree, scammer?" Li Ran's face flushed red with anger. She was both furious and embarrassed. "I've already paid the price for my actions. Why would I try to scam you?" "So?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you want?" "I want to see your real face without the disguise." "Not happening." Without giving her any chance to argue further, Zhang Yi simply turned and left. Chapter 29, First Battle in Random Matchmaking. Li Ran was left standing there, furious enough to want to stab someone. Before long, Zhu Jinyao removed her bald-headed disguise and returned with her real appearance. "How'd it go, Sister Ran? You got the 400, right?" She had started off sounding excited, but as she spoke, she noticed something off about Li Ran's expression. Her enthusiasm faded into hesitation as she tentatively asked, "Wait. No way. Sister Ran, don't tell me. Did you mess up? Or did you go soft?" Li Ran gritted her teeth. "Neither. I didn't mess up, and I definitely didn't go soft. It's just that we both got played by that bald guy. He was just playing dumb while actually being a beast. And he figured out right away that we were working together. He turned the tables on me and scammed me instead." Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. He's stronger than you?" Li Ran pressed her lips together, too embarrassed to admit she was practically one-shot killed. Instead, she simply nodded. "His stats completely crushed mine. And besides the disguise mask, he also had a bronze tier item." "Holy shit." Zhu Jinyao was dumbfounded. How was she this unlucky? She tried to scam one random guy and ended up running into a hidden powerhouse in disguise? What kind of reverse jackpot was this? Feeling uneasy, she asked, "So, what now? Will that guy hold a grudge and come after us later?" Li Ran didn't answer. She was still seething inside. She was the one who lost 400. That bastard had no reason to take revenge on her. If anything, she should be the one taking revenge. But in the end, she didn't voice those thoughts. After a long moment of contemplation, she solemnly told Zhu Jinyao, "I don't want to play challenge mode anymore." Zhu Jinyao was taken aback and quickly tried to persuade her, "No, Sister Ran. It was just one mistake. You can't give up over a small setback. This is the fastest and most stable way to make money. Otherwise, whether it's random matchmaking or random challenge, you could lose everything in a single match. Please reconsider." But Li Ran shook her head without hesitation. "No need. I've already thought it through. My fight with that bastard made me realize something. My combat sense is garbage. When I was fighting him, I didn't even use my full strength. I plan to use random matchmaking to fight players of similar strength and improve my combat skills before thinking about making money again. Besides, I have a high enough loan limit. I can definitely afford the rent." Zhu Jinyao stared at her in shock. "Wait. You're actually serious?" Li Ran didn't respond. Instead, she acted on her decision. Without hesitation, she opened the operating panel in her mind and selected random matchmaking mode. On the other side, Zhang Yi had found a quiet seat and decided to try out random matchmaking as well. He had a feeling that, in random matchmaking, both players would have similar combat power. But combat power wasn't the same as real strength. For example, whether he had the poisoned blade blood dagger or not, his displayed combat power remained the same. Which meant that equipment and items didn't affect the combat power on the panel. So, random matchmaking wasn't completely fair. Players with powerful gear would still have a huge advantage. Aside from that, combat sense also played a role in real strength. Two players with 20 combat power. One had never fought before and would be awkward and hesitant, probably only able to use a fraction of their combat strength. The other was highly trained, or even a special forces soldier or murderer. That second player would obviously be far stronger. This explained why the top 5 players on the War God ranking all had 100% win rates. They either had overpowered items, or they had insane combat skills from before Doomsday, or maybe even both. Because in this new world, it wasn't about backgrounds or connections anymore. It was simply about who could fight the best. And those who knew how to fight naturally had a higher chance of obtaining powerful items. Which created a positive feedback loop. But luckily, in random matchmaking mode, Zhang Yi also had an edge. Previously, he had thought that his two abilities, absolute focus and combat stance, weren't as good as the elemental skills that dealt direct damage. But after fighting that schoolgirl, he realized the truth. His abilities were just as strong. Because both absolute focus and combat stance could temporarily boost his stats during combat. And in his previous fight, Zhang Yi had personally experienced the power of overwhelming stats. That schoolgirl likely had multiple gold element skills. She probably even had a bronze tier item from a treasure chest. But she didn't even have time to use them before she got one-shot killed. The reason was simple. With absolute focus and combat stance active, Zhang Yi's stats completely crushed hers. Against absolute stats, all tricks and gimmicks were useless. What's more, combat stance also improved his combat sense after every battle. Meaning, he would only get stronger the more he fought. Becoming a powerhouse was just a matter of time. At this rate, fighting evenly matched opponents in random matchmaking was the fastest way to grow. And considering he had both a disguise mask and a poison blade blood dagger, and his combat sense was constantly improving, Zhang Yi was confident that he had a high win rate in random matchmaking. Alright. Time to try it out. With that thought, Zhang Yi opened his operating panel and selected random matchmaking mode. In this mode, the betting range was set within a limited range. For example, if he bet 800, his opponent would have similar combat power and a betting range between 100 and 900. In random matchmaking, the final wager was always determined by the lower bet. For example, if his opponent bet 200, then the final wager for the match would be 200. If his opponent bet 900, then the final wager would be his bet 800. This meant that, before the battle even began, you could make a rough assessment of your opponent based on the final wager. After all, higher wagers usually indicated greater confidence in one's strength. At the same time, players betting within the 100-900 range were most likely weaker than those betting in the 1000 to 9000 range. Of course, this wasn't absolute, but it was a useful starting point for analysis. Zhang Yi had bet 800 simply because that was all the money he had. He had assumed that, after matchmaking, the final wager would be lower than 800. But to his surprise, the final wager was exactly 800. This meant his opponent had either also bet 800 or bet 900. They intentionally avoided betting 1000 to enter the next wagering tier? Looks like they might be skilled. Zhang Yi immediately became more cautious. A shift in consciousness, and he found himself once again in the familiar arena space. Standing across from him was a delivery rider in a bright yellow uniform. The moment his opponent saw him, he immediately blurted out, "Disguise mask?" Those two words made Zhang Yi's heart sink slightly. That tone. He didn't sound like a newbie at all. He must have fought multiple matches before. Zhang Yi didn't respond. In his mind, the countdown had already begun. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the delivery rider in yellow suddenly vanished from the arena. Wang Kaiyang, watching the match, was stunned. What the hell? Where'd he go? Zhao Likun, relying on his comprehension enhancement ability, immediately deduced, it's a spatial skill. This delivery guy must have awakened a spatial ability, just like Beiruan. But unlike Beiruan, he has an offensive spatial skill, which makes him way more dangerous. Zhao Likun was already speaking as quickly as he could. But before he even finished his sentence, the yellow figure had already teleported from one end of the basketball court-sized arena to the other in an instant. More precisely, he had teleported behind the bald guy. At the same time, he raised a massive battle axe and swung it straight at the bald guy's head. Zhao Likun couldn't help but sigh in relief. Good thing this guy doesn't have spatial blade, the ability that ignores all defenses. Otherwise, the bald guy would be dead on the spot. He might have powerful spatial abilities, but that battle axe clearly doesn't suit him. As if to confirm Zhao Likun's point, the bald guy tilted his head just slightly and effortlessly dodged the attack from behind. It was only then that Zhao Likun realized something felt off. He and Wang Kaiyang had watched multiple matches now. They had seen several battles featuring Yang Wenchao and 2 battles featuring the bald guy. And they had noticed something. Almost every single player who entered the arena had some kind of equipment or item. At first, Zhao Likun had assumed that these powerful players had purchased their gear from the high-end mall in the apartment. That they had spent money to buy items. But now, he wasn't so sure. Because this delivery guy's skills clearly favored lightweight weapons and speed. Yet his weapon was a giant battle axe? Was it because he was just an idiot who didn't understand basic combat logic? Chapter 30, Trading Injury for Victory. No. Zhao Likun suddenly realized something. Previously, some classmates had discovered black iron treasure chests in their apartments. But out of all of them, only a small handful had found treasure chests. And now, after watching so many battles, Zhao Likun was starting to suspect. What if every apartment room on the 20th floor and above had a guaranteed treasure chest? Maybe even a bronze treasure chest, a tier higher than black iron? Hiss. If that were true, Then while players on the 20th floor and above had higher rent, they also had far better perks. Before, Zhao Likan had thought that most players on higher floors wouldn't survive the day. But now, thinking about it, he was actually a little jealous. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Zhang Yi had started on the 20th floor. Did his apartment have a treasure chest too? Did he not find it, or did he find it but keep quiet? With this in mind, Zhao Likan suddenly felt. Maybe Ding Ding's death wasn't so unfair after all. Zhang Yi had started on the 20th floor, had a C-tier ability, had opened packages, and had opened a treasure chest. He even leveled up to 1. His strength was already among the top in both classes. But then, Yuzu had mentioned before that Zhang Yi's loan limit was only 50,000 game coins. Surviving past today would still be incredibly difficult for him. Zhao Likan's thoughts began to stir. If Zhang Yi didn't make it through the night, what would happen to his treasure chest items? While he was deep in thought, the battle on screen between the bald guy and the delivery rider had reached a stalemate. It was clear that the bald guy had high stats. He kept dodging the delivery rider's massive battle axe. But the delivery rider's teleportation skill made it impossible for the bald guy to land a hit on him. The two exchanged attacks, yet neither could touch the other. But the stalemate wouldn't last forever. Combat consumed stamina and energy. And neither of their skills could be used endlessly. Inside the arena, Zhang Yi was starting to feel impatient. Both absolute focus and combat stance had a time limit and a long cooldown. In most battles, he could only use them once. If he didn't end the fight quickly. Once the skill durations ran out, his boosted attributes would drop sharply. His combat awareness would also take a serious hit. At that point, he might actually lose to the delivery rider. At the same time, the delivery rider was also growing anxious. His teleportation ability drained energy, and swinging around a heavy battle axe burned through stamina at an alarming rate. If he couldn't finish the fight quickly, it wouldn't end well for him either. Watching from the screen, Zhao Likan could feel the tension from both fighters. For the first time, he had no idea who would win. He was sure that both Zhang Yi and the delivery rider had realized each other's weaknesses by now. And at that moment, the bald guy made a mistake. When the delivery rider swung his battle axe at him once more, Zhang Yi's dodge was noticeably slower than before. The axe slashed into his left shoulder. Deep. The heavy battle axe even got stuck in his bone. Seeing this, the delivery rider's face lit up with joy. But just as he was about to go in for the finishing blow, his smile froze. Because, despite looking exhausted and sluggish just moments ago, despite being badly wounded, his face pale from blood loss, Zhang Yi's movements were now faster than ever. Far more agile than before. He completely ignored the pain in his left shoulder. In fact, he twisted his body, tearing his own wound even wider, just to turn around faster. His right hand, dagger slashing toward the delivery rider's throat. At that moment, Zhao Likan understood everything. Zhang Yi was trading a serious injury for a chance to land a fatal blow. If the delivery rider dodged, then the heavily injured Zhang Yi would definitely lose. But if the delivery rider failed to react in time, and got his throat slit by Zhang Yi's superior stats, Zhang Yi would win instantly. This was an all-in gamble. Trading injury for victory. Zhao Likan held his breath, unable to blink. And in the end, the delivery rider lacked true combat awareness. He didn't dodge. The exhilaration of landing his axe strike was still frozen on his face. His pupils dilated in shock. And then, as his throat was slashed open, his eyes slowly dimmed. Zhang Yi's attributes were just too strong. With a single dagger strike, he nearly severed the delivery rider's head from his body. Thankfully, the gruesome scene didn't last long. The screen quickly displayed. Win. Wang Haiyang was once again left stunned. After a long pause, he murmured in shock, "This bald guy. Is he really a classmate our age? He fights like he's trained before. Do you know if any of our 80 classmates from Class 1 and Class 2 have serious combat training?" Zhao Likan thought for a moment. Liu Shan, maybe? He practiced taekwondo. Wang Haiyang sighed with envy. Fuck. I always wanted to learn taekwondo or karate when I was a kid. But my family wasn't well off, and my parents wanted me to focus on studying instead. This is ridiculous. What's the point of studying anymore? Fighting is the real deal now. Zhao Likan glanced at him and couldn't help but think. Bro, it's not like you were that great at studying either. Meanwhile, when Zhang Yi returned to his seat in the second-floor lobby of the virtual space, he instinctively covered his left shoulder. Even though the battle had been virtual, the pain from that deep axe wound felt way too real. If it weren't for combat stance keeping him absolutely focused, he might have slowed down from the pain, giving his opponent the chance to dodge that fatal strike. That had been way too close. He was starting to truly understand just how important combat awareness was. However, at this moment, he was a little undecided. Now that he had 1,600 game coin, should he continue fighting in the 100-900 betting range to sharpen his combat awareness further? Or should he jump straight to the 1,000 to 9,000 range for higher stakes? Just as he was debating, a familiar system announcement echoed in his mind. Player Zhao Yudi has posted a dual room announcement. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhao Yudi, the lead actress of the Tyrant Master's 3 Lifetimes of Sinful Love. In 5 minutes, I will be participating in a random matchmaking battle. If you'd like to watch my fight, search for room 151 in 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. I truly appreciate it. Aside from the first line being the system prompt, the rest was spoken in Zhao Yudi's own voice. Zhang Yi was stunned. Players could post announcements? Around him, other players started talking excitedly. Wait. Is that really Zhao Yudi? Holy shit. I'm a huge fan. I've only ever seen her on TV. I never thought I'd get the chance to see her in person. Fuck. She's totally using her celebrity status to pull in a huge audience. If she gets 100 spectators, that's an extra $1,000 in her pocket. Are you kidding? With Zhao Yudi's fame, 100 viewers island way too low. I bet she'll get at least 1,000 game coins. I think even that's an understatement. She specifically posted an announcement. Even people who aren't her fans might check it out. I wouldn't be surprised if she got over 10,000 viewers. 10,000 is a bit of a stretch. We're still in the beginner phase, and not that many people would spend $100 just to spectate. Wait. Am I the only one wondering how Zhao Yudi even posted an announcement? It's simple. Winning streaks in random matchmaking gives small rewards. This ability to post announcements is probably her streak reward. Holy shit. So that means Zhao Yudi is actually strong? Obviously. Why else would she invite spectators? If she loses, she only gets 10% of the spectator earnings. The rest goes to the winner. If she loses, she's basically handing her opponent free money. Fuck. Now I kinda wanna be the one fighting Zhao Yudi. Yeah, good luck with that. If she's bold enough to do this, she's definitely insanely strong. And she probably has multiple powerful items. She might even be a potential war god ranking contender. Damn. No wonder she's my goddess. She was a standout in the entertainment industry, and now she's dominating Doomsday Apartment too. Come on. The entertainment industry and clean reputation don't exactly go together. While many players were passionately discussing Zhao Yudi, Zhang Yi gathered some new information. So random matchmaking win streaks gave random rewards. Was this how Yang Wenchao reached level 2? Would he also get a reward if he won 3 matches in a row? With that in mind, Zhang Yi leaned towards staying in the 100-900 betting range and winning 2 more matches first. That would give him a higher chance of achieving a win streak reward. Decision made. He placed a 900 bet and started a new random matchmaking battle. Zhang Yi wasn't particularly interested in Zhao Yudi's fight. But in the second floor lobby, plenty of players were highly invested. Even Li Ran, who had just finished a random matchmaking battle, felt a tinge of jealousy after hearing the announcement. Being a celebrity really pays off, huh? She muttered. Before Doomsday, she was already making millions per day. And now, even after the world has ended, she's still raking in cash thanks to her fame. Zhu Jinyao was just as bitter about it. Ugh. I hope she gets matched against a pro and loses. Then all the spectator money she generated from her announcement would go straight to her opponent. Li Ran glanced around at the surrounding players and remarked, I bet a lot of people are thinking the same thing as you. Some of them are probably praying that they get matched with Zhao Yudi in 5 minutes so they can cash in big. Zhu Jinyao's eyes lit up. Ranji. What if you get matched against Zhao Yudi and beat her? We'd be filthy rich. This kind of jackpot is way better than scamming people. But Li Ran shook her head. With my current strength, I already struggle to beat players of similar combat power. Against Zhao Yudi? No chance. If she can post an announcement, it means she's won at least 3 matches in a row. And if she's bold enough to invite an audience, it means she's extremely confident in her abilities. Even if we have the same combat power, I'd never be able to defeat her. Zhu Jinyao sighed in disappointment. Damn. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's second random matchmaking battle ended in an easy victory. Unfortunately, his opponent had only bet 100. So he only earned 100 as well. But it wasn't all bad. Thanks to combat stance, he gained experience from every fight. And the more he fought, the more he realized just how powerful hard work pays off truly was. He was seriously starting to believe. This ability might just be the pinnacle of all S-tier abilities. The growth it gave him was insanely obvious. If nothing unexpected happened, by midnight, Zhang Yi planned to merge this key replica back into his main body to boost his core strength. With that thought, he made a small adjustment. And without wasting time, he jumped straight into another random matchmaking match. Chapter 31, 2 new players on the other side. Replica number 1 sat in room 2064. Zhang Yi initially thought that this job of collecting hair might run into some problems. But unexpectedly, the entire process went incredibly smoothly. After searching every room in the apartment, he actually managed to gather exactly 10,086 strands of hair, all intact. However, these hairs were rather strange. Normally, a person's hair varies in length. The thickness of the root and the tip is also different. Yet the hairs he collected were all uniform in thickness, and even more bizarre. Every single one of the 10,086 strands was exactly the same length. When they were neatly arranged together, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel an eerie chill crawl up his spine. He was just about to overcome his fear and ask the personal assistant robot what to do next with the hair, when suddenly, a strange noise came from the direction of the living room. He turned his head and saw that the massive TV in the living room had somehow turned on by itself. And on the screen, a woman in a white dress with long hair was crawling out of the TV. A classic, overused horror movie trope. Yet Zhang Yi found himself frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen. And as he watched, he noticed something odd about this Sadako crawling out of the TV scene. It was like an endless loop. At first, Sadako crawled out of the TV. Then, the scene shifted, revealing that the world outside the TV was actually just another TV screen. So, Sadako continued crawling out. But when she emerged again, it was still inside another TV screen. She kept crawling. Again and again. Zhang Yi lost track of how many TV screens she had broken through. Just as he was growing numb from watching the repetition, a sudden chill shot down his spine. Something felt different about this latest version of the TV escape. Holy shit! Wait. This? Why is the actual giant screen TV in the living room broken? And this white-clad Sadako? She actually crawled out of the TV. Zhang Yi stood frozen in place, as if hit by a binding spell, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, the woman in white remained hunched at a 120-degree angle, her long, straight black hair covering her face. At this angle, she shouldn't have been able to see Zhang Yi or her surroundings. She simply took a few practiced steps forward. Then, like a zombie, she stretched out her claw-like fingers and began clawing at the air. What she was trying to grab was unclear. But from Zhang Yi's perspective, it looked as if she was trying to tear through this very TV world itself. Zhang Yi held his breath, not even daring to make a sound. He thought that after enough clawing, this ghostly entity might simply disappear. Vanish into thin air as if she'd never been there. But instead, after clawing at the air for quite some time, she suddenly stopped. Then, slowly, she straightened her back from that eerie 120-degree bend. Her long black hair flipped back over her shoulders, revealing a face covered with a white facial mask. The only visible feature was a single phoenix eye, its outer corner extending elegantly. She scanned the apartment, then spoke in a sharp, eerie voice, "I'm back." Zhang Yi still didn't dare to move, until the personal assistant robot addressed her as, "Master." The woman in white ignored the robot and turned her gaze directly to Zhang Yi. "Are you the cleaning service I requested?" Zhang Yi stiffly nodded. "Yes." The woman in white asked again, "How is the hair cleaning going?" Zhang Yi wasn't sure how to respond, but thankfully, the personal assistant robot answered for him, "All the hair has been collected and soaked in water." The woman in white glanced at the glass tank filled with hair. With just one look, she seemed to confirm the quantity, then praised Zhang Yi, "Not bad." She continued instructing, "Next, apply hair care oil to them and then dry them." Hearing this, Zhang Yi let out a small sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, the woman in white suddenly lifted her head to look at the ceiling. Then she added, "The sun is up, and the weather looks nice today. Take them to the rooftop to dry in the sunlight." "What? The rooftop? Sunlight?" A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Zhang Yi's mind. He hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Excuse me, but where is the rooftop?" "The rooftop of the apartment, of course." "You don't know?" The woman in white replied as if it were obvious. Zhang Yi's stomach sank. He tried to negotiate. "But according to the apartment rules, I can only take the elevator up to the 20th floor. I don't have the qualifications to go to the rooftop." Yet the woman in white responded just as matter-of-factly, "It's fine. You don't need the elevator. I have a way to send you directly to the rooftop." Zhang Yi paused. He wanted to curse. Damn it. Why the hell does it have to be the rooftop? Who? Or what? Is waiting up there? More importantly, he had opened packages before, which meant that stepping out of his apartment room put him at risk of being hunted by monsters at any time. Then again, Risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. No other player had access to the rooftop. If he was the first to go up, maybe he could find something valuable? Of course, if not for his replica ability, Zhang Yi would never take such a risk. And right now, the woman in white didn't seem to be giving him any room to refuse. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi cautiously asked, before heading to the rooftop, "Can I go back and make some preparations?" The woman in white, her face still hidden under the white facial mask, didn't reveal any expression. But the aura she exuded was both cold and imposing. Zhang Yi thought she would refuse. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of contemplation, she agreed, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you exceed that time, I'll leave a bad review. Of course, if you don't come back at all, this cleaning job will have been for nothing. Not only will you not get paid, but you'll also have to pay an additional penalty fee." Zhang Yi nodded. "I'll be back within 10 minutes. With that settled, Replica number 1 left apartment 2064. Worried that even the short distance down the hallway might get him hunted by monsters, he barely stepped outside before immediately pulling out a bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring and opening it on the spot. The lucky lantern was still on him. So maybe, just maybe, this chest would be a jackpot. However, when the bronze treasure chest opened, all that was inside was a blank sheet of white paper. It was completely blank. No patterns, no text, just a smooth, glossy texture that felt somewhat like an oil film. Zhang Yi wasn't disappointed. He directly summoned Little Bing, the personal assistant robot, and cast detection on the paper. A moment later, Little Bing's screen displayed the item's details: skill scroll, bronze tier. Tearing it open has a high chance of granting a skill that does not exceed the user's ability rank, but there is a small chance of obtaining nothing. Holy shit. A skill learning scroll. This was a great find. After all, equipment and items were just external tools. But attributes, abilities, and skills were things that truly belong to oneself. Even though boosting stats on the data panel would increase combat power, which wasn't an advantage in matchmaking mode, survival in Doomsday apartment wasn't just about duels. True strength was the key to survival. So Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this skill scroll. He even considered using it right away while the lucky lantern was still active. But on second thought, the higher one's ability rank, the better this skill scroll would be. Since the skill gained wouldn't exceed the user's ability rank, using it on a C-tier replica was far less valuable than using it on his X-tier main body. Who knows? He might even get an SSS-tier skill out of it. Actually, wait. That was probably wishful thinking. The item description didn't outright state any limits. But the bold bronze tier label was hard to ignore. If a bronze tier scroll could grant an SSS tier skill, what would that say about future silver tier and gold tier scrolls? So in all likelihood, the skills obtained from this scroll wouldn't be too high level. Zhang Yi continued towards apartment 2025, holding the scroll while checking the group chat. And that's when he noticed. The chat was blowing up again. This time, it had nothing to do with the mysterious bald guy or Yang Wenchao's team leveling up. The issue was with the ranking board. Holy shit. Guys, check the ranking board. 2 people just parachuted into first and second place, pushing Yang Wenchao down to third. WTF. I see it too. 2 level 3 players, what's going on? How did 2 people suddenly hit level 3 out of nowhere? Yeah. When the first players hit levels 1 and 2, it triggered a system announcement. Why didn't these 2 getting to level 3 trigger an announcement? Can level up announcements be hidden? Wait. Doesn't anyone find it weird that their names are completely unfamiliar? Do we even have a Huangqi and Zhu Xiangming in our classes? Now that you mention it. I don't recall anyone by those names. Does anyone else remember them? Holy shit. Guys. Major discovery. Check the member list, it used to say 80 members. Now it says 82, Zhang Yi was stunned. He checked the member list, and sure enough, it had changed from 80 members to 82. The chat exploded. WTF? Does this mean these 2 level 3 players just appeared out of nowhere in our apartment? Could they be students from other classes in our school? No way. Even if they were from other classes, how the hell did they suddenly end up in our apartment? Could they be the so-called old players? But the system announcement said old players were only supposed to enter on day 8. It's still day 1. Why would they break the rules and let old players in now? Honestly, I've always been curious. Wasn't the entire world thrown into this apartment survival game at the same time? So why do old players even exist? Maybe the old players are a batch of people who entered before us? Were people from around the world thrown into the apartment in different waves? Or was there some kind of closed beta test? Is that what the old players are? Or, hear me out. What if there are other human worlds besides ours? What if the old players are from another world and entered this apartment before us? Actually, doesn't Yang Wenchao kind of give off old player vibes? Maybe he knows something? Not necessarily. Just because someone is strong doesn't mean they're an old player. Maybe he's just naturally gifted and adapts quickly to this kind of environment. Well, since Huangqi and Zhu Xiangming are now in the member list, shouldn't they be able to chat here too? Should we ask them directly? At Huangqi and Zhu Xiangming, but no matter how many people mentioned them, the two new players remained silent. And that silence only fueled everyone's unease. After all, there was a saying. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Sure, they were all human. They had no past grudges. But on one side were familiar classmates, and on the other were two total strangers who had just appeared out of nowhere. Fear and hostility were instinctive reactions. Zhang Yi also felt a sense of unease at their sudden arrival. Fortunately, his journey back to apartment 2025 was uneventful. However, elsewhere, Replica number 2's match had run into some trouble. In his third random duel, his opponent was a young man dressed entirely in a black robe and wearing a black mask. At first, he was covered so thoroughly that even his gender was unclear. Zhang Yi only realized he was male when the fight began. Because as soon as the match started, the black-robed youth lazily engaged him in a drawn-out battle of attrition. His stance showed no urgency to end the fight. He even took the initiative to chat. This must be one of your 3-win streak or 5-win streak random matchups, right? Zhang Yi's heart tightened. His situation had been seen through instantly. But in a battle, he couldn't afford to be careless, so he didn't respond. Of course, he also didn't activate absolute focus or combat stance yet. The black-robed opponent wasn't going all out either, still fighting with ease. As they exchanged blows, he casually explained, there's a hidden mechanic in this duel room called win streak blockers. In other words, when a player is about to hit a 3-win or 5-win streak and earn a duel room reward, they'll run into someone like me. A high-level player specifically assigned to block their streak. Of course, you could also think of me as an old player. I can tell you very clearly, if we fight normally, you have no chance of winning this match. Zhang Yi's stomach dropped. No way. What the fuck? This win streak blocker system. Wasn't this just like a casino rigging the game? They set up win streak rewards, only to prevent players from actually claiming them. Then what's the point of even having win streak rewards? Just for show? No. This kind of setup didn't make the rewards fake. It just made winning streaks much harder to achieve. And those who could still reach a win streak under these conditions were true powerhouses. Zhang Yi had thought getting 3 consecutive wins would be easy with his strength. But now, he realized that mindset was completely wrong. His mental pressure skyrocketed. But on the surface, he remained calm, showing no signs of wavering. After a few more exchanges to test the waters, he finally spoke, his voice steady. You didn't tell me all this just because you're bored and looking for conversation, did you? The black-robed opponent let out a faint chuckle and said approvingly, you're one of the most impressive new players I've seen. Both in skill and mentality. Chapter 32, Survival Jade Token Strength and Mentality are both good? Zhang Yi wasn't sure about his strength. But his mentality? That was definitely solid. After all, he had replicas as his safety net. Each replica was like an insurance policy. And since the duel room didn't have real consequences, no one actually died. He saw no reason to stress over a win streak. With that thought, his mindset stabilized even more. He calmly asked the black-robed player, just now, you said that under normal circumstances, I would be guaranteed to lose against you. So, does that mean there's also an abnormal circumstance? Exactly. The black-robed player chuckled again. In fact, I can say with certainty, more than 80% of players in your duel room who achieve win streaks do so through abnormal means. This includes plenty of players weaker than you, and even some of the so-called war god ranking elites you see. Most of them achieve their streaks through non-standard methods. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. So, almost nobody was winning purely on skill? Even the war god ranking players weren't exceptions? Then those who did manage to win naturally must be the true elite among the newcomers. Just as he was processing this, the black-robed player's tone suddenly became serious. That said, not everyone is qualified to benefit from these non-standard methods. Now, let me ask you. On any apartment floor above the 20th, have you encountered a mysterious black shadow? The moment those words left his mouth, Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. And just from that brief reaction, the black-robed player seemed to already have his answer. His stern tone softened slightly, and he let out a knowing chuckle. Looks like I wasn't wrong about you. You're lucky. Lucky? If encountering that black shadow counted as luck, Then it was probably thanks to the lucky lantern, and Zhang Yi had only just realized it. But that eerie black shadow had given him something. Just as Zhang Yi was recalling the event, the black-robed player spoke again. Since you've met the black shadow, that means you should have also received a survival jade token, right? Zhang Yi nodded. You mean that token that automatically stores survival points whenever someone is killed? The black-robed player smirked. That's right. That's the survival jade token. Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly understood. The abnormal method the black-robed player was referring to was probably match-fixing. He was offering to throw the fight, allowing Zhang Yi to secure his crucial third win. But in exchange, Zhang Yi would need to pay him something as compensation. In other words, win streaks were a commodity you could buy. Realizing this, Zhang Yi felt incredibly relieved. Back when the Black Shadow gave him the survival jade token, he had almost refused it. Just because he thought one survival point was only worth 100,000 game coins. Looking back now, thank God he hadn't turned it down. But something still felt off. Would the Black Shadow really just hand him an item for free, only for him to immediately trade it for a win streak? There had to be a catch. After learning his lesson from opening packages and being hunted by monsters, Zhang Yi had grown more cautious. So he directly asked, that Black Shadow, what exactly is it? If I give you the survival jade token, will it come after me for revenge? Give me the survival jade token? The black-robed player chuckled lightly. No. I don't want the token itself. Zhang Yi immediately realized his mistake. The black-robed player didn't want the survival jade token. What he wanted was the survival points stored inside it. This made one thing very clear. Survival points were extremely valuable. From the very beginning, the game's announcement had warned players that survival points were precious. The Black Shadow had given him the survival jade token because it wanted survival points. And now, this experienced player, someone willing to throw a fight for him, also wanted survival points. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, just how valuable are survival points? They say you can trade them for anything you desire. But we new players can already increase our strength just through treasure chests and packages. I can't even imagine. If someone spent survival points to get items, just how strong could they become? The black-robed player, seemingly intrigued by Zhang Yi's potential, patiently explained, you got it wrong. The true purpose of survival points isn't to exchange them for powerful items. Their real purpose is to survive. That's right. Survival points literally mean the cost of survival. Without them, you won't survive. And I don't mean that figuratively. I mean literally. Right now, your beginner apartment is called beginner for a reason. Its survival conditions are too easy. It's practically a tutorial. But once you clear the beginner apartment and enter the real Doomsday apartment, then you'll understand what Doomsday truly means. First, rent in the Doomsday apartment must be paid in survival points. If you can't pay, you die. Second, every player loses one survival point daily at midnight. On special occasions like holidays, or when the Doomsday apartment triggers some event announcement, even more survival points are deducted. And if your survival points ever drop into the negative, you're erased. So in short, survival points are your life. Without them, you die. As for using survival points to buy powerful items, hey, only the top-hold players can afford to do that. Newbies shouldn't even consider it. Zhang Yi finally understood. This was why one survival point was enough to create one replica. Because survival points were worth that much. But then another realization hit him. If every player lost one survival point per day at midnight, would the survival point deduction apply only to his main body, or would each replica also have to pay? If every replica had to pay, then he'd be forced to merge unnecessary replicas just to avoid unnecessary losses. But thinking about that now was getting ahead of himself. For now, all he needed to understand was that survival points were incredibly valuable. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi directly asked, so, how much are you charging for this 3-win streak? The black-robed player chuckled again. Though it was just a laugh, it carried an eerie undertone. Then, in an almost formal tone, he explained, as I mentioned earlier, selling win streaks is extremely common in the duel room, and it's even developed into a structured business model. He gestured toward the black mask covering his face. As you can see, this black mask is the symbol of our organization. Right here. He pointed to the upper right corner of the mask. You'll find a slanted V-shaped mark. The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know. Our organization is massive, highly structured, and we offer different packages tailored to different customers. For example, buying a 3-win streak on its own has one price. Buying a 5-win streak package, which includes the 3-win streak, has another price. And if you want a 10-win streak package, which includes both 3 and 5 wins, Well, that's a whole different deal. In short, as long as you're willing to pay survival points, our services will be flawless. Plus, we use contract-based tools, ensuring that neither party can break the deal. Holy shit. Zhang Yi had originally thought he was just playing a normal third match in random matchmaking. Turns out, his opponent wasn't an enemy. He was a merchant. He had assumed that this win streak blocker mechanic was system-generated. But now, it seemed. It was more likely an entire organization of old players, deliberately targeting newcomers to block their streaks while simultaneously offering to sell them wins. On the surface, they were just selling win streaks. But in reality, they were the same people making win streaks so difficult to achieve in the first place. These guys were stealing what others deserved and selling it back to them. This was the purest form of capitalism. At this point, Zhang Yi had completely ruled out the idea of buying a win streak. But still, he asked, can you break down the pricing for buying just a 3-win streak, a 5-win streak, and the bundle deals? The black-robed player answered matter-of-factly, simple. Buying a 3-win streak costs 3 survival points. Buying a 5-win streak costs 5 survival points. But if you buy the 3-win plus 5-win package, it's only 4 survival points. Zhang Yi was stunned. Wait. How the hell was buying 2 streaks together cheaper than buying them individually? The black-robed player seemed to notice his confusion and explained, the package works like this. If you buy the 3-win streak, we guarantee those 3 wins immediately. But for the 5-win streak, you need to win your 4th match first before getting paired with one of us. If you lose the 4th match, that's on you. We won't be responsible for delivering the 5-win streak anymore. In other words, the package is cheaper because you take on part of the risk. Oh, now that made sense. It meant that some players paid for 2 wins but only received 1, since they lost on their own before securing the 5th victory. No matter how you looked at it, the package deal was way better than buying wins one by one. It was like how membership deals in stores were structured to tempt people into buying more. Zhang Yi thought that if he really wanted to buy wins, he'd probably go for a bundled deal too. But after thinking a little deeper, this whole thing was a ripoff. Forget using survival points to create replicas. Even if he just traded directly with the Black Shadow, 1 survival point was worth 100,000 game coins. So a 3-win streak costing 3 survival points was basically 300,000 game coins. That was a massive amount of money. Way more than the dual rooms win streak rewards. This was insanely overpriced. It was totally not worth it. But before Zhang Yi could even voice his complaint about the price, the black-robed player, as if reading his mind, immediately launched into another sales pitch. You need to understand. A 3-win streak isn't just about the dual room rewards. More importantly, it's the foundation for 5-win and 10-win streaks. Without this foundation, you'll be nothing more than a mediocre, forgettable player. You'll never qualify for the War God ranking. You have to realize. Energy fields exist around people. If you lose your momentum, if you hesitate and falter, then one loss could mean a lifetime of failure. On the other hand, if you make the firm decision to secure this victory today, you might just be gambling on a future of absolute glory. Holy shit. This guy's sales skills are insane. Was he the top salesman in their entire organization? Chapter 33, Replica Fusion. The way the black-robed player spoke actually made Zhang Yi feel like, if he lost this match, he'd be like a deflated balloon, forever stuck on a downward spiral, doomed to become just another mediocre nobody in the vast crowd of the ordinary. The worst part? He had read countless cultivation novels where the concept of an invincible path existed. The idea that the protagonist never loses throughout their entire life, ultimately reaching the peak of the world without a single defeat. So, originally, Zhang Yi had thought this win streak wasn't that important. But after this golden-tongued salesman finished talking, suddenly, he felt like he absolutely couldn't lose this match. But after thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi asked, what if my survival jade token doesn't have any survival points in it right now? The black-robed player wasn't surprised. Instead, he explained, that's not a problem at all. I can help you apply for a use first, pay later deal. In other words, you can secure your win streak now and pay back the survival points within the specified time. However, since players in this apartment survival game can die at any time, the seller bears all the risk in a use first, pay later deal. So, to compensate for that risk, the buyer has to pay extra. Zhang Yi immediately understood and asked, how much extra? Roughly double the original price. Holy shit. Only double? A 3-win streak that originally cost 3 survival points would now cost 6. This was straight-up loan sharking. And the black-robed player wasn't even done yet. He continued his explanation, because the death rate in the apartment survival game is extremely high, the repayment period for a use first, pay later deal is usually within 24 hours. Our automatic collection time is always at midnight game time. If you don't have enough survival points in your survival jade token at the time of collection, you get a 24-hour extension to make the payment. However, late payments will incur an additional penalty fee. And if by the end of the grace period, your survival points are still insufficient to pay off the loan, then, according to our contract-based tools, you will be directly erased. The organization will receive 1 survival point as a guaranteed compensation for your death. Of course, you should already know. Killing a player grants 1 survival point, right? The black-robed player spoke so casually, as if he were just discussing business as usual. But at this moment, Zhang Yi finally realized the true horror of this apartment survival game. Every single human life was just a walking survival point. Before, Zhang Yi had thought that 1 survival point equals 100,000 game coins was too cheap to justify killing. But if he owed survival points, then, when his debt was about to get him killed, would he start killing others just to survive? Would others do the same? No. They would do far worse than him. This was human nature. When faced with life or death, people would always choose survival, even if it meant killing others. And according to the black-robed player, over 80% of win streak players had bought their streaks. Which meant they either had already killed someone to pay off their win streak immediately, or they were in debt, meaning that within the next 24 hours, they'd definitely go out hunting for victims. The real danger in the Doomsday apartment wasn't the monsters. It wasn't the rent. It was other players. People. Killing. People. The black-robed player noticed Zhang Yi's expression change and chuckled lightly. Yeah, he said, still in that casual tone, everything you just imagined is absolutely correct. The beginner apartment announcements talk about surviving past day 8 or day 10, right? But in many apartments, the players don't even make it to day 10. Most of them are already dead by day 5. You think the old players show up just to slaughter and wipe out the newcomers? No need for that. By the time old players arrive, most of the new players are already dead. Those who couldn't adapt to survival in the Doomsday apartment have already become survival points for the strong. Zhang Yi was shaken. He had thought about a possible war between new players and old players. But based on what the black-robed player was saying, by the time old players arrived, there might not even be any new players left. Which meant that when old players and new players finally faced off, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. He couldn't stop himself from asking, so, tell me, after the beginner test, how many new players actually survive? But the black-robed player didn't answer. Instead, he simply changed the subject and went back to his sales pitch. Honestly, the survival points we charge for win streaks aren't even that much. I know several strong newcomers who have already saved up over 10 or 20 survival points. And believe it or not, one War God ranking player has held over 100 survival points before. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Over 100 survival points? Did that mean he had killed over 100 people? Wait. Hold on. He immediately asked, but doesn't a beginner apartment start with only 80 players? How can someone have over 100 survival points? Oh, that's simple. They just go to other beginner apartments and harvest players there. Every beginner apartment rooftop has a teleportation gate leading to other beginner apartments. As long as you pay 1 survival point, you can transfer to another beginner apartment. That's why some beginner apartments don't even last until the old players arrive. Zhang Yi was beyond shocked. And in that moment, he immediately realized that's how those 2 new players appeared in his apartment. And judging from all this, those 2 new players were definitely bad news. Zhang Yi's heart pounded wildly. But the black-robed player remained as relaxed as ever. Well, I think I've shared plenty of free information with you. So, brother, how about a 10-win streak package? To be honest, most average players wouldn't even qualify for a use first, pay later 10-win streak package. But I have high hopes for you, so I'm willing to use one of my precious top-tier sales spots on you. So, what do you say? You won't let me down on this 10-win streak, right? The way he spoke, it really sounded like he genuinely believed Zhang Yi was some kind of chosen one, destined to reach a 10-win streak without fail. But Zhang Yi knew this was just a sales tactic. This guy was probably saying the exact same thing to every single customer. Hell, even at the beginning of their conversation, he had complimented Zhang Yi's strong mentality and impressive skill. That was probably sales talk too. Zhang Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pretended to seriously consider it. Meanwhile, as replica number 2 kept stalling the gold medal salesman, replica number 1 had already returned to apartment 2025 with a skill scroll from the bronze treasure chest. Since the lucky lantern only had a few minutes left, Zhang Yi immediately tore open the bronze tier skill scroll. His replicas all came with skills linked to their abilities. But his main body, with its X-tier infinite replication ability, had no skills at all. Could a next-tier ability even gain a skill? And what if he got unlucky and a scroll failed? That would be a huge loss. Zhang Yi held his breath, feeling an unexpected wave of nervousness. The moment the blank paper was torn apart, it transformed into white light and instantly merged into his body. A surge of refreshing energy swept through him. It felt like he had just slept for days, wiping away all fatigue, leaving his mind clearer than ever. In that moment, his mental perception seemed to extend outward, reaching toward something unknown. And as the strange sensation faded, Zhang Yi immediately checked his data panel. Zhang Yi, level 0 stamina, 0.8 energy, 1.2 combat power, 1.8 survival points, 0 ability, infinite replication, X, skill, replica fusion, D, replica fusion, D, select up to 3 replicas for targeted fusion. Fully merge the attributes, abilities, and skills of up to 2 replicas into a designated primary replica. Fusion lasts for 3 minutes. Hiss. What? Replica fusion? Wait a second. According to the skill description, this fusion wasn't permanent. It only lasted for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi's mind raced. If he chose replica number 2 as the primary replica and activated replica fusion, would he be able to defeat the black-robed player by sheer force in those 3 minutes? Chapter 34, The Young Don't Play Fair. Whether there was hope or not, he had to try. Zhang Yi's main body didn't hesitate at all. Meanwhile, replica number 2 finally seemed to have made up his mind. With an expression that was both resolved to buy a win streak and somewhat guilty about it, he suddenly turned to the black-robed player and said, "Before I entered the duel room, I noticed that the external screen of the duel machine automatically displays the players' battles. So, doesn't that mean our win trading could be discovered by other players in the apartment?" The black-robed player chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that. When this duel officially started, I disabled the spectating function. So not only will there be no audience accidentally entering this room, but your duel also won't be shown on the external screen. So that's how it is." Which meant Zhao Likun and Wang Kaiyang, who had watched Yang Wenchao's fight, might not have actually seen his 3-win streak. Then, the scene Zhang Yi had witnessed of Yang Wenchao losing to a girl. Was that his 4th win streak failing? Or was it after his 5th win streak? Did Yang Wenchao also buy his win streak? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Yi's main body in the apartment saw the latest messages in the chat group. Holy shit. In just this short amount of time, 2 more members have gone offline? Who is it this time? Someone from Yang Wenchao's leveling team? I told you, we shouldn't trust him just because he's strong. That guy has killed before. No. It's not anyone from Yang Wenchao's team. It's Liu Shun, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and Hyuga from class 2. Wait, what? Hyuga's death isn't surprising, but how did a level 1 player like Liu Shun die too? Could he have been killed by a monster while leveling alone? Maybe we really should stick to teaming up for safety. But just as everyone assumed Liu Shun had died fighting monsters, a sudden message popped up from leaderboard powerhouse Xangfei. He hadn't spoken in the group before, but his first message carried an urgent tone. Liu Shun wasn't killed by a monster. He was instantly killed by an unknown expert. It's very likely one of the 2 new players. Even I am being hunted by this person right now. However, the moment he sent that message, it vanished into thin air. Just like before, when a player died, their messages were automatically erased. In an instant, the entire chat group realized Xangfei's name had disappeared from the leaderboard. And in the member list, his name had gone dark. Which meant that this mysterious powerhouse, whom the classmates had revered in secret, had been instantly killed at the very moment he sent his message. For a brief moment, the chat group fell into eerie silence. And an overwhelming sense of fear spread through the air, wordlessly creeping into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, replica number 2 suddenly turned to the black-robed player again. "Earlier, you mentioned there's some kind of contract item that guarantees our transaction?" Hearing this, the black-robed player immediately understood. Another deal secured. He truly lived up to his reputation as the gold medal salesman of the Duo organization. At the same time, he scoffed inwardly, looking down on Zhang Yi. As a top salesman, his usual trick was to act like an untouchable powerhouse while simultaneously flattering his target with phrases like "you've got a good mindset and decent strength." New players who managed to reach a 3-win streak were usually just frogs in a well, overestimating themselves without knowing the true extent of the world. They had no idea what the real power looked like. And their inflated egos only made their desire for a 3-win streak even stronger. In the end, most of them would be willing to take out a loan just to secure the win streak. At this moment, in the black-robed player's eyes, Zhang Yi was exactly that kind of overconfident frog in a well. As he prepared to explain the contract process while mentally ridiculing Zhang Yi, the latter checked his data panel after using replica fusion. And what he saw instantly filled him with confidence. Zhang Yi, level 1, stamina 7.4, energy 8.6, combat power 72, survival points 0, abilities, hard work pays off, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A, golden light technique, D, yes, while there were currently 3 Zhang Yes in existence. His main body didn't count as a replica, so it couldn't undergo replica fusion. In the end, he only fused replica number 1 and replica number 2. Their attributes directly stacked. Their abilities and skills also stacked. But combat power wasn't just a simple sum. Replica number 1 had a combat power of 5.5, and replica number 2 had 54. Logically, the sum should be under 60. Yet after the fusion, his combat power soared to 72. It was the perfect example of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Zhang Yi admitted that the black-robed player was strong. However, based on the matchmaking system, his combat power should be around 54, the same as Zhang Yi's replica number 2. Even if there were fluctuations, it wouldn't be by much. And now, Zhang Yi's fused combat power was nearly 20 points higher. Of course, an experienced veteran with powerful items could make up for that 20-point gap. But Zhang Yi wasn't planning to play fair. As the black-robed player started explaining the contract process, Zhang Yi pretended to listen intently, looking like he had made up his mind to spend money on the win streak. However, just as the black-robed player was fully focused on his explanation, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a chilling metallic sensation sliced across his throat. In an instant, fresh blood gushed from his neck. The black-robed player had extensive combat experience. The moment he felt the attack, he instinctively dodged backward at full speed. One hand clutched his throat while his eyes locked onto Zhang Yi in utter disbelief. Zhang Yi himself was just as shocked. He had once instantly killed Ding Deng with a single golden light technique, despite using the weak combat power of replica number 1. With replica number 2, he had also slit Li Ran's throat in a single strike. But now, even though the black-robed player had a mask blocking part of the attack, Zhang Yi had seen with his own eyes. The golden light technique had pierced directly into his forehead. And the poison blade blood dagger had sliced open his throat. Blood was already flowing, and yet, this guy could still move so fast? Zhang Yi only had 3 minutes of fusion time. There was no room for hesitation. With absolute focus and combat stance enhancing his reactions, he launched another killing strike at the black-robed player. However, by all logic, with their equal combat power, the black-robed player's stats should be lower than Zhang Yi's. Yet, his speed was clearly superior. It's his gear. Zhang Yi suddenly realized. The black-robed player's entire outfit might be a complete set. A pair of black pointed toe shoes with a sharp curve at the tips. A long black robe with an incredibly refined texture. A pair of sleek black gloves covering his hands. And on his face, a pure black mask. A coordinated uniform like this was likely a full set of gear. Anyone who had played games before knew. A full set's power is far superior to individual pieces. No wonder. Even with higher combat power, even after a double sneak attack with golden light technique and poison blade blood dagger, the black-robed player was still alive. He didn't even seem seriously injured. As he rapidly retreated, he wiped his throat with a gloved hand. The moment his black gloved fingers left the wound, the gash that had been gushing blood instantly healed. However, the external wound might have healed, but the poison from the poison blade blood dagger was still in his system. And the golden light had still pierced his forehead. The black-robed player was far from okay. His mind felt foggy, his body slightly stiff. He was nowhere near his peak condition. Yet, even while retreating, his gaze remained locked onto Zhang Yi with a fierce glare. His throat injury had damaged his vocal cords, making his voice sound hoarse and broken, like a scratched, malfunctioning tape. Kid, do you have any idea what this outfit represents? It doesn't just represent me. It represents the entire powerful organization behind me. Even if you manage to win by sneak attack today, from now on, every single one of your key win streaks will be targeted. You will never have another win streak again. I really misjudged you. I thought you had some talent. But you're the dumbest newbie I've ever met. Chapter 35, Win Streak Reward. Privilege card. The black-robed player's tone was lofty and judgmental, laced with undisguised contempt. As if Zhang Yi had just made the dumbest mistake of his life. Yet, upon hearing those words, Zhang Yi felt nothing but excitement. At first, seeing how agile the black-robed player remained even after multiple critical hits, Zhang Yi had feared that this guy was ridiculously overpowered, that his win streak was already doomed. But now, hearing this rant, he instantly realized. The black-robed player only seemed unaffected, but in reality, he was already at his limit. In that case, Zhang Yi wouldn't be intimidated. If the enemy is weak, finish them off. His body moved like a blade, charging straight after the retreating black-robed player. A sharp golden light streaked through the air. Another ruthless strike. At the same time, he swung his black poison blade blood dagger. Huh? Wait. Why did his poison blade blood dagger just fly off on its own? No. Zhang Yi's gaze locked onto the dagger, noticing a layer of golden light enveloping it. And in an instant, he realized the truth. The dagger hadn't flown off on its own. He could control it freely, even without holding it. This is. Under the comprehension enhancement of absolute focus, he had awakened a new skill in battle. The situation was too urgent for him to check his data panel. But that didn't stop him from wielding the poison blade blood dagger remotely with ease. The black-robed player had no idea that Zhang Yi had just learned a new skill mid-fight. But even so, he was already utterly shaken. Because to him, Zhang Yi's entire setup was clear at a glance. This kid had only two pieces of equipment. A disguise mask that made him look bald. And a poison blade blood dagger, whose effects the black-robed player knew all too well. That's it. No hidden gear. No powerful artifacts. And yet, this kid's raw combat power. Based on the matchmaking system, his combat power should be around 55. At most. At absolute most. He shouldn't exceed 60. But right now, not only had he exceeded 60, his actual performance was probably well over 70. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Was there a bug in the matchmaking system? Or was Zhang Yi hiding some unseen powerful item? Or worse, was he one of those limit-breaking monsters that appear once in a billion players? Normally, combat power and actual combat ability were separate concepts. For example, if a player's combat power was 100, their actual fighting strength would usually be 100. Someone who could fully utilize 80% of their combat power was already considered a strong player. A player who could perfectly maximize their combat power was a rare extreme flow expert. But beyond extreme flow, there was an even rarer phenomenon. A player whose raw combat power was 100, but in battle, they could output far more than 100. A completely illogical existence. A limit-breaking monster. Extreme flow experts were already rare. Limit-breaking monsters. They only existed in legends. Even as a veteran player, the black-robed player had only heard rumors about them. Never seen one. But now, for the first time, he had doubts. Could this bold, reckless kid in front of him be one of those legendary limit-breaking monsters? Otherwise, how the hell could a level 55 player with trash tier gear be on the verge of killing him? The black-robed player was horrified. He wanted to say more, to figure out what the hell Zhang Yi really was. But Zhang Yi had no interest in talking. His replica fusion had a 3-minute time limit, and he needed to finish this fight immediately. His poison blade blood dagger, now controlled remotely, spun rapidly through the air, striking at the black-robed player's vitals with relentless precision. Meanwhile, the black-robed player's dodging speed was slowing down. The earlier poison strike was kicking in. Seeing this, Zhang Yi pressed the attack. And then, the black-robed player's figure suddenly vanished. All that remained was an empty robe, pinned in midair by the dagger. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank, instantly going on full alert. But thanks to absolute focus, his awareness was razor-sharp. In a split second, he sensed movement behind him. The poison blade blood dagger, originally floating 2 meters ahead, spun midair. A cold glint flashed, slashing past Zhang Yi's back at high speed. A dark figure reappeared. Blood sprayed through the air. Zhang Yi reacted instantly. He spun around. His dagger shot back into his grip. And with a fierce thrust, he drove it straight into the black-robed player's throat. The blade flashed mercilessly, its strike as swift as lightning. The black-robed player's pupils trembled violently. Then dulled. Within 3 heartbeats, his body completely disintegrated. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have won this duel. You have received 100 wager points. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved a 3-win streak in random matchmaking. Please select your win streak reward. As the second notification rang, 3 cards appeared before his eyes. Zhang Yi was still slightly dazed, his breathing heavy. It took him a moment to snap back to reality. He won? He actually beat a veteran player? Then again, thinking about it, his combat power was 20 points higher than the black-robed player's. On top of that, his dishonorable tactics had kept the black-robed player from ever regaining control of the fight. Winning actually made perfect sense. Zhang Yi suppressed his excitement and quickly focused on the 3 cards in front of him. Each card was the size of a poker card, completely black, with no visible differences. He could only pick one at random as his 3-win streak reward. Since it was purely luck-based, Zhang Yi did a random selection game in his head and landed on the 3rd card. Once confirmed, the 3 cards began flipping over one by one. The first card revealed, Announcement Card, allows you to post one public duel announcement in your current duel zone, so that's what Zhao Yudi had used to make her public announcement earlier. The second card flipped next, Level Up Card, if your level is below 10, you will instantly level up by 1. If you are level 10 or higher, this card is void. Damn. A straight-up level up? No wonder Yang Wenchao was the first to hit level 2. He probably got this as a win streak reward. Finally, the 3rd card. The one Zhang Yi picked. Flipped over, Privilege Card, Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, you can select a specific opponent from the pool of matched players with similar combat power, Privilege 2. In that selected duel, the wager will no longer default to the lower bet. At first, Zhang Yi didn't quite understand how useful this privilege card was. He thought it might be kind of useless. But after giving it some thought, this card could be a goldmine if used correctly. Privilege 1 was easy to understand. Normally, random matchmaking was completely random. But with this card, he could handpick his opponent from a list of players with similar combat power. Alone, this privilege wasn't that amazing. Because matchmaking still had to follow the combat power balancing system. However, combined with Privilege 2, this card became a game changer. Normally, wagering in duels follows a lower bet rule. For example, if player bets 100 survival points and player B bets 900, the final wager would default to the lower amount. 100. But with Privilege 2 active, Zhang Yi could bet 100 and pick an opponent who wagered 10,000 game coins. If he won, he'd take 10,000 game coins. If he lost, he'd only lose 100. This privilege card was essentially a high-risk, high-reward cheat code. Normally, if he bet 100, his winnings would also be 100. But with this card, he could bet 100, win 10,000 game coins. Or even 100,000 game coins. Of course, the key to this strategy was choosing the right opponent and ensuring victory. While Zhang Yi processed this realization, the privilege card automatically settled into his hand. Right after, the arena faded away, and he found himself back in his original seat. At the same time, his fusion timer expired. Zhang Yi couldn't help but reflect. S-tier abilities really are insane. Replica fusion was only a D-tier skill. Yet, its impact was far more overwhelming than even his D-tier golden light technique. The combat power stacking from replica fusion was already ridiculously strong. But more importantly, this skill was basically a cheat in the duel room. Under normal matchmaking rules, duels were balanced by combat power, forcing players to rely on gear, skills, and tactics. But Zhang Yi? He could fuse after matchmaking, boosting his combat power mid-fight and crushing his opponent instantly. In most web novels, the protagonist usually challenges stronger opponents and wins against the odds. Zhang Yi used to find those stories satisfying. But now, why the hell would anyone want to fight uphill battles? Overpowering the weak, dominating the battlefield. That's true satisfaction. Not only was it more enjoyable, it was safer. Now, even if he got matched against a tough opponent, he had a trump card. Plus, when sending weaker replicas on solo missions, he had a strong backup plan. Overall, he was beyond thrilled with his D-tier ability. Honestly, he even felt that replica fusion was stronger than his A-tier abilities, absolute focus and combat stance. Just as he was basking in his victory, a sudden notification rang in his mind. Chapter 36, VIP Player. Duo, player Xing Ziyu has posted a duel room announcement. Clearly, this was someone using an announcement card to broadcast a message. At first, Zhang Yi didn't think much of it. Until the next voice he heard was the black-robed player's. Bald Kid at CTO 65525, you must be enjoying your 3-win streak rewards, huh? I'm making this announcement just to remind you, what I said in the arena wasn't just a scare tactic. You will pay for your stupidity. You'll soon understand. My influence is far beyond what you can imagine. Enjoy. The black-robed player's voice was still arrogant and mocking, dripping with contempt. Meanwhile, the entire duel room erupted into discussions. Wait, what? This Xing Ziyu guy just burned an announcement card just to call out some bald kid? And what's with that my influence is beyond your imagination crap? Dude thinks he's the final boss or something? Huh. Sounds like some arrogant prick who got his ass kicked and is now throwing a tantrum. Exactly. The way he talks is hilarious. At first, the announcement was met with mockery and skepticism. But then, a second announcement echoed through the duel room. Emergency duel room announcement. VIP player duo is currently linking 1 million duel machines to this duel zone. These 1 million duel machines will be fully integrated within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this duel zone. Silence. The entire duel room fell into a dazed stupor. Some players just stood there, staring blankly. Wait. What? What does that mean? But those who were quick-witted immediately understood. Holy shit. Does this mean our duel zone is about to be flooded with 1 million veteran players? You mean in random matchmaking or challenge mode, we'll have a higher chance of fighting experienced players? Are you kidding me? I already struggle to win against players at my level. If we start getting matched against veterans, we're doomed. This update is going to destroy our win rates. Who the hell is duo? And what the hell is a VIP player? No way. VIP players can just force 1 million veterans into our duel zone? That's insane. Wait. Remember the first announcement? That Shingzayu guy was talking about making a bald kid pay. Fuck. Are you telling me this million-player flood is because of that guy? So Shingzayu wasn't just some arrogant loser. He's actually that powerful? Shit. This isn't just about punishing one bald kid. He just screwed over our entire duel zone. Damn it. Who the hell is this bald idiot that pissed off such a big shot? In an instant, the initial mockery toward Shingzayu turned into pure resentment toward the bald kid. Everyone now felt like their entire duel zone was being ruined because of that one idiot. And the bald kid in question, Zhang Yi, had already quietly changed seats the moment Shingzayu's announcement came out. As he relocated, a realization hit him. Spectators could search for a seat number to watch that player's duels live. In random matchmaking, players only saw their opponent's seat number, not their actual identity. That's why Zhao Yudi had used an announcement card earlier, telling her fans to search for seat 151 so they could watch her matches. At the time, Zhang Yi didn't think much of it. But now, he noticed something off. The seat numbers on the second floor all followed a 30xxxx format. So why was Zhao Yudi's seat number just 151? Was it because she was ranked stubborn bronze and had access to the third floor? That was one possibility. But Zhang Yi had another suspicion. Could there be private seats hidden from regular players? He even considered, if the public duel room was like an internet cafe, where players could sit at any available duel machine. Then did some players have personal computers? Private duel machines that belong to them alone? Turns out, he was absolutely right. Apartment 985. Room 2008. Right now, Zhao Yudi was sitting inside her private room, using her own duel machine. Of course, this duel machine wasn't originally part of her room. She had stolen it from a package delivery. By using a private duel machine, she could secure a permanent seat number in the virtual duel zone. In a public duel room, seats were first come, first served. If you left, someone else could take your spot. But with a private duel machine, she had a fixed seat number. Like a permanent streaming channel. Even when she wasn't online, no one else could occupy her seat. This was why she had made a public announcement earlier. While her announcement claimed she just wanted viewers for one match, her real goal was to make her seat number as famous as a streamer's channel ID. That way, every time she dueled, she'd automatically have an audience, just like a live streamer. Once her seat number became popular, her earnings per match would skyrocket. Winning just one fight could make her as much as a celebrity streamer. With this model, earning 6 figures daily was totally possible. At least, that was the plan. But then, this million-player announcement ruined everything. Because for her streaming empire to work, she needed to actually win her matches. With 1 million veteran players joining the duel zone, Zhao Yudi knew her win rate was about to plummet. Worse yet, those veteran players would have their own streaming channels, competing directly with hers. Realizing this, her hatred for the bald idiot who provoked a big shot reached new heights. But after quickly calming down, she made a decision. She needed to make as much money as possible before the veterans fully arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, now in a new seat, could clearly feel the hostile gazes around him. Even though nobody could confirm he was the troublemaking bald kid, he still felt the subtle animosity from other players. This was because the disguise mask always generated a bald appearance. So nobody could tell if he was the infamous one or just another bald player. Zhang Yi remained calm and collected, but internally, he was confused. Shingzayu was only around 55 combat power, right? How the hell did he have enough influence to call in duo and summon 1 million veteran players? And seriously, was his sneak attack really that big of a deal? Did it really warrant such an extreme response? Could there be another reason behind all this? Now that he thought about it, when he had landed the final blow on the black-robed player, the guy had seemed like he wanted to say something. But Zhang Yi didn't give him the chance. What was he trying to say? Zhang Yi had no clue, and there was no point dwelling on it. What really mattered now was, should he use his privilege card before the veteran players arrived, or should he wait until after they joined the duel zone? Chapter 37. The tattooed young man. At this moment, Zhang Yi had switched seats and noticed that the discussions around him had changed quite a bit. Honestly, I don't think we need to panic so much. The fact that 1,000,000 duel machines are linked only means that 1,000,000 veteran players can log into our duel zone, but it doesn't mean they'll all log in at once. For example, in my apartment's duel room, there are 20 duel machines, but right now, I'm the only one actually using one. So this whole situation might not even have that much impact on our duel zone. That VIP player, Duo, and Xingzhou, who made the first announcement, are clearly working together. Their main target is obviously that bald guy who provoked them. So, if veteran players do log into our duel zone, they'll likely be focusing on the bald guy too. Most of these words were just self-reassurance. But Zhang Yi took them to heart. That's true. In this duel zone, getting key win streaks could earn random rewards. So far, the only rewards he knew of were announcement card, level up card, and privilege card. Who knew what other useful cards might exist? That win streak selling organization was ridiculously wealthy. It was like a mega corporation in the real world. A true giant. An entity like that, going after someone like him with no background. They probably had countless ways to deal with him. So, Zhang Yi had originally thought about waiting until the veteran players dropped into the duel zone before using his privilege card. Maybe he could make even more that way. But now he felt, to be safe, once the veterans arrived, maybe he should log out of the duel room and lay low for a while. But if he stopped using the duel room for a while, his income would take a huge hit. So this privilege card, he needed to make the most of it before the veteran players arrived and rake in as much as possible in one go. With that in mind, Zhang Yi opened the spectating function on his control panel. Once inside, the interface looked a bit like a food delivery app. At the top was a search function. It allowed users to look up a specific seat number to spectate. Most of the screen displayed various duel arenas. In the lower right corner of each one, a small number indicated the current number of spectators watching that duel. By default, the arenas were displayed in default sorting mode, meaning they appeared randomly. Of course, some high-traffic arenas might be pushed to the front of the default ranking. He wasn't sure if the arenas at the top of the list had used a traffic card to boost their visibility. Besides default sorting, players could also sort by spectator count, combat power, title ranking, and so on. Since Zhang Yi wanted to make a big profit using the privilege card, and he couldn't determine the betting amounts of his potential opponents, then the best way to cash in was to focus on spectator fees. If his match using the privilege card drew a massive audience, he could make a fortune from the spectating fees alone. So he sorted the list by spectator count, and prepared to spend some time analyzing the options. At the same time, Zhang Yi's first replica, after completing replica fusion, wasted no time leaving room 2025 and heading toward room 2064. After all, the woman in white had only given him 10 minutes. He had to hurry back and continue his cleaning job. The hallway from 2025 to 2064 wasn't too far, and he had already walked it twice. But he still didn't dare let his guard down, gripping a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. The new skill he had gained from fighting against the black screen had only appeared on Replica 1's data panel after the replica fusion ended. Golden Cicada Shedding, D. Hold a metal weapon for 1 minute, then control it remotely for 3 minutes. Range, 5 meters, a pretty basic D-rank skill. Its effectiveness would depend largely on the attributes of the metal weapon itself. This made Zhang Yi realize even more. A skill's strength was heavily tied to one's ability. If he obtained more skill scrolls in the future, he should prioritize giving them to replicas with higher ranked abilities. It would be much more cost-effective. As he thought about this, he stayed alert. As Replica 1 passed room 2060, he suddenly sensed killing intent. His whole body tensed up in an instant, his palm sweating around the knife's handle. Instinctively, he pressed his back against the hallway wall, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a cocky male voice rang out from the shadows to his right. "You're Zhang Yi from the 20th floor, right?" Following the voice, Zhang Yi saw a lean young man stepping out from the darkness of the hallway. The young man had a buzz cut and a tattoo on his forehead, seemingly covering some kind of scar. His whole street thug vibe made it obvious. He wasn't a fellow apartment resident. Clearly, he was one of those 2 level 3 players who had come from another apartment. Huang Qi? Or Yu Xiangming? On the ranking board, Liu Shun and Zhang Fei had both died at the hands of these 2. And they were killed instantly. However, what made Zhang Yi's nerves tighten even more was, as the tattooed young man slowly approached, He gave Zhang Yi a cold glance, furrowed his brows, and muttered in confusion, "That's weird. Does your beginner apartment have two people named Zhang Yi? Is the Zhang Yi on the ranking board, the level 1 someone else?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He deliberately put on a nervous and uneasy expression, staying silent. But the tattooed young man kept approaching and continued analyzing, "Or maybe you have an ability that prevents others from inspecting your data panel?" "No. Even if you blocked inspection, it wouldn't show this result. Could it be an ability to disguise your data panel? Does such a power even exist?" The tattooed young man couldn't figure it out, so he simply hardened his tone. "Alright, buddy, why don't you just explain yourself? Why does your data panel show you as level 0, but the Zhang Yi on the ranking board is level 1? At that moment, Zhang Yi instantly realized. This guy had the ability to inspect other players' data panels. Holy shit. Fortunately, the only data panel the guy had inspected was Replica 1's. If he had seen Zhang Yi's real data panel, that would have been a huge problem, an extra ability. There was no doubt it would cause an uproar. Thinking about it now, Zhang Yi realized that from here on out, his real body should stay behind the scenes. No wandering around. Let the replicas handle everything. Even though this wasn't the absolute worst-case scenario, right now, he was still at risk of having his secret exposed. He honestly had no idea how to explain why he was level 1 on the ranking board but showed up as level 0 on the data panel. But then again, why should he have to explain anything? This guy wasn't his classmate. Hell, he even killed his classmates. Zhang Yi tensed up, pressing his back against the hallway wall. On the outside, he looked exactly like a terrified level 0 player. But in his mind, he was considering fusing with Replica 2 and one-shotting this tattooed punk. Yeah, best if he could take him out in one blow. After all, this guy could see his data panel. During Replica fusion, his panel would change. If the guy noticed and leaked it in the chat groups, that would be bad news. Chapter 38, Ending This Apartment. But did he actually have the strength to one-shot this tattooed punk? This guy had the guts to cross into another apartment, which meant his strength had to be exceptional. And he probably had a companion. Were they acting separately, or was his partner lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment? Zhang Yi wasn't completely confident he could kill him in one hit. As he wavered between waiting for the right moment and making the first move, the tattooed young man spoke again in a relaxed tone. "Relax, man. If I really wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. You wouldn't even have time to react." Damn, this guy was cocky. Zhang Yi remained indifferent inside but kept up his nervous, on-edge act. The tattooed youth casually twirled a small knife in his fingers as he continued, "My name is Huang Qi. That guy, Yu Xiangming, and I aren't from the same apartment. So why are we working together? It's simple. We have the same goal. To get stronger. To reach an unimaginable level of power as fast as possible. So, let me ask you. What do you think is the fastest way to get stronger?" Zhang Yi had no idea what this guy was playing at, but he played along and answered with two simple words, "Killing people." Bingo. Huang Qi cheerfully blurted out in English, even snapping his fingers. Then he quickly corrected himself, more accurately, "It's killing. But supercharged. In other words, mass slaughter. Though in our case, I guess you'd call it apartment slaughter. Now you should get where I'm going with this." At this point, Huang Qi let out a sinister grin, his tattooed forehead shifting with his expression, making him look like a devil straight out of hell. His next words were just as cold-blooded and devoid of humanity. "In my apartment, aside from me, no one else is alive anymore. Next, Yu Xiangming's apartment was the second. And now, your apartment is the third. Zhang Yi, right? You're lucky. You're not particularly strong, but you were placed on the 20th floor from the start. And that is the reason you're still alive. You have two choices. Become my dog, just like Yu Xiangming did. I'll lead you guys, apartment by apartment, harvesting survival points. This kind of growth speed is way faster than grinding duels or doing menial jobs. I'm going to build a powerful organization. And those who follow me will be its founding members. Of course, I don't keep freeloaders. If you want in, you have to pay the price. For now, my rule is simple. After each apartment slaughter, my followers must hand over 10 survival points to me. Of course, if you kill enough people and exceed the 10-point quota, you can keep the extra for your own growth. Once I have at least 8 followers, I'll refine the rules and establish a more structured system. Oh, right, before I go on." Huang Qi arched an eyebrow, still sounding relaxed. "You do have a survival jade token, right?" Zhang Yi's mind was reeling. He had assumed the 2 new players in their apartment were just ordinary level 3 powerhouses who had somehow figured out how to teleport between apartments. But he never expected this. They had wiped out 2 entire apartments. This. Zhang Yi suddenly felt extremely grateful. Good thing he hadn't acted rashly just now. If he had. Given how many survival points this guy must have gained from killing hundreds of people. His strength was probably far beyond what Zhang Yi could handle. Forget one-shotting him. Zhang Yi might not even be able to beat him. Realizing this, Zhang Yi felt a genuine wave of tension. He stiffly responded, I have a survival jade token. Huang Qi grinned. Then that makes things easy. In at most 2 hours, we'll end this apartment, then move on to the next one. End this apartment. This guy was completely ruthless and arrogant. He didn't see human lives as anything at all. At this point, Zhang Yi gave up on the idea of trying to one-shot him. Instead, he continued to act nervous and muttered, I was actually heading to room 2064. To do some cleaning work. But before he could even finish his excuse, Huang Qi scoffed. You kidding me? Bro, are you playing some kind of international joke on me? Killing just one person earns you 100,000 game coins in an instant. And you're talking to me about cleaning work? Humphrey. Huang Qi toyed with his knife again and mocked coldly, let me ask you again. Are you going to keep doing your little cleaning job, or are you coming with me to kill? Zhang Yi's heart was pounding. Without any hesitation, he firmly responded with 2 words, killing people. He even said it loudly, as if he had made up his mind. As if he had decided to become just like Huang Qi. A cold-blooded, merciless monster who killed without blinking. Huang Qi seemed pleased with his answer and immediately praised, now that's what I like to hear. Alright, answer a few more questions for me. First, that guy Yang Wenchao from the 20th floor. Do you know how strong he is? Second, the so-called mysterious bald guy people were talking about in the chat. He should also be on the 20th floor, right? Do you know his strength? Third, and this one again. Why does your data panel show you as level 0, while the ranking board lists you as level 1? Just hearing the first 2 questions, Zhang Yi immediately understood. This guy was planning to either recruit Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald guy into his organization. Or, if their strength was beyond his control, they'd be his next targets. Zhang Yi didn't ask anything in return. Instead, he answered the questions one by one. Yang Wenchao is very strong. He paused for a moment, then took the initiative to add, during a fight with a monster, he seemed to use a resurrection ability. Afterward, he claimed in the chat that it was the survival points that brought him back to life. But I find that explanation very questionable. Boss, do you know if survival points can actually be used for resurrection? Hearing this, Huang Qi's expression grew more serious. Resurrection? Survival points don't have a resurrection function. That means Yang Wenchao's resurrection ability must come from his talent. Then he asked, can you roughly guess his ability rank? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and answered cautiously, our apartment has an S-tier ability holder, Wang Lingling. And Yang Wenchao seems to be even stronger than her. But whether his talent is higher than S-tier, I can't say for sure. After all, Wang Lingling doesn't live on the 20th floor, while Yang Wenchao does. That gives him a clear advantage. As he spoke, he suddenly acted like he just remembered something and added, boss, since you can see my data panel, you should be able to check Yang Wenchao's too, right? Huang Qi shot him a glare and replied impatiently, I can only inspect the data panels of players 3 levels below me. Yang Wenchao is level 3 right now. I can't check his. So that's how it works. Zhang Yi realized it was simply because his level was too low that this guy had been able to inspect his panel. But he also suspected. Aside from being unable to check Yang Wenchao's data, Huang Qi probably didn't want to confront him directly. He was likely worried that Yang Wenchao was too strong and that underestimating him could get him killed. This guy was more cautious than he looked. Zhang Yi was about to answer the second question. But suddenly, he saw Huang Qi's expression change drastically. Chapter 39, does this count as exploiting a bug? Zhang Yi's face also changed drastically. Because he had just seen the explosion of messages in the chat group. Holy shit. The new player Yu Xiangming just disappeared from the ranking board. His name in the member list also dimmed. WTF? Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lushen, it was Yang Wenchao, what the hell? Yang Wenchao took down Yu Xiangming despite a level gap? Dude, are you blind? Wenchao just hit level 3, WTF? He's already level 3. Even if it was a 3v3 fight, taking down a cross-apartment powerhouse is still insane, and those 2 cross-apartment players clearly came here with bad intentions. Yang Wenchao taking them down is an act of justice. I fully support him, agreed. These 2 cross-apartment players were absolute scum. If not for Yang Wenchao, who knows how many more of our classmates would have died. Wang Kaiyang, I said it before. Our apartment needs someone like Yang Wenchou, a true powerhouse. Some of you even wanted to kill him before. Seriously, what were you thinking? Kamajao-likun, when is Wenchou going to deal with Huang Qi too? I feel like these two cross-apartment players came just to slaughter us. Agreed. Wenchou, hurry up and take down Huang Qi too. Otherwise, I won't even dare to keep running deliveries. Wenchou is unstoppable. Wenchou is a god. Wenchou, you're my hero. Right now, the entire chat group was filled with praises for Yang Wenchou. It was as if taking down Yu Ziyangming had instantly made him a hero of the apartment. Meanwhile, those classmates who had previously accused him of being a killer had now gone completely silent. Who knew if they had changed their minds about him, or if they were simply afraid of his strength and didn't dare to speak out against him anymore. At the same time, those who were hyping Yang Wenchou up were now all naturally hoping he would go and kill Huang Qi as well. And at this moment, as Huang Qi read the chat, his face turned dark. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, murderous aura flickered within them. These pathetic little insects, celebrating like this. How annoying. I much prefer seeing these worthless scumbag for their lives in their final moments. Saying this, he turned his icy gaze toward Zhang Yi. And you? Zhang Yi pressed his lips together, his expression firm. I want to become strong too. Humphrey. If you want power, you have to be ruthless. Huang Qi said meaningfully before asking, what's your relationship with Yang Wenchou? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and answered almost without holding back. Before coming to this Doomsday apartment, I only had an average relationship with my classmates. But there was one time I spoke up for Yang Wenchou. After that, when we got here, he had an opportunity to kill me once, but he let me go. Said we were even after that. Huh, is that so? Huang Qi seemed a little surprised, his eyes shifting thoughtfully before he asked again, so technically, you and Yang Wenchou aren't close. And you're not close with the others either? Zhang Yi nodded. He felt like Huang Qi was leading up to something. Sure enough, after getting his confirmation, Huang Qi's eyes narrowed again, a dark glint flashing through them. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to his relaxed demeanor and continued, alright then. Now, finish answering my 3 questions. Zhang Yi nodded and responded in one go, I don't know much about the mysterious bald guy, but since he can use the dual room, his original apartment should also be on the 20th floor. And everyone assumes he's the one ranked as Zhang Jinshan on the ranking board. As for why my data panel level doesn't match the ranking board. Zhang Yi paused, locking eyes with Huang Qi for the first time. For once, his gaze wasn't the nervous, timid one from before. Instead, he was calm. Simple. I've been holding back a little. His tone was steady. Meaningful. Huang Qi squinted at him and let out a low chuckle. Hiding your strength? Hey, not bad. Alright then. Show me your real strength. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment before voluntarily displaying his data panel. Zhang Yi, level 1, stamina, 7.4, energy, 8.6, combat power, 75, survival points, 0, abilities, hard work pays off, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A, golden light technique, D, golden cicada shedding, D, that's right. Zhang Yi had used replica fusion once again. But this time, he had no intention of attacking Huang Qi. And Huang Qi's eyes visibly widened when he saw Zhang Yi's panel. His gaze became slightly more intrigued. Dual abilities. No wonder you hit it. Kid, you're pretty good at playing the weakling, huh? Zhang Yi didn't respond. Instead, he flipped the script and took the initiative. I fully agree with your plan of wiping out apartments one by one. But if you expect me to hand over 10 survival points per apartment, you're going to have to show me something in return. At this moment, he was nothing like the nervous wreck from before. He carried himself like a real powerhouse. This shift in attitude made Huang Qi chuckle again. Ha. So now that you've revealed your strength, you're speaking with more confidence, huh? But let's get one thing straight. Even now, your real strength still isn't enough to impress me. As he spoke, Huang Qi also voluntarily displayed his data panel. However, for some reason, he only revealed 3 stats, Huang Qi, level 3, combat power, 88, at the same time, with a flick of his hand. A 2-meter-tall, bronze full-length mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. He glanced at Zhang Yi and continued, a combat power of 75 at level 1. Not bad. But even without any equipment, my base combat power is already higher than yours. Do you really think your gear can compare to someone who's already slaughtered 2 entire apartments? Zhang Yi immediately played along, responding without hesitation. No problem. I'll pay 10 survival points per apartment. Huang Qi seemed quite pleased with Zhang Yi's cooperative attitude and casually gestured at him. Come here. Stand in front of this mirror and display your data panel. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, hesitating. Huang Qi rolled his eyes at him. I already told you. If I wanted to kill you, it'd be easy. No need for tricks. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then stepped forward and stood in front of the mirror, showing his data panel as requested. Huang Qi added, keep it up for 30 seconds. Zhang Yi stayed silent. But after 30 seconds, he suddenly realized. His reflection in the mirror had started moving on its own. A few moments later, his mirror image actually stepped out of the mirror. And the data panel it displayed was exactly the same as his. What the fuck? What kind of item is this? This is insane. Did it just create an exact copy of me? Huang Qi's slow, smug voice broke his thoughts. Now, you can go back to your cleaning job. Testing Yang Wenchao's strength. That job goes to this mirror replica. His tone was completely relaxed. Clearly, he was pleased with Zhang Yi's shock and found it amusing. But what Huang Qi didn't know was, Zhang Yi's real shock wasn't just because this mirror could create an exact replica of him. It was because, at that very moment, his real body in room 2025 suddenly sensed something even crazier. His D-rank skill, replica fusion, could actually be used on the mirror replica Huang Qi had just created. Holy shit! So, does this count as exploiting a game-breaking bug? If he were to immediately fuse this mirror replica into Replica 1 right now, what would happen? Chapter 40, Replica Reflection Mirror. The skill, Replica Fusion, of course, has a cooldown. However, its cooldown mechanism works like this. For example, if A and B replicas are fused into C, only A and B will enter cooldown. In other words, when Zhang Yi only has replica number 1 and number 2, he can briefly perform 2 fusions, number 1 into number 2 and number 2 into number 1. But now, he had used up both opportunities, and the skill had completely entered cooldown. Yet, when this mirror replica appeared, the skill that was supposed to be on cooldown suddenly became available again. It showed that he could fuse with this mirror replica. What the fuck? Zhang Yi was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the mirror replica in shock, his expression frozen. Huang Qi, on the other hand, burst into laughter. It's just a mirror replica. Why are you so surprised? As he spoke, he stroked the antique-looking dressing mirror and explained smugly, the high-end mall in the beginner apartment does allow you to exchange game currency for some items. But honestly, those items are just average. As long as beginner players have enough game currency, anyone can buy them. Just generic stuff. But my replica reflection mirror is different. I didn't buy it from the high-end mall with game currency. When I traded survival points for game currency with Shadow, he noticed that my survival points exceeded 100 and gave me a special privilege. That privilege allowed me to exchange survival point items directly from his inventory using survival points. And this replica reflection mirror is one of those survival point items I got from Shadow. It's even unique. Huang Qi was clearly proud as he spoke. After all, not just anyone could receive special treatment from Shadow. At this stage, the number of beginner players who own survival point items could probably be counted on one hand. Zhang Yi listened. And couldn't help but swallow. His eyes were already fixed on the replica reflection mirror as if it were already his. Cough, cough. No, he couldn't make it too obvious. Zhang Yi quickly suppressed his emotions, changing his gaze to a more reasonable look of admiration. Like a fool, he suddenly asked Huang Qi, so, this replica created based on my image. Does it obey me? Huang Qi froze for a second, then looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you dreaming? This is an item I exchanged for over 100 survival points. How could the replica it creates possibly listen to you? Even if the Emperor himself were here, this replica would still obey me. But there is one drawback to this item. It requires the person being replicated to stand in front of the mirror and display their data panel for 30 seconds. So, basically, it can't be used to forcibly replicate a strong opponent against their will. But it can be used up to level 100. As long as I keep getting stronger, the replicas it creates will also be stronger. In the future, when my organization expands, if I find someone with high base stats without equipment, I can prioritize replicating them to become a powerful ally. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Yi with a meaningful look. Your base stats are quite decent. You're also one of the first to follow me, so don't worry. I'll prioritize training you in the future. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, then looked at the mirror replica. Does this replica have a time limit? Will it suddenly disappear while in use? That's none of your concern. Survival point items are far stronger than you think. Huang Qi was visibly impatient now. He waved his hand, clearly not wanting to waste more time talking to Zhang Yi. He directly ordered the mirror replica to join Yang Wenchao's team under the pretense of leveling up together. Then, it would find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and test Yang Wenchao's strength. Zhang Yi knew Huang Qi wasn't just trying to test Yang Wenchao. He was also cutting off his escape route. Just like in gangster movies, where the first step to pulling someone into the underworld is forcing them to kill, destroying their social standing and leaving them no way back. If the mirror replica of Zhang Yi started acting out among his classmates and became a hated villain, then Zhang Yi would have no way out. He would have no choice but to follow Huang Qi, killing all his classmates in the apartment and embarking on a path of slaughter wherever he went. Simply put, Huang Qi didn't fully trust Zhang Yi. He trusted the mirror replica he created more. However, just as Huang Qi was instructing the mirror replica on mission details, the mirror replica suddenly vanished into thin air. What the? Huang Qi was stunned, as if he had just seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who had successfully exploited a glitch to complete replica fusion, quickly checked his new data panel. After all, he wasn't sure if fusing with an identical replica would stack attributes, abilities, skills, and other stats. If the fusion only combined them visually without affecting the data panel, then he wouldn't dare act rashly. But fortunately, when he checked his updated data panel, he was in for a massive surprise. Zhang Yi, level 1, stamina 14.8, energy 17.2, combat power 208, survival points 0, abilities, hard work pays off, S, gold element affinity, B, skills, absolute focus, S, combat stance, S, golden light technique, B, golden cicada shedding, C, holy shit. His combat power had broken past 200. And he had directly gained 2 S-tier skills. The golden light technique, which was originally D-tier, had directly advanced to B-tier. What the fuck? Zhang Yi was beyond excited. At that moment, he made up his mind. Even if the Emperor himself came today, this replica reflection mirror would bear the surname Zhang, not Huang. And so, driven by his overwhelming combat power and his burning desire for the replica reflection mirror, Zhang Yi didn't hesitate at all. He immediately began stacking buffs. Absolute focus. Combat stance. Golden light technique. Golden cicada shedding. A streak of golden light, faster than ever and gleaming with a sharper, darker radiance, shot straight toward Huang Qi's forehead. At the same time, a simple kitchen knife slashed through the air in Huang Qi's direction. Zhang Yi didn't stay idle either. He clenched his fists and dashed forward at full speed. Come on, even protagonists in novels dare to challenge enemies stronger than themselves when they're weaker. His combat power was 208 versus Huang Qi's 88. This was a total stop. If he couldn't win this, well, that'd just be ridiculous. However, in Huang Qi's shocked, disbelieving gaze, the jade pendant around his neck flickered, and a faint green energy shield suddenly materialized in front of him. With a sharp clang, the kitchen knife was stopped outside the shield. It even got chipped on impact and clattered to the ground. However, this time, Huang Qi didn't feel any sense of victory. Because, right in front of his horrified eyes, the sharp golden light pierced straight through his shield. It struck deep into his vulnerable forehead. A piercing pain exploded in his brain. And it wasn't over yet. Zhang Yi's bare fists shattered the shield with a single punch. His fist, carrying immense force, slammed mercilessly into Huang Qi's chest. Speed. Power. Absolute dominance. Blood seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and his forehead. His eyes, filled with disbelief and terror, shattered in despair. Because what the fuck? Was this the strength of just 75 combat power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But then, why? Why was Zhang Yi this strong? Why did the replica he created suddenly disappear? Even in death, Huang Qi couldn't figure it out. With his grand ambitions unfinished and a heart full of unwillingness, he collapsed with a thud. Chapter 41, The Third Replica. Almost the moment Huang Qi died, the apartment chat group exploded with discussion. Holy shit. Huang Qi disappeared from the ranking board too, no way? We just suggested that Bro Zhao should take out Huang Qi, and he really did? Of course. Do you even know who Bro Zhao is? With just a flick of his hand, no matter how strong the cross-apartment big shots are, they'll fall instantly. Fuck. Bro Zhao is awesome. Bro Zhao is godly. Bro Zhao, from now on, you are my god, and I am your dog, Zhao Likun. I have to admit, Bro Zhao is truly strong. Even a cross-apartment powerhouse was no match for him at all. Wang Kaiyang, exactly. Remember, Liu Shun and Zhang Fei couldn't even fight back against a cross-apartment big shot. They got one shot instantly. But Bro Zhao killed one just as fast, so, in our apartment, Yang Wenchao is undoubtedly the strongest, right? I bet he's not just the strongest here. He's probably one of the top powerhouses in all beginner apartments, no doubt. Having Bro Zhao in our apartment is a huge blessing. The entire chat was filled with praise for Yang Wenqiao. As for the classmates who disliked him and feared he might start killing indiscriminately, they didn't even dare to speak in the face of his absolute power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 3rd floor corridor, Wang Lingling's mutual aid group quietly discussed, Yang Wenqiao just left the team not long ago, and now Huang Qi is dead. That was way too fast, wasn't it? Did Yang Wenqiao really kill Huang Qi? If not him, then who? Huang Qi could instantly kill Zhang Fei, a cross-apartment big shot. There's no way some random nobody took him out, right? Yeah, that's true. Lu Shen nodded slightly and quickly analyzed, based on how fast Yang Wenqiao killed Huang Qi. I'm guessing he was hiding his true strength when he was teaming up with us to farm monsters. Wang Lingling nodded as well. His talent and comprehension might be even better than mine. Plus, he started on the 20th floor. The privileges he enjoys allow him to grow even faster than me. Jiao Chang frowned slightly and quickly suggested, how about we start making money as soon as possible so we can rent an apartment on the 20th floor too? Then, lowering his voice, he added, honestly, I really don't feel safe with Yang Wenqiao dominating our apartment. After all, he's already killed 4 of our classmates. If he keeps going, none of us can stop him. Lu Shen glanced around cautiously, then lowered his voice as well. Brother Chang is right. Yang Wenqiao is strong, sure, but he's also like a ticking time bomb. Seeing that they all shared concerns about Yang Wenqiao, Wang Lingling followed up, right now, the only thing that can keep Yang Wenqiao in check is our mutual aid group. But to be honest, even if we all teamed up, we might not be a match for him. So, I have an idea. We should pool all our resources together to support one of us in moving to the 20th floor. As soon as she said this, Lu Shen, Jiao Chang, and the other top members of the group exchanged glances. They immediately understood what she meant. She was suggesting that they train a powerful fighter to counter Yang Wenqiao. But in reality, she was clearly implying that the group should support her. What the fuck? Was she kidding? Even though Jiao Chang and Lu Shen were part of the group, they had their own ambitions. Especially since they were men. Deep down, they weren't too keen on having Wang Lingling as the group leader. Sure enough, despite her obvious hint, none of the male members responded. Only Zhu Yuun, another girl, followed up, I think it's a good idea. The mutual aid group could take out loans, cover everyone's rent, and use the extra funds to help Sister Ling get a place on the 20th floor first. Also, there's Zhang Yi. Zhu Yuun hesitated, as if she didn't want to say anything too cold-hearted given their classmate ties. Lu Shen, however, picked up on her thoughts and said, speaking of the 20th floor, there's also that mysterious bald guy. I wonder how strong he is. Maybe we can recruit him into the mutual aid group? Seeing the attitudes of Lu Shen and Jiao Chang, Wang Lingling immediately realized that these guys didn't respect her leadership. She felt helpless, but she also dropped the topic of training a powerful fighter. She could only hate that she wasn't strong enough. If she had absolute strength like Yang Wenqiao, then the entire mutual aid group would follow her orders without question. At that point, Jiao Chang and Lu Shen wouldn't dare to act like this. In the end, it all came down to strength. While the mutual aid group was caught up in their scheming, Yang Wenqiao had just stepped out of the red light elevator, staring at the chat group in confusion. Wait, what? He hadn't even found Huang Qi yet. And the guy was already dead? Who the hell did it? There was no way some random weakling had just stumbled upon him and killed him, right? Were cross-apartment experts really this pathetic? He had been counting on getting rich by killing Huang Qi. And now someone else had stolen his kill. Wait. Considering the average skill level of players in this beginner apartment, no one else should have been able to kill Huang Qi except him. So, did that guy seriously get himself killed by a random monster in the hallway? Are cross-apartment players really this fucking stupid? Yang Wenqiao couldn't wrap his head around it, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart. As for the misunderstanding in the chat group, since he usually acted cold and aloof, he didn't bother correcting them. Meanwhile, the real killer, Zhang Yi, was currently looting Huang Qi's dropped items. He picked up the spatial watch, jade pendant, bracelet, knife, and various other gear. Then, shoving everything, including the replica reflection mirror, into Huang Qi's own spatial watch, he dashed back toward room 2025 like a thief. With combat power over 200, Zhang Yi's speed was insanely fast. It wasn't until he rushed back to room 2025, slammed the door shut, and locked it that he finally let his excitement burst out. Jackpot! This counterkill on Huang Qi was a massive windfall. No wonder there's an old saying. Killing and arson get you a gold belt. Killing the rich was seriously profitable as fuck. The survival points and replica reflection mirror alone were already top-tier resources. Exactly what he needed most to increase his replicas. Not to mention all the equipment and items. Zhang Yi immediately summoned Little Bing and used detection to appraise them one by one. Heart Guard Jade, Stamina +4, generates an automatic shield when attacked, Physical Defense +50, Magic Defense +50. Ghost Ring Blade, Stamina +4, can be thrown within 10 meters and will return to the hand, has a chance to cause stun on hit. Lucky Bracelet, Energy +1, slightly boosts luck. Duration, 38 minutes, rechargeable, holy shit. Another luck-boosting item. And even better than a Lucky Lantern. This bracelet was reusable. Zhang Yi didn't even bother figuring out how to recharge it. He just put it on immediately. Then, he transferred the one survival point he gained from killing Huangqi to his main body. And with that one survival point, he instantly created a new replica. Ding. Congratulations, you have generated a new replica, but this time, as soon as the new replica was formed, Zhang Yi's main body collapsed onto the floor. A dull pain throbbed in his brain, and his entire body felt completely drained of strength. At that moment, he instantly realized his main body was too weak. With 3 replicas, he had already hit his limit. If he wanted to create more, he had to increase his main body's attributes first. Hurriedly, he commanded one of his replicas to carry his exhausted body to the bed, before forcing himself to check the stats of his 3rd replica. And what he saw was another huge surprise. Zhang Yi, level 0, stamina 5.8, energy 7.2, combat power 58, survival points 0, ability Ice Element Affinity S, skills Frozen Domain S, Frost Mist Invasion A, Extreme Cold Blade B, an S-tier talent replica with 3 starting skills. And among those, Frozen Domain was an S-tier domain skill. Not only that, but Frost Mist Invasion and Extreme Cold Blade were both excellent offensive skills. Especially Frost Mist Invasion. An A-tier skill that bypassed defenses and infiltrated the lungs through breathing.